in the heart of ancient civilizations, there lies a realm steeped in enigma and grandeur, ancient Israel. This sacred cradle has been a pivotal stage for empires, the foundation of monotheistic faiths, and a vibrant mosaic of cultures, events, and narratives that have sculpted our world's history and spiritual ethos. From its nascent settlements to its illustrious monarchs and epic struggles, Israel has stood as both an observer and a key player in history's most defining moments, leaving an enduring imprint on the annals of mankind. Yet, history, as we often perceive it, is a mosaic of interpretations, narratives shaped by victors and reframed by generations who choose to remember or forget. The saga of ancient Israel is no outlier in this tapestry of historical narratives. In this groundbreaking documentary, we embark on a quest to unearth the authentic and critical history of ancient Israel. We will navigate through the labyrinth of myths, scrutinize the truths, and traverse a past where legend and reality are intricately interwoven. Join us on this riveting journey as we unravel the enigmatic, controversial, and awe-inspiring history of a land that continues to captivate and intrigue the global conscience, ancient Israel. Discover the untold stories, the unseen perspectives, and the unvarnished truths of a land etched deeply in the world's collective imagination.
Samson, the Israelite hero, villain. One of the absolute wildest stories in the Bible comes with the judge and champion of Israel named Samson. His story checks off all the excellent story boxes. It's filled with love, hate, revenge, war, adventure, riddles, and much more. For most of my life, I had believed his story was historical. I started realizing much of the Bible wasn't history and carried value in a different way. In this documentary, we will discuss the mythologies which influenced the author of this story in Judges, from ancient Mesopotamia to Greece. We will give you great reasons to understand these stories in a completely different light. Behind the flesh of an Israelite warrior, you just might find the shining sun battling it out with the heavenly bodies. Or you may discover Samson is just another Heracles hero who has been polished to fit his own national context. Let's first give you a brief rundown of the story of Samson from birth to death. The life of the hero, Judges 13 through 16. Samson was born to faithful Manoah from the tribe of Dan and his chosen wife, who was barren. The terrifying angel of the Lord appeared to his wife and told her she would divinely conceive and bear a son, who would begin to deliver Israel from the oppression of the Philistines. She was told not to drink wine or eat anything unclean, as her son would be a Nazirite dedicated to God from birth. When Samson was grown, he saw an attractive Philistine woman in Timnah that he wanted to marry. His parents were distressed that he wanted to marry outside of Israel, but he insisted. On the way to Timnah, a young frightening lion attacked Samson. The Spirit of the Lord came upon him, and he tore the lion apart with his bare hands as if it was a young goat. But he did not tell his parents what he had done. Later, when passing by the decomposed lion's carcass, Samson saw a swarm of bees and honey inside it. He scooped out the honey, ate some of it, and gave some to his parents, but did not reveal its source. Samson insisted on marrying Timnah, so at the wedding feast, Samson proposed a clever riddle to his Philistine companions, betting them sets of clothing if they could solve it within 7 days of the feast. Under threat, his new wife pleaded with Samson until he told her the meaning of the riddle. She told the coercive Philistine men, who then were able to answer Samson's clever riddle on the last day. Samson knew these Philistines had cheated him. Furious, Samson traveled to Ashkelon, killed 30 Philistines, took their clothing, and gave it to the companions to pay his debt. In anger, Samson left his wife, and her father gave her to one of the companions instead. To get revenge, Samson captured 300 wild foxes, tied their furry tails together in pairs, attached torches, and let them run through the Philistines' grain fields, vineyards, and olive groves, burning them down. To get revenge, the Philistines fight fire with fire by burning Samson's former wife and her father to death in retaliation. Samson attacked them again and killed many more Philistines. Later, Samson fell in love with another beautiful, tricky Philistine woman named Delilah in the valley of Sorek. The rich Philistine rulers approached her and offered her 1,100 shekels of silver if she could discover the secret of Samson's strength. After persistently asking him with 3 failed attempts to subdue him, Samson finally told her that his strength came from his uncut hair as a Nazirite. While he was sleeping on the 4th attempt, sneaky Delilah had a servant cut his hair and his strength left him. The Philistines captured him, gouged out his eyes, and brought him to Gaza, where he was bound and made to grind grain in prison. Over time, Samson's hair began to grow again while in prison. The Philistine leaders gathered in the temple of their god Dagon to offer a sacrifice and celebrate their capture of Samson. They brought Samson out to entertain them. Samson asked the servant who was leading him to let him lean against the pillars supporting the temple to rest. Samson prayed to God to strengthen him one last time. He pushed with all his might against the 2 pillars, dislodging them from their bases. This collapsed the temple, killing all the Philistine rulers and thousands more inside. Samson also died, paying the ultimate price to begin delivering Israel from the Philistines. The Strange Biography of Samson, Dr. Yair Zokovich. The story of Samson in the Bible isn't quite what it seems. Some parts were left out because they didn't quite fit the religious teachings of the time. Dr. Yair Zokovich in 2003 explains that originally, Samson might have been seen as the son of a god, like a superhero. But in the Bible, his super strength is said to come from God, as long as he follows certain rules. Even though the story of Samson was very popular, the people who wrote the Bible had to adjust it to fit their beliefs about one God. In this version of the story, Samson isn't always shown in the best light. This sets the stage for the Bible to introduce kings as leaders in the next part of the story. Zooming out to an airplane view, the Bible carries a theme of God leading his people instead of a king like the other nations. So God sends prophets to lead his people like Moses and Joshua. But after these 2 die, and when Israel gets into trouble and cries out to God, he sends a judge. God is kind and forgiving, so every time the people of Israel ask him for help, he sends a leader to rescue them. These leaders, called judges, aren't as great as the earlier prophets, even though there's a pattern in the book of Judges where the people make mistakes, face consequences, ask God for help, and then get rescued. It seems like with each new judge, the quality of leadership goes down a bit. God always provided leaders called judges to help guide the people of Israel. Ehud was one of the first judges we really get to know about, and he was dedicated and faithful. But as we read on, the following judges aren't as steadfast. For example, when the prophetess Deborah asks Barak to rescue the people, he hesitates and says he'll only go if she comes with him. Then there's Gideon, who wants clear signs from God before doing anything. Even after making a big statement about not wanting power for him or his family, Gideon sets up a kind of shrine in his hometown that leads the people astray. His bad choices end up having sad consequences for his family, especially when his own son Abimelech causes a lot of trouble. Things seem to get worse with the next judges. Jephthah, another leader, makes a hasty promise that results in a tragic sacrifice involving his daughter. When faced with a dispute, instead of finding a peaceful solution, he chooses violence and many people die. Then comes Samson, who makes a lot of bad decisions. His actions really make it clear that the people of Israel need a more stable form of leadership. In the book of Judges, end with chaos and confusion, hinting that a king might be the answer. The idea of a monarchy starts to form, leading to the introduction introduction of kings in the next part of the Bible. But even then, things don't get easier between God and his people.
When we look back at the leaders of Israel, it's clear that as people made more mistakes, their leaders got worse. Samson stands out as the last and most troubling of these leaders. After him, the biggest change happens. They get a king.
Here's how Samson is different from other leaders in the book of Judges. Length of story. Samson's story takes up a lot more space than the other judges. His tale is 4 chapters long, making up about a fifth of the entire book. Super strength. Samson's physical dimensions are those of a giant. Although this is indicated only by way of the description of his carrying the gates of Gaza, Judges 16:1-3, only a giant would be capable of such a feat. Grasping the 2 gateposts and the gate, as observed by the rabbis, R. Simeon, the pious, said,
Samson's shoulders measured 60 cubits, as it is said, but Samson lay in bed only till midnight. At midnight he got up, grasped the doors of the town gate, together with the 2 gateposts, and pulled them out along with the bar. He placed them on his shoulders, and there is a tradition that the gates of Gaza are not less than 60 cubits in width.
Lone warrior. Unlike other leaders, Samson didn't lead an army. He faced his enemies by himself. There were even times when his own people wanted to hand him over to the enemy. Personal battles. Samson's fights weren't about defending his tribe or people. His battles were more personal and often linked to his love life. Multiple battles. While other judges had one big battle and then peace, Samson was constantly fighting throughout his story, full life story. Samson is unique because we get to know about his whole life, from birth to death. The other judges don't get such detailed coverage. Dr. Yair Zukovich expresses it this way.
This singular figure invites our wonderment. How did these stories of sexual passions and scandals find their way into the history of God's redemption of Israel? What changes did the stories undergo before being allowed into the holy book? Indeed, the incorporation of the Samson stories into the chronicles of God's deliverance of Israel is perplexing, and not only because the hero seems so alien to the spirit of the Bible. Many of the details in the Samson stories are similar to those in mythological traditions, though the monotheistic worldview does not readily accommodate such mythologies. Accordingly, the stories underwent a process of demythologization before they could be included in the Holy Scriptures. Stories were disentangled from their mythological origins and made to conform to a monotheistic belief system. The rejection of the myth is accomplished surreptitiously, using what I call covert polemics. In the very telling of the tale, the storyteller rejects the story's mythological underpinnings and transforms it into a new written version. We will examine and follow these covert polemics as they function in the story of Samson's birth. This is also the place to mention another relevant term, literary archaeology. This refers to the unearthing of traditions which, having been deemed inadmissible by the Bible's writers, nonetheless continued their lives in the world of oral literature until in the post-biblical period, when the ideas and beliefs they conveyed were no longer viewed as threatening, they were written down. As opposed to the classic archaeologist who digs deeper and deeper in order to reveal more ancient strata, the literary archaeologist may in fact find more archaic layers of a story in later texts from the Second Temple period, apocryphal books, Jewish Hellenistic texts, rabbinic literature, and so on.
I totally agree with the sentiment that the authors of the Bible are demythologizing, and I see this in several other places throughout the primary history of the Bible. One thing I love about his approach is the literary archaeology. This suggests that certain stories of these Bible characters were floating around before, during, and after the biblical version or final redactor put their final touches on this text. He suggests that many of the traditions we find in other texts, including comments by rabbis, can often be from traditions which predate the biblical stories we read about today. This demythologizing seems to be a rather late action on the author's part, it would seem. This is where Dr. Yair Zukovich highlights Samson's birth narrative, pointing to its mythical origins. A son of God. Samson's birth story from chapter 13 in Judges starts off similar to other stories in the Bible, where women who couldn't have kids end up having a son. Think of women like Sarah, Rebecca, and Rachel. But Samson's story is unique even among these. When you compare it to the New Testament stories about Jesus' birth, you'll see what I mean. Another interesting birth story is in Genesis 6:1-4. It's about powerful beings, gods, from the sky who come to earth. have children with human women, and those kids turn out to be giant heroes. This story has a hint of old myths where the children would be like gods, but here they're just really big people with heroic qualities. This Genesis narrative may be jabbing at a tradition, such as an Ugaritic story where the god El had sex with mortal women, birthing Shakar and Shalem, who eventually became deities. Within the annals of Greek mythological narratives, a pertinent tale emerges concerning the birth of Heracles, the progeny of Zeus, the preeminent deity. In this narrative, Zeus, journeying to Thebes, encounters Alcmene, Heracles' would-be mother, in the absence of her spouse, Amphitryon, who was engaged in military campaign. Zeus, employing deception by assuming the look of Amphitryon, has sex with Alcmene and subsequently departs. Upon the triumphant return of Amphitryon, he is met with considerable confusion as Alcmene conveys the belief of their prior evening's union. They subsequently also engage in intimate relations. This results in Alcmene birthing twins of different natures, Heracles bearing resemblance to his divine father Zeus, and his sibling, a mere mortal, the offspring of Amphitryon. A notable rendition of Heracles' birth narrative is detailed in Hesiod's The Shield of Heracles, lines 27 to 56.7. Drawing a parallel to biblical narratives, while Heracles ascends to divinity via his birth, conceived from the relationship between a mortal and a deity, the biblical character of Samson presents a stark contrast. Samson's mother, akin to several other matriarchs in biblical accounts, is afflicted with infertility. Consequently, the biblical tales underscore the requirement of divine intervention or miraculous occurrences, diverging from the Greek myth where the deity's motive for intervention emanates from personal passion. In the narrative, Manoah's wife encounters a divine messenger rather than the Lord directly, consistent with the theological understanding that God does not commonly engage directly with humanity. This figure, described as a man of God, with an angelic and intimidating countenance, establishes his credibility through his inexplicable insight into her barrenness. Subsequently, he foretells the birth of Samson. Intriguingly, the narrative reveals traces of mythological elements, evident in the narrative's emphasis on Manoah's wife over Manoah himself. The divine messenger's approach when she is alone, reminiscent of Alcmene's encounter in Greek mythology, is replete with subtext, particularly when she describes the encounter using phrasing that can imply intimacy. Her solitude is further highlighted during a second encounter in a field, a setting historically associated with sexual activities. Deuteronomy 22:25-26.
But if out in the country, a man happens to meet a young woman pledged to be married and rapes her, only the man who has done this shall die. Do nothing to the woman. She has committed no sin deserving death. This case is like that of someone who attacks and murders a neighbor.
The narrative's construction implies an intentional distancing from a foundational mythological theme, where a divine being produces a heroic child with a mortal. The author in Samson's story is clearly trying to brush the mythological undertones under the rug, but gives them a partial recognition, as is often seen in other biblical stories. As Samson's mother expresses in this scene that an angel came to her, her husband seems to infer that they only spoke. However, the husband wants this man of God to visit her again, which he does. This angel meets her in a field again, but without her husband. So she goes and tells her husband, who then comes and meets the divine one. What is this author up to? Dr. Zakovich rightly points out the intentional ambiguity surrounding the mythological origins of the narrative becomes apparent through the omission of an etymology for Samson's name. This absence seems to be a deliberate effort to disassociate Samson, or Shimshon in Hebrew, from Shemesh, which translates to sun, and by extension, the sun god. The intrinsic correlation between Samson's name and the term for sun was not overlooked by rabbinic scholars, who, recognizing the potential theological implications, proposed their own interpretations to navigate this complexity.
R. Johanan also said, Samson was called by the name of the Holy One. Blessed be he, as it is said, for the Lord God is a sun and a shield.
Josephus Flavius, firmly situated within the realm of Hellenistic thought and belief systems, recognized the profound implications of the mythological narrative in relation to the birth story. He too grappled with the complexities surrounding the encounter between the angel and Manoah's wife. Look at what Josephus writes.
Manoah was more overly, madly enamored of his wife and hence inordinately jealous. Now once when his wife was alone, a specter appeared to her from God, in the likeness of a comely and tall youth, bringing her the good news of the approaching birth of a son through God's good providence, a son goodly and illustrious for strength, by whom on his reaching man's estate the Philistines would be afflicted. And having thus spoken, the visitor departed, having come but to execute God's will. The woman, when her husband arrived, reported that she had heard from the angel, extolling the young man's comeliness and stature in such wise that he, in his jealousy, was driven by these praises to distraction and to conceive the suspicions that such passion arouses. But she, wishing to allay her husband's unreasonable distress, entreated God to send the angel again, that her husband also might see him. And again, by the grace of God, the angel came, while they were in the suburb, and appeared to the woman when parted from her husband. She besought him to stay until she could fetch her husband, and obtaining his absence, went in pursuit of Manoah. But the husband, on beholding the angel, even then did not dissent from his suspicion, and he requested him to repeat to him all that he had revealed to his wife. The angel having declared that it would suffice that it should be made known to her alone, Manoah bade him say who he was, in order that on the birth of the child they might tender him their thanks and make him a present. He replied that he had need of naught, for it was not from want that he had announced this good news of the birth of the child. And though Manoah invited him to stay and partake of hospitality, he consented not.
It is clear here that Josephus sees how the idea this divine one may have had sex with Manoah's wife, as all the other mythological stories of divine births have so much overlap to Samson's birth narrative. While other barren women birth narratives are further from these mythical elements, the story Rachel's miraculous conception deserves our attention.
Now God remembered Rachel, God heeded her and opened her womb.
Within this narrative, we can discern a phrase that might harken back to its original intention, suggesting the divine opening of the womb as a literal interaction between the deity and the woman. While the Hebrew Bible deviates from such a mythical archetype, it reemerges in a more nuanced form in the New Testament. In the Gospel of Matthew, the narrative of Mary, who was not barren, parallels that of Heracles' mother.
It notes when his mother, Mary, had been betrothed to Joseph, before they came together, she was found to be with child from the Holy Spirit.
The author, in his judicious rendition, refrains from providing an explicit portrayal of the divine act. Further, the emphasis on Mary's perpetual virginity underscores the absence of physical contact in this divine conception. Is this perpetual virginity concept a theological reaction, hiding the implications of how people would have understood this in the comic mythic genre? I believe so. The Bible author clearly tried to conceal Samson's divine birth as well as his size. He carried massive city gates on his shoulders. They also make sure to emphasize that Samson's strength is completely reliant on God giving it to him. This ongoing motif seems to spin away from the other demigod strong heroes like Gilgamesh, Melkart, Heracles, etc. Foreign women, a big no-no. Later in his story, Samson falls head over heels for another woman, Delilah, who eventually leads to his downfall. If you look closely, there are a lot of parallels between Samson's story with Delilah and his earlier relationship with a woman from Timnah. In both tales, the Philistines cunningly used the woman Samson loves to figure out his secrets. With the Timnah woman, they wanted the answer to his tricky riddle, and with Delilah, they aimed to find out the source of his incredible strength. Both women, after lots of pestering, finally get Samson to spill the beans. And although these secrets lead to trouble for Samson, he also manages to give the Philistines a run for their money each time. Even when things look bleak, he ends up taking a lot of Philistines down with him, especially especially when they have him captured. And in both stories, when things get really tough, Samson turns to God for help. Interestingly, both tales share some similar wording and style too. Number 1, the words of the Philistines to the women. Coax your husband, Judges 14:15. Coax him, 16:5. 2, the words of the women to Samson as each tries to persuade him to reveal his secrets. You really hate me. You don't love me, Judges 14:6. How can you say you love me? Judges 16:15. Number 3, the particular manner of the woman's persuasion. She nagged him so, Judges 14:7. After she nagged him, Judges 16:6. Number 4, at Lehi, the Philistines bound Samson with 2 new ropes, Judges 15:13. Delilah ties Samson up with new ropes, Judges 16:11-12. Number 5, at Lehi, the ropes loosened like flax that catches fire, Judges 15:14, with Delilah as a strand of tow comes apart at the touch of fire, Judges 16:9. Samson's story was most likely written by one author, and the warning of going after foreign women is evident. In Samson's adventures, even though a lot of action revolves around women, there's very little about romance or intimacy. The writers of these ancient texts often downplayed or hinted at such matters, especially in holy books. It's almost as if the original, juicier details got edited out, leaving just the essential parts of the story for the scriptures. For some context, consider these other stories from the same time. 1, Jael. A woman manages to defeat Sisera, a mighty warrior, not once, but twice. Check out Judges 4:17-21 and Judges 5:24-27. 2, Queen Esther uses her charm to expose the wicked Haman during a fancy dinner party, especially in Esther 7, verse 8. Number 3, then there's Judith, who deceives an Assyrian general named Holofernes. Just when he thinks she's into him, she turns the tables. Read Judith 10-13. And 4, don't forget Proverbs 7:6-27, where a mysterious foreign woman lures a young man into danger with promises of love. Each of these tales, like Samson's, has hints of allure and danger intertwined. It's fascinating how ancient writers often use the theme of attraction to drive their narratives forward. Josephus mentions that Delilah got Samson drunk before tying him up. This part isn't in the original Bible story from Judges 16, probably because Samson wasn't supposed to drink due to his religious vows. Only cutting his hair broke his strength. There are other stories with a similar theme. In one, Sisera is thirsty, asks for water, but gets milk. Some believe this milk had deeper meanings, or that it was used to get him drunk. In another tale, Holofernes drinks so much wine that he passes out, making it easier for him to be defeated. In the story of Esther, the plot against Haman unfolds at a wine party. As for Samson and Delilah, the Bible doesn't specifically say they were intimate. It only mentions that she made him fall asleep on her lap. But some scholars think there's a hidden meaning, suggesting there might have been more to their relationship. What does "and she pressed him" mean? R. Isaac of the school of R. Ami said, at the time of consumption, she detached herself from him. In the narrative of Jael and Sisera, particularly in its poetic form, there are evident hints at sexual undertones. Between her legs, he sank, Kara. Lay, Nafal. Outstretched, Shakaf. Between her legs he sank, Kara. Lay, Nafal. Still, where he sank, Kara. There he lay, Nafal. Destroyed, Judges 5:27. The phrasing "between her legs" is a rare occurrence in the biblical texts, appearing only in this context and in Deuteronomy 28:57, where it unmistakably refers to childbirth, the afterbirth that issues from between her legs. This sexual innuendo within the poetic lines was also identified by the rabbis. Between her legs, this language is understood euphemistically. R. Johanan commented, the debauched Sisera had engaged in intimate relations 7 times that day. As it is stated, between her legs, he sunk, he fell, he lay at her feet, he sunk, he fell, where he sunk, there he fell down dead. In Delilah's ultimate endeavor to discern Samson's source of strength, the narrative clearly notes that she induces him into a slumber. This state of sleep facilitates Delilah's ability to encapsulate Samson and deprive him of his formidable might. The description that she puts him to sleep on her knees, as the Septuagint version suggests, between her knees, evokes a parallel with the phrase between her legs from Judges 5:27. Nevertheless, the narrative in question remains reticent, refraining from insinuating that this restful state was a consequence of intoxication or intimate relations. The story of Samson in the book of Judges has been toned down quite a bit. Originally, he was seen as this mythological hero, like the son of a god, but the final version we see in the Bible presents him as a normal man who just gets his strength from God as long as he follows certain rules. The story was too popular to leave out, but it was adjusted to fit the beliefs of the time. In this version, Samson isn't really shown in the best light and is actually seen as one of the least ideal leaders, making way for the idea that maybe having a king would be better. Samson and Mythical Parallels, 1907, Paul Karras. As I ventured into making this documentary, I wanted to get the latest cutting-edge scholarship on Samson, which prompted our previous sections with Dr. Yair Zelkovich, who mainly shows the clear editorial scrub on this mythological story. I was encouraged by Dr. Seth L. Sanders to read his article and found great use of it. My research led me down this wild rabbit trail back to a book published from 1907 by Paul Karras. Now, it's safe to say that scholarship has come a long way since this time in various fields, especially philology, as you will see. My question is, did he get more right than wrong about the myth of Samson? Most modern scholars want to focus on the narrative structure of Samson within the biblical corpus and don't do too much comparative mythology. I found this 1907 work fun, and I hope you will too. Here was my takeaway from the research. Dr. Paul Karras insists, Samson is neither more nor less than Heracles was to the Greeks, Siegfried to the Germans, Melkart to the Phoenicians, Gilgamesh to the Babylonians, etc. Samson is as much Hebrew as Siegfried is a German and Heracles a Greek. He is a national hero of the tribe of Dan, and the legendary features of the story are way too palpable to make it probable that there are many theologians now living who, after reconsideration of the facts, would still defend its historical character. If you want to really anger someone, I mean really quick, that's really easy. First tell them that Heracles is a spin-off version of the much earlier Semitic Gilgamesh mythology, or Phoenician Melkart, and that the Samson myth is most likely inspired by both the Greek Heracles, Melkart, or Gilgamesh epic for its tale. The claim that the Greek Heracles was a Semitic importation has upset many Greek scholars, but several classicists suggest that Heracles was imported from Semitic roots, most likely from Gilgamesh. It's apparent that the flood myths traveled from the east into the Greek Deucalion stories. The Bible's authors imported the mythical tapestry from probably all three figures. Each myth has created their own genius story. The question of historicity is honestly irrelevant. If there ever was a guy, he is completely lost to us, buried under the layers of legendary literature. According to Dr. Gustav Ruskoff, Samson also has 12 labors. The labors are as follows. 1. He kills a lion with his hands. It is characteristic of Samson as well as of Gilgamesh, the Babylonian solar hero, and also of Heracles, that the lion is slain without the use of any weapon. 2. At his marriage at Timnath, he proposes a riddle and incidentally slays 30 Philistines at Ascalon. 3. He catches 300 foxes and chases them with firebrands through the fields of the Philistines. 4. The Philistines burn his wife and father-in-law's whole family, which induces him to make a great slaughter among them, whereupon he flees into the mountains of Judah and hides in the cleft of the cliff Etam. 5. Samson is bound by the men of Judah and delivered to the Philistines, who take him to Lehi, but the ropes on his arms become like flax that has caught fire. 6. Samson picks up the jawbone of an ass and kills multitudes of his enemies. 7. Being overcome with thirst, he prays for God, and a spring breaks forth from the ass's jawbone. 8. When visiting a woman at Gaza, he escapes the ambush of the Philistines by rising at midnight and carrying with him the 2 doors of the city gate, which he plants upon the hill which is in the front of Hebron. 9. Now he became entangled with Delilah. The treacherous woman bound him with 7 new bowstrings, but when the Philistines came upon him, he snapped the bowstrings as a strand of tow snaps at the breath of fire. 10. Delilah bound him with 7 new ropes, but he snapped the ropes off from his arms like thread. 11. Delilah weaves the 7 braids of his hair into the web of her loom, but he pulled up the loom with the web and escaped the 3rd time. 12. Finally, Samson betrays the secret of his strength, and Delilah had the 7 braids of his hair shaved. He was taken prisoner and blinded. But when his hair had grown again, his strength returned and enabled him to break down the 2 pillars of the Dagon temple, by which deed he buried himself with the multitude of his enemies under the ruins of the temple. Dr. Karas does not make a big deal about Samson having 12 adventures, similar to Heracles' 12 tasks or the year's 12 months, but he says it's pretty interesting that Raskov, the guy most people trust about the realness of the Samson story, is the one suggesting it. The lion, the bee, and Samson's riddle. In the story of Samson, there's a curious bit about a lion, which stands as a symbol for the sun's heat and by extension, the sun god. The same sun god is known for taming this heat, earning him the title of the lion's conqueror. Now here's the puzzling part. Samson speaks of finding honey inside a lion, but here's the catch. Bees don't make homes in dead animals. This tells us that the original story might have been mixed up over time. Samson's riddle goes something like this. Out of the eater comes something to eat, and out of the sour one comes something sweet. The answer to which he gives is, what is sweeter than honey, and what is more sour than a lion? The riddle doesn't quite fit together if you take it at face value, but imagine if folks back then knew a link between bees and lions that we don't think about now. There's an old Mithraic artifact showing a lion with a bee in its mouth, suggesting that bees might make honey when the sun is in the Leo zodiac. So the riddle could be asking, when do you find honey in a lion? With the answer being when the sun god defeats the lion. This leads us to,
out of the eater comes something to eat, and out of the sour one comes something sweet.
Something along the line, this clever meaning seems to have been lost in the telling of Samson's story, maybe because folks wanted to keep out old myths and legends. The foxes with firebrands. The narrative of Samson deploying 300 foxes with ignited tails finds an enlightening parallel when juxtaposed against the Roman ceremonial practice observed during the festival of Ceres. This tradition, originally an elite patrician rite, gained such widespread fame that even the plebeians regularly participated as honored guests, notably on the festival's central day, which may be April the 19th. Minor offerings, mostly edible treats such as nuts, were spread among the attendees. Instead of the customary chariot races, the spectacle centered on red foxes with tails on fire racing across the circus. Scholars interpret this act as symbolic of the grain disease termed robigo, as the title resonates with the both red fox and the reddish affliction impacting wheat crops. In Ovid's work, Fasti, Book 4, lines 679 and following, the Roman poet narrates a story from Carcioli, presumably clarifying the origins of the ceremonial act. He recounts a tale of a young lad aged around 12 who, after capturing a fox constantly stealing the owner's hens, wrapped it with hay and straw and lit it on fire. This fox, in its frantic attempt to escape, dashed into the wheat fields, setting them ablaze. As a reactionary measure, a decree was instituted mandating the execution of all captured foxes, on enactment visibly enacted during the Cerealia. Drawing a comparison comparison between Samson's deployment of firebrand foxes and their Roman analogs is not mere serendipity. Instead, it underscores the persistence of an archaic motif prevalent in ancient cultures, albeit obscured or forgotten in various global traditions. Simile, Dido, and the legends of sun heroes' brides. In old myths, it's not rare for sun heroes, think of them as ancient superheroes connected with the sun, to have brides who tragically meet their end in fire. Take Simile, for example. She faced a tragic end when she met Zeus, king of gods. Similarly, when we hear that Samson's wife was burnt with her family, it sounds like a classic mythical tale, even if it doesn't seem like a true story. Speaking of sun heroes, Aeneas is another big name. He's not just famous because he's the son of Venus, the goddess of love, or because he traveled the world, or even because he took a trip to the underworld. One of his dramatic love stories also hints at his sun hero status. He fell head over heels for Dido, the queen of Carthage, but due to godly orders, he had to leave her. Heartbroken, Dido chose to end her life by setting herself on fire, becoming a tragic symbol of lost love. Now, the story of Dido, as told by the poet Virgil, is a bit different from earlier versions. Some ancient records suggest that Dido actually sacrificed herself for another guy, her husband Scribes. And guess what? This tale is tied back to other gods and goddesses, hinting that Dido might have connections to the goddess Tanith. Plus, the name Scribes has some ancient meanings that connect to words like commemoration. There's a treasure trove of such legends about brides linked to sun heroes. Another story talks about Semiramis. Like many such tales, this myth got mixed with real history, changing its nature. The core idea remains in stories like that of Astarte and Aphrodite, both of whom had tragic tales of love and loss. Samson's great escape. Imagine a superhero who, after a massive victory, decides to hide away instead of celebrating. That's what happened with Samson, a legendary hero. Some scholars like Steinthal noticed that many old heroes, such as Apollo and Indra, also took off and hid after their big battles. Steinthal believes this hiding act is like a calm after a storm. Imagine two natural powers clashing in the sky, then everything goes silent as one goes into hiding. Now, while Steinthal's theory might sound cool, it doesn't really convince everyone. Some feel it's a bit, I guess you'd say, of a stretch. Looking at Samson's story, he had good reasons to lay low. He had taken out 30 men and caused quite a bit of chaos. Since the Philistines were in charge, they weren't going to let him roam free. They would obviously want to capture this troublemaker. However, there's an exciting pattern here. Many heroes linked to the sun have this hiding phase in their tales. If we dive deep into Samson's story, we could think of his hiding as the sun going behind clouds, especially after a really hot day. It's like the sun hero used up all his fiery arrows in a big battle. The best part, when everyone thinks the sun hero's been defeated, he burst back with a bang. Samson did exactly that. When captured, he grabbed an unlikely weapon, a jawbone, and defeated 1,000 enemies. Quite the superhero move, right? The legendary jawbone. In the story of Samson, there's a bit about him using the jawbone of an ass as a weapon. Some folks think a particular hill was named after this jawbone incident, the Hill of the Jawbone. The story tells us that Samson dropped this jawbone weapon here. There's a cool fact. There's a place in Greece at the southern tip of Laconia that's called Ass's Jawbone in Greek. An ancient geographer named Strabo mentioned it. Maybe some old hero over there did something similar to Samson, but their story got lost over time. Now, back in the day, before people had horses as pets, they often used the jawbones of asses as weapons. Before fancy swords were made of metal, it seems like this jawbone design was popular. There's a theory that old sickle swords might have been inspired by this design. Bel Marduk and Perseus, ancient dragon fighting heroes, seem to have weapons resembling a jawbone. In fact, there's an old image showing Bel Marduk ready to take on Tiamat, a dragon, with a sword shaped like a sickle hanging behind him. In an ancient text about the creation, it says,
He made ready a bow, prepared it for a weapon. He armed himself with the falchion, attaching it to his belt. He took the god weapon, his right hand seizing it. Bow and quiver he hung at his side. He caused a lightning flash to precede him, whose interior he filled with shooting flames.
If you look at old pictures of a god named Sylvanus, you'll notice he's shown with a sickle that looks like a jawbone. As time went on, these designs changed to look more like modern sickles. There's another old god, Kronos, who's also seen holding something that looks a lot like the jawbone of an ass. All these clues might suggest that the story of Samson and his unique weapon has deeper, more ancient roots than we thought. Based on the provided data, there exist a plausible hypotheses suggesting that for certain ancient cultures, the weapon of the sun god was represented by an ass's jawbone. This symbol subsequently may correlate with the emblematic representation of the thunderbolt. This interpretation is corroborated further by an important detail in the narrative, linking the jawbone with the outpouring of waters. If one proceeds with the argument that the jawbone symbolizes the thunderbolt, it logically follows that its employment would be succeeded by rain. This notion finds artistic resonance in the work of Guido Reni. In his depiction of Samson quenching his thirst, Reni represents the water as emanating from above, with Samson elevating the jawbone overhead. The biblical narrative describes Samson's impassioned supplication, which, given its poetic cadence, could potentially be exacted from a preceding rendition. It can be postulated that in its archaic interpretation, this prayer was perceived not as a mere religious petition, as understood in contemporary times, but as an incantation of mystical properties. In the localization of the legend, a specific spring in the cavity of the rock of the jawbone has been designated as the source from which water emerged in response to Samson's invocation. Historical references, such as the account by Diodorus Siculus, Book 4:22, confirms such occurrences. Siculus narrates that as Heracles traveling from Pelurius to Eryx, nymphs facilitated the emergence of the warm springs, Hemiria and Aegistia, because he was so thirsty. Before delving further, it's imperative to underscore a linguistic nuance in Samson's victory proclamation. The term Camor dually signifies ass and heap. His triumphant exclamation is articulated as,
with the jawbone of the Camor, ass, a Camor, heap, two Camors, heaps. With the jawbone of the Camor, ass, I slew 1,000 men.
In a nuanced rendition in the Polychrome Bible, Professor G.F. Moore adeptly translates the passage.
With the jawbone of an ass, I assailed my assailants. With the jawbone of an ass have I slain 1,000 men.
Additionally, the well is denoted as in Hekor, signifying the spring of the crier. Interestingly, this term also pertains to the patronage and by extension to the ass. The ass's distinct braying has traditionally been ascribed prophetic connotations in folklore, a belief that subsequently extended to the neighing of the horse. This association gains historical credence, recalling Herodotus' account where Darius's kingship is attributed to his horse's neighing. Biblical traditions such as Balaam's prophetic she-ass and extant traditions further suggest that both Yahweh and the war god Seth of the Semitic incursions in Lower Egypt were portrayed with the visage of an ass. An archaeological find within the confines of the historic Caesarean palace on Mount Palatine has unveiled a compelling illustration portraying a deity with the head of an ass crucified. This artwork, which bears the inscription of Alexmenos, has been traditionally dubbed the spot crucifix, derived from the German term spaten, meaning to scoff. This has led many to postulate that it was a mocking gesture directed at Alexmenos. However, when considered alongside leaden tablets that showcase similar ass-headed divine representations and bear incantations and maledictions, a different interpretation emerges. This spot crucifix could potentially depict the religious beliefs of the syncretic pagan Christian sect known as the Sethites. Tacitus in Histories 5:4 suggests that Jews venerated the ass. Furthermore, Epiphanius cites the genealogy of Mary, where the deity of the Jews is characterized as ass-headed, not in mockery, but as an actual representation. Professor W. Robertson Smith offers a comprehensive analysis regarding the significance of the ass within Semitic rituals.
The consumption of wild ass meat was a practice among the Arabs and likely bore religious significance, especially since its consumption was prescribed by Simeon the Stylite for his followers. In contrast, the Haranians viewed the ass as a taboo food source, kin to the swine and dog. Despite this, no evidence indicates the ass's ritualistic sacrifice or consumption. When one Semitic faction prohibits its consumption, while another deems it religiously symbolic, it strongly insinuates the ass's ancient sanctity. A clear instance of ass sacrifice is observed in the Egyptian Typhon, Set or Sutek worship, predominant among Semitic Egyptians. While scholars remain ambivalent about Set's Semitic origins, the ass is undoubtedly Typhonic. Religious rites in Coptus involve the ritualistic sacrifice of asses by hurling them off cliffs, whereas Lycopolis stamped sacrificial cakes with an ass motif during certain annual festivals, referenced in Plutarch.
Smith further elucidates.
The Semitic clan name Hamor, translating to he-ass, prevalent among the Canaanites of Shechem, strengthens the proposition of the ass's sacred stature among certain Semitic groups. Myths surrounding Jewish ass veneration, as detailed by Bocart and Harasokon, likely emerged from a conflation between Jewish practices and those of their pagan contemporaries.
In Greco-Roman mythology, Dionysus, often depicted in ancient artwork and reliefs, is shown amid his jovial entourage riding a donkey. A parallel can be drawn with Christ's iconic entrance into Jerusalem. In medieval Christian practices in southern France, the ass was held in high esteem, culminating in a unique mass where congregates would mimic ass braying instead of the conventional Amen. The ceremony concluded with a hymn, commencing with
Orientis partibus adventavit asinus.
The Latin phrase Orientis partibus adventavit asinus can be translated to English as, and forgive me if my Latin is wrong here, trying to understand this word.
From the eastern regions, the donkey has come.
This line is from a medieval Latin song that celebrates the donkey, as it's often referred to as the Song of the Ass. Multiple ancient sketches exist, showcasing deities with the head of a donkey. As per Plutarch, the ass or the crier held sacred connotations to Seth, predominantly due to the reddish hue often seen in its oriental variants. The Gates of Gaza. Ancient Babylonian cosmology posits that the sun god begins his daily traverse into the inhabited realm via two monumental pillars. This concept is deeply embedded in the archaeological traditions of Semitic temples. Remarkably, when the Jerusalem temple incorporated these two emblematic brazen pillars, though their original significance seems to have been obscured or forgotten in subsequent eras, maritime Phoenician culture, familiar with the geographical landscapes of their voyages, naturally perceived the two prominent rock formations at the Strait of Gibraltar as these sacred pillars. They viewed them as the symbolic gates through which Melkart, their deity, ventured as he embarked on his nocturnal journey to the underworld. It is Diodorus who provides historical commentary on this notion, stating in his writings
that Heracles put up the two mountains at the end of the Mediterranean, which have accordingly been called after him the Pillars of Hercules.
This nomenclature persisted until the era of Tariq. One might ponder the apparent geographical incongruence. How could pillars identified in the Eastern world also be replicated in the West, and vice versa? The interpretive resolution to this lies in the nightly transit of the sun god, who, according to mythological beliefs, transport these pillars between the two locations. In light of this mythic framework, Samson's seemingly inexplicable act takes on a profound dimension, being best understood not as a mere whimsical act, but as a manifestation of ancient mythological narratives. The solar mythology of Delilah's web. The narrative which illustrates how Samson was restrained in his subsequent liberation as though by a fervent blaze can be interpreted as elements of a solar myth. During winter, nature remains ensnared in ice, but as spring approaches, these shackles dissolve. This cyclical entrapment occurs again as winter's grip intensifies during the autumnal season. It is evident that the heroic figure, in this case Samson, escapes thrice before being irrevocably shackled. Upon Delilah's attempt to constrain her beloved, Samson revealed to her,
"If the 7 plates of my mane were interwoven within the fabric and solidified with the pin, I would be rendered powerless."
Though Delilah implemented this technique, Samson effortlessly
extricated the entire loom and its fabric.
Further observation indicates that the fabric, likely emblematic of Delilah's attempt, was dismantled and dispersed across the landscape. Recognizing Delilah and Samson as emblematic figures, and the strands of her loom symbolizing sun rays, the overarching connotation of the web becomes apparent. It represents the autumnal gossamer. This gossamer, occasionally referred to as Mary's thread, retains a somewhat nebulous origin, but it is believed to associate with the fabric of a prehistoric deity or fairy. The appearance of gossamer across terrains is an omen of impending winter. This signifies the sun's deity's final ensnarement, which he shatters. Soon after, the sorceress, representing the seasonal shift, would divest him of his radiant locks, thereby depleting his vigor. The story behind Samson's hair. Samson's loss of strength reveals a deeper symbolism, hinting at his connection to the sun. Just as Samson's hair is central to his power, the sun's rays can be thought of as the sun god's hair. In ancient texts like those of Homer, the sun god Apollo is described as having unshorn hair, a phrase which in Hebrew could be related to the term Nazir. Interestingly, Samson's hair is styled into 7 braids, reminiscent of how the sun god is depicted in some ancient artwork, like the Mithraic monuments, where the sun has 7 rays. These 7 rays might represent the influence of 7 planetary gods. The crux of Samson's story is when he loses his strength because Delilah cuts his hair. Delilah's name itself hints at a role. It can be translated as
the one who weakens or drains strength.
As the story progresses, Samson, symbolic of the sun, loses his sight, or light, and meets his end between 2 pillars in Gaza, which can be seen as the sun's setting, given Gaza's western position in the mentioned geography. The legend of the single eye. The German god Woden is famously depicted with just one eye, reflecting the single sun shining in our sky. There's an intriguing tale in Teutonic myths, which says that Woden traded his other eye to Mimer, the water god. This traded eye symbolizes the sun's reflections shimmering on the water's surface. Now, looking at another tale, when Samson in his dying moments speaks of seeking revenge for
one of my 2 eyes
against the Philistines, it gets interesting. Some versions of this story have translated it simply as
for my 2 eyes,
and interpretations like the one of Professor Moore in the Polychrome Bible suggest Samson implies his revenge can't fully compensate for his loss. However, we think the original tale had more depth and hinted at Samson being one-eyed, similar to Woden. His heartfelt plea seems to draw from ancient stories, echoing old-world traditions.
Adonai Yahweh, remember me, and give me strength once more, Elohim, to take revenge for one of my 2 eyes on the Philistines.
The passion and the unique rhyming in this poem are quite a rare find in Hebrew literary works. Samson's final act. Like the famous heroes Heracles and Melkart, Samson's end came by his own hands. Seen as a noble sacrifice, he willingly brought down the temple of Dagon, aiming to take down many of his people's tormentors along with him. Aware that the building was crowned with Philistine leaders, with just the rooftop holding 3,000 individuals, his actions implied a significant blow to the Philistines' power. While this act didn't entirely free the Israelites, it certainly weakened the Philistines' grip on them, fulfilling the prophecy that Samson would start the liberation of Israel from the Philistines. Mythical traits of Samson. The Samson myth in the Old Testament seems to be a remnant of ancient pagan traditions, giving its stark contrast to the dominant Puritan tone of later Judaism. While the biblical narrative is usually refined and moral, the story of Samson, full of humor and mischief, deviates. Its inclusion in the canon might be due to its popularity among the Israelites and its religious undertones. Indications suggest it emerged among herdsmen opposing local farmers and authorities. Despite its sometimes crude style and weak puns, its depiction of Yahweh as an unpredictable force, activated by external factors like Samson's hair, is reminiscent of pagan lore. This portrayal of the deity as a fickle force akin to the genie or Aladdin contrasts with the typical representation of Yahweh in a monotheistic context. The story's pagan undertones are unmistakable. The numerical significance of 7, 30, and 12 in ancient texts. The inclination toward mathematical interpretations, highly prevalent in Babylon, was not as evident among the ancient Hebrews. It is thus particularly intriguing to observe the preservation of figures such as 30, representative of the monthly days, and 7, signifying the weekly days, recurring within our narratives. For instance, 30 companions accompany Samson to his nuptials, and the same number appears as the stake for his riddle and corresponds to the Philistines he defeats at Ascalon. Moreover, Delilah employs 7 bowstrings to bind Samson, and his hair is fashioned into 7 braids. Roscoff's categorization of Samson's adventures into a set of 12 is of interest, yet its deliberate intention may be questionable, rendering it too ambiguous to be utilized as a foundational argument. The numerical value of 12 holds widespread significance in Eastern traditions. Numerous instances can be observed, such as the 12 tribes of Israel, even though tribe names vary occasionally, with the tribe of Dan occasionally substituted. The list extends to 12 prophets, Christ's 12 disciples, the zodiac's 12 segments, and the division of a day into 12 distinct periods. The reverence for the number 12 can be attributed in part to its mathematical versatility, being divisible by 2, 3, and 4. Moreover, it aligns with the 12 months of the annual cycle, leading to the conceptualization of the year's events as 12 expeditions of a celestial protagonist. Yet as narratives disseminate, their inherent meanings often become obscured. Consequently, tales like those of Heracles no longer mirror the sun's annual journey, but transform into loosely linked episodes of bravery and prowess. The same evolution is evident in Samson's narrative, where potential real-life events and local influences intermingle with the primary myth, causing it to transition from a pure mythological narrative to a saga or legend. The symbolism of the lion and dragon in heroic narratives. In the renowned 12 labors of Heracles, one task involves the slaying of a lion. This act is emblematic of many Semitic solar heroes. It is particularly noteworthy that figures such as the Tyrian Melkart and the Babylonian Gilgamesh are depicted splitting a lion in half and vanquishing it weaponless, using only their hands, similar to the depiction of Samson in biblical accounts. In Greek depictions, the lion's pelt becomes a distinguishing attire for Heracles. Solar heroes from northern traditions often combat a creature or dragon, representing marshlands and mists. This motif is evident in legends like Beowulf, the tale of Siegfried, and Thor's battle with the serpent Jormungandr. However, the Samson narrative lacks this dragon combat, suggesting its antiquity. This absence also insinuates that the Samson tale remains unadulterated by Aryan influences, preserving its Semitic essence. The Greek iteration of Heracles could either stem from an Aryan solar hero, akin to Siegfried, later infused with Semitic traits, or he might have been a Semitic solar hero subsequently adapted to Greek culture. Each of these solar champions becomes emblematic of their respective cultures, while Samson personified early and prehistoric Hebrew culture. Contrasting the more refined later Judaic epochs, Heracles emerges as a quintessential Greek hero. The narrative of Samson, deeply embedded in Israelite culture, either originated within the community or was introduced at an ancient juncture. Given its age, any association with Babylonian myths would have been obscured over time. A fascinating distinction arises when comparing the expansive deeds of Heracles, a hero of a more globalized society seen as a universal savior, with the localized exploits of Samson. The latter is perceived as a liberator solely of the tribe of Dan, with all his significant actions limited to the tribe's geographical confines from his birth in Zora to his demise in Gaza. Idzubar, Gilgamesh, the Helper. It remains uncertain if the Israelites ever venerated Samson as a demigod, guardian against adversaries and calamities. Our primary source is a narrative presented in the Book of Judges, as other potential evidence has been lost to history. Gilgamesh, akin to the Greek hero Heracles, is revered as a beacon of support during hardships. One fragment, enumerated as number 1371 by Smith and featured by Haupt in his Nimrod epos, encapsulates a prayer to Gilgamesh, portraying him as an aid to the sun god. In times of illness, his name was invoked for healing. The fragment depicts a patient seeking a priest's intervention, invoking Gilgamesh, the esteemed judge,
to whom the sun god has entrusted the scepter and decision.
The text then includes a partial hymn honoring Gilgamesh, with the priest later reciting,
O Gilgamesh, potent ruler, adjudicator of terrestrial spirits, eminent chief, prime overseer of humanity, surveyor of the world's regions, guardian of the earth, commander of terrestrial affairs, judicator with divine insight, traversing the earth, advancing towards justice. Your dominion remains steadfast. Your edict is unchallenged. You summon, rule, arbitrate, and discern. The sun god bestows upon you the scepter and judgment. Royalty and leaders revere you. Monitoring their edicts, you finalize their solutions. I am, offspring of, follower of, and illness plagues me, and I seek atonement. I beseech your wisdom to resolve my plight. Deliberate upon my case. Extract the malady. Triumph over the affliction. Combat the ailment that wreaks havoc within me.
Subsequently, the priest assures the patient of the deity's compassion, hinting at a purification ritual or sacrament intended for the patient's recuperation. This fragment attests to Gilgamesh's deification, mirroring the trajectory of Heracles. Both are deemed judges and partners of the primary protector of righteousness, the sun god Shamash. The parallels between Heracles and Gilgamesh are widely accepted. Gilgamesh is often equated with Nimrod. It's plausible that features of the Gilgamesh narrative influenced the biblical Nimrod. Both are depicted as preeminent hunters, with their kingdoms rooted in
Babel and Erech and Akkad and Calneh in Shinar.
The moniker Nimrod might signify bright light. Gilgamesh's name resonates with Mithras, a deity in Mazdaism, bearing resemblances to Christianity's Christ. Mithras, translated to splendor, with numerous aspects of Mithraistic lore, suggesting his representation as the sun and the blessings associated with it. Both the Gilgamesh epic and the Heracles myth grapple with the concept of immortality. While Gilgamesh appears to fall short in his quest for eternity, the subject remains central to the narrative. Conversely, Heracles surpasses all challenges, eventually ascending to Olympus, integrating into the realm of heavenly gods. The Zodiac's influence on the Gilgamesh tale. Ever wondered why the ancient tale of Gilgamesh has 12 parts? Many experts believe that the story mirrors the sun's journey through the 12 zodiac signs. In an old Assyrian document, Professor Sayce translated the month names of that time into English. Each month was linked to a zodiac sign and its associated symbol. For March, it's the sacrifice of righteousness. April has the propitious bull, and so on until February's sowing of seed. Occasionally, an extra month, the dark month of sowing, was added every 6 years. Now let's break down the Gilgamesh story. In the part, Gilgamesh is shown as a king, which is often compared to a ram in old texts. This fits the zodiac sign of Aries for March. Some ancient records even describe March as the sacrifice of righteousness, implying a ram offered as a sacrifice, much like how ancient Babylonians and Jews had significant offerings during this time. You can see the image right now showing you kind of an example of each month connecting to a zodiac. In the story's second part, a character named Enkidu, depicted as a walking bull, represents Taurus for April. The third part portrays the strong bond between Gilgamesh and Enkidu, symbolizing the twins, or Gemini, for May. The adventure continues, with events in the story aligning with the zodiac signs of the months. From the Virgo representation in Gilgamesh's interactions with the goddess Ishtar to a scorpion man in November hinting at Sagittarius. Aquarius, for January, stands out. An old text speaks of a god lingering in the constellation of Gula. This zodiac sign often represents water. The images of a person pouring water or just a container. Interestingly, in the 11th part of the Gilgamesh story, there's a great flood narrated by Utnapishtim, who is akin to Noah from the Bible. But the story doesn't just end with a flood. Gilgamesh continues his quest, seeking wisdom about life and death, mirroring age-old beliefs about the afterlife. While some tablets of this epic are fragmented, making the full interpretation a bit tricky, the parallels between the story and the zodiac cycle are fascinating. The Gilgamesh tale not only entertains, but also offers a glimpse into ancient views on the cosmos and our place in it. Immortality. Samson, Heracles, and Gilgamesh. Each hero's myths tell us about ancient beliefs on life and death, but with some stark differences. Starting with Samson, his story stands apart from the other two. While many heroes in ancient myths venture into the underworld and return, Samson's tale ends with his demise. Heracles and Gilgamesh, on the other hand, share a similar thirst for immortality. Both go to great lengths in their respective quests. For instance, Gilgamesh, mourning the death of his close friend Enkidu, embarks on a journey to a place where no one returns. He's stopped at the coast by the Queen of the Sea, who tells him that only the sun god Shamash has ever sailed across the vast ocean. But Gilgamesh doesn't give up. With the help of a boatman named Ered Ea, he reaches the Isles of the Blessed. There, he communicates with Enkidu, who offers insights into the afterlife. He warns that some truths might be too unsettling, but assures Gilgamesh that souls receiving proper burial rites rest peacefully. Gilgamesh's journey further leads him to discover a life-renewing plant, though he unfortunately loses it to a serpent. Similarly, Heracles faces his share of challenges. In his search for the life-giving apples of Hesperides, he needs to cross a vast ocean. With the sun god's favor lending him a boat, Heracles completes his quest. The endgame? After their adventures, both Gilgamesh and Heracles attain godlike statuses, but unlike them, Samson's story ends with his earthly life. In essence, these age-old tales reflect humanity's ageless quest for understanding life, death, and the potential of the hereafter. Dr. Paul goes into several other areas of mythical comparison. This was all published in 1907, and our philology has come a long way in understanding the names of characters. Much of what he said is thought-provoking, and I'm not really certain all of the connections he makes are certain, or if they're coincidental. But it really is cool to go back in time a little and hear what some scholars thought when it came to Samson. Dr. Karas goes on to explain how he sees Samson's story was cleaned up by a later scribe. They removed his resurrection scene. Samson is another solar deity who should always have a resurrection or ascension to the heavens as the sun always returns. He covers the descent of Dionysus to the underworld, the Phoenician Melkart, Osiris, Siegfried, the German hero, Buddha, Jesus as one who enters the temple which would be destroyed as Samson destroyed the temple of Dagon, and how both Samson and Jesus were made to spectacle by their enemies. And of course he compares Samson and Heracles in more depth. Many of the statements he makes for the extremely ancient aspects of the Samson myth, I find personally, Derek Lambert on MythVision, could easily be reasoned to actually have come after the more mythical counterparts. The further back we look pertaining to the myths, there was far less rationalizing of the stories. While there probably was a much more mythical version of Samson, the story we see in our Bibles tends to give off a very euhemerized flavor. This tends to make me see a late Persian, early Hellenistic period for its final version. However, I want to take us into the future because you might be surprised to find that experts in the field actually see excellent reasons to compare Samson to Heracles. In fact, these two characters are so closely comparable that it would seem a bit ridiculous not to think one is influencing the other. Biblical literalists who demand Samson is historical still need to face the monsters of Melkart and Gilgamesh. But for this documentary, I suggest that the author of Samson took notes from the Greek Heracles, even if Heracles was initially a Semitic import of Gilgamesh into the Greek culture.
The Legends of Samson Heracles, 1987.
Now I turn to Dr. Othniel Margolith's work on Samson, which compares Heracles and Samson in depth. Let's dive in, my friends. Heroic submission to female power. Many scholars have drawn attention to the thematic parallels between Heracles' subjugation by Deianira and Samson's entrapment by Delilah. Nonetheless, a closer scrutiny reveals that this association may be more superficial than profound, overlooking the intrinsic dynamics of each narrative. In the biblical context, Delilah emerges as a conniving figure, profiting from her deceit. Contrastingly, Deianira is portrayed as an unwitting agent of tragedy, whose inadvertent actions spring from the genuine affection and culminate in her tragic self-destruction. A more appropriate parallel for Delilah might be figures such as Scylla or Cometho. A recurring theme across mythologies is the hero's diminishment or emasculation due to female machinations. Another episode from Heracles' life illustrates this: his subordination under Queen Omphale. Similarly, Samson's dalliance with Delilah leads to a symbolic representation of his power being constrained, as suggested by the biblical verse, "Awaked out of his sleep and went away with the pin of the beam and with the web." Judges 16:13-14. Such imagery resonates with the societal perceptions of weaving as a feminine domain, Penelope in Greek mythology, and underscores the hero's demeaning position. This is further intensified by the Deuteronomistic injunction against men donning female attire, Deuteronomy 22:5. Analyzing the biblical narrative, one encounters inconsistencies. Samson recurrently finds himself in compromising positions, oblivious to the lurking Philistines. Given the spatial limitations of dwelling from the era, as deduced from archaeological excavations, typically 2 rooms measuring approximately 9 by 12 feet, Samson's repetitive oversight seems implausible. The narrative reaches its crescendo with Samson's hair, the source of his strength, being cut while he rests on Delilah's lap. A comparable scenario unfolds in Greek mythology. Heracles, under the influence of Queen Omphale, is depicted in a subjugated role, engaging in traditionally feminine tasks, only to later break free from this enchantment. A consistent motif in both narratives is the hero's ability to effortlessly break physical restraints. In the biblical account, Samson, though bound, breaks free and proceeds to vanquish a multitude, as evidenced in Judges 15:13-15. A parallel can be drawn with Heracles, who, when ensnared by Pharaoh's minions and led to be sacrificed, overpowers them in a display of his unparalleled strength. This is noted in Apollodorus. The mighty club. Samson in biblical lore utilizes a seemingly rudimentary weapon, an ass's jawbone he randomly finds on a mountain peak, Judges 15:9-6. The narrative emphasizes the spontaneous choice of this tool, much like how Heracles from Greek mythology transforms an olive sapling into a formidable weapon. While the mighty club theme is prevalent in myths, including Canaanite stories, its representation varies. In Canaanite tales, the clubs Baal uses to overpower Yam are uniquely different from those wielded by Samson and Heracles. Baal's clubs are intricately crafted by the deity Hathor and Hasis, and possess inherent divine magic. The power of these clubs stems from their enchantment, not from the extraordinary might of their handler. This is a stark contrast to Samson and Heracles, who impressively wield everyday items with superhuman strength, rendering them lethal. Heracles, in particular, is known to use his olive sapling not just as a weapon, but also as a multi-purpose tool, even fashioning an oar from a tree. In the same vein, Samson's utilization of the jawbone extends beyond combat. He employs it to unearth a water source, Judges 15:17-19. Interestingly, similar motifs of characters using natural objects with unmatched strength have persisted across cultures in time. By the 12th century, Central Europe had legends of figures with the capability to uproot trees, as seen in various art forms and locations like Pécs, Remagen, Alspach, Limburg, and Mainfeld. In essence, the tales of Samson and Heracles offer a fascinating study in how mythological heroes can imbue ordinary items with extraordinary power, in contrast to tales where the power is inherent in the object itself. Samson and Heracles destroy lions barehanded. In a concise account, the biblical narrative recounts an unparalleled feat by Samson, wherein he tears apart a lion with his own hands. Judges 14:5-6. Although figures like David and Benaiah ben Jehoiada are credited with lion slayings, 1 Samuel 17, 2 Samuel 23, 1 Chronicles 11, respectively, the term slew suggests the use of weapons. Notably, in various artworks from Assyria and Egypt, divinities or kings are often depicted dispatching lions. However, these portrayals typically showcased armed hunters. The distinguishing features of the Samson and Heracles tales are they are unarmed combats, and the events tied to matrimonial endeavors. Such a narrative, vanquishing a lion without weaponry within matrimonial contexts, is unprecedented in the Bible, Canaanite, and Mesopotamian mythos. Yet, in Greek mythology, there are parallels. Admetos tamed a lion without arms to win Alcestis' hand. Orion subdued wild beast for Eros' hand. Pylus strangled a lion to win Cucnus' favor. Certain stories magnify these feats, transforming lions into monstrous creatures. For instance, Oedipus outwitted the lion-formed Sphinx with only words to wed the queen. Bellerophon defeated the lion-faced Chimera prior to marrying Philonoe. Heracles, to win over Thespius' 50 daughters, choked a lion at Cytherion without weapons. A variant tale claims Alcetus killed this lion to wed Megara. Heracles' triumph over the Nemean lion is notable, as he did so with nothing in his hands, which mirrors Judges 14:6. Though the biblical narrative contains internal inconsistencies, it shouldn't be interpreted strictly as a historical record. For instance, discrepancies exist in Samson's interactions with the woman in Timnath and the role of his parents. These inconsistencies have prompted various interpretations, ranging from the suggestion that the story is a composite of multiple tells to the idea that listeners and readers of that era weren't perturbed by such contradictions, understanding the tale as legend, not factual history. Central to this legend is the motif of a hero en route to his wedding, traditionally overcoming a fierce beast without any tools or weapons. This image emphasizes the link to other legends where bridegrooms, weaponless, defeat lions, distinguishing them from the other lion slayers like David.
The mythological parallels of gates and pillars.
The narrative of Samson is riddled with curious tales, one of which portrays him transporting the doors of the Gaza city gate, along with their supporting posts, atop his shoulders to a hill near Hebron, Judges 16:3. Archaeological evidence dispels the possibility of this being a literal city. The city gates unearthed from the period typically comprise two monolithic posts, dovetailed with massive monolithic lintels and thresholds upon which a significant portion of the wall depended. To remove the gate doors, with their bar and all, one would need to detach the lintel, inevitably collapsing the city wall. These seemingly fantastical narratives often serve etiological functions, elucidating the etymology of certain places or heroes. A hallmark of these tales is their conclusion with phrases like, "and they named it him." However, the tale of Gaza's city gates lacks this characteristic denouement and doesn't seem to be rooted in etiology. It leaves readers puzzled about Samson's intentions in transporting the gates and his subsequent actions upon reaching the hill. Given that the narrative includes the posts, one can surmise that Samson perhaps erected them on the hill. Thus, the evocative image of the hero positioning a city gate's doorposts on a summit with doors draped over his shoulders likely forms the core of this legend. Strikingly, this imagery resonates with Greek lore, specifically with Heracles, who guarded the Olympus gates and often held them open for tardy deities. Both Samson and Heracles have mythological associations with pillars. Samson is depicted amidst two foundational pillars in Dagon's temple, and Heracles is shown establishing his iconic pillars The Samson account mentions a gathering of thousands atop the temple roof, which remains archaeologically unfounded, as no infrastructure from that era could accommodate such a crowd, especially not with dual central posts. These descriptions instead evoke the renowned frescoes from Knossos' palace, where two pillars often frame sanctuaries, and throngs of observers populate palace terraces. This context also gives rise to the image of Heracles brandishing a pillar in each hand. Riddles. The story of the riddle is as integral to the legend of Samson as the tale of the torch-tailed foxes. Like the latter, it poses several questions due to its inconsistency with the biblical world. However, unlike the foxes story, many of these questions have already been raised and discussed, and can be summarized as, is the riddle a common literary form in the Bible, or is this instance unique? Does the riddle qualify as a riddle within the definition of this literary form? In what language or common terms of communication did Samson and his listeners converse? It's essential to determine if the word riddle used in the story correctly translates the term hid. The word hid appears 9 times in the Bible, 8 of which suggest it pertains to aphorisms, not demanding an answer, such as Solomon and the Queen of Sheba's interaction. Various references in Habakkuk, Psalms, Proverbs, Daniel, and Numbers. In these instances, the King James Bible translates them as dark sayings, proverb, or similar terms. Only in Samson's story does a riddle genuinely mean a question and answer format, a literary form otherwise unknown in the Bible. True riddles rely on the listener already possessing the knowledge of the answer, even if it's not at the forefront of their mind. An inquiry outside the listener's knowledge isn't a riddle, as guessing its meaning or answer is impossible. Samson's riddle's answer was bees hive in a lion's carcass and produce honey, a concept frequently disputed as bees don't typically reside in carcasses. While some argue this might have been a one-time event, others assert that the riddle wasn't solvable without knowing specific circumstances. Additionally, some interpretations and translations around carcasses and insects have been debunked. Thus, in its presented form, Samson's riddle doesn't fit the traditional understanding of a riddle. Attempts have been made to explain this paradox by discarding the concept of riddle and interpreting the story as part of the mythological cycle related to a sun hero. This cycle can be traced back to ancient mythology. The classical myth, most frequently referenced in relation to Samson's bees hiving in a lion's carcass, is the tale by Virgil concerning Aristeus, the son of the nymph Cyrene by Apollo. When Aristeus's bees left him, he made sacrifices to Zeus, who in turn sent him a new swarm. Some also refer to the story of Onisilus, in whose skull bees made their hive. Herodotus 5:114. A discrepancy arises in these accounts. The Greek myths referred to a skull or an ox's carcass, while the Bible mentions a lion. This distinction was rationalized by Stan, who suggested that both myths deal with sun heroes. Since both the ox and the lion are revered by the sun god, the two narratives can be seen as parallels. This argument seems circular. The solar attributes of the ox and the lion are selectively emphasized, while others are disregarded. These links are then used as evidence that both tales are sun myths and both protagonists are sun heroes, sidestepping the main issue. The critical inquiry should be about the cultural context of Samson's riddle. What common folk tales and traditions did both Samson and the Philistines know that contained the answer? Bees hiving in a carcass. It's unlikely such a myth sprouted in Mesopotamian culture, as they lacked beekeeping practices. This is supported by an inscription from Shamash Resh Usur, the governor of Mari in the 18th century BCE, who bragged about introducing beekeeping to his nation. However, indications of this culture were sparse, suggesting limited success. While the Hittites and the Egyptians recognized the bee, it held no place in their myths. Conversely, Greek myths frequently associate bees with carcasses and often attribute significance to bees. The Cretan Zeus was cared for in childhood by the daughters of Milesius, a bee god. Additionally, Melissa was the title given to priestesses of Artemis, Ceres, and Delphi. The Philistines, with roots in the Minoan Mycenaean world, would likely know the tale of Aristeus and bees swarming a carcass. It's essential to realize that for Samson to form a riddle around this association, he too would have to be acquainted with it. Moreover, those who passed on these early narratives and their audience had to know this story. Otherwise, the entire tale would make no sense to them, as it would contradict natural occurrences. They also needed to recognize the literary form called riddle, akin to the renowned Greek riddle posed by the Sphinx to Oedipus. Although everyone knew the answer, only Oedipus made the connection. In summary, the narrator and listeners, the compiler of biblical tales, and the editor had to be versed in this particular literary style, which is rare in the Bible, as well as familiar with the Aristeus myth. Y. Yaden noted that the tribe of Dan, where Samson belonged, communicated in terms, concepts, myths, and beliefs shared with the Philistines and recognized by later generations of Israelites. The shared language might be what Nehemiah criticized when he remarked that the returned exiles in Judea and their offspring spoke half in the speech of Ashdod, Nehemiah 13:24. Another integral part of the legend of Samson is the story of his magic locks, which granted him supernatural abilities. This power, intrinsically linked with the locks, vanished when they're cut and reappeared with their regrowth. Samson's own words clarify this. "If I be shaven, I shall become weak and be like any man," Judges 16:17. "When the hair of his head began to grow again after he was shaven," 16:22. "He prays and strengthened me only this once," 16:28. "And the returned strength enabled him to topple a temple large enough to host 3,000 people on its roof." From the statement, "I shall become like any man," it's evident that both he and the biblical storyteller, as well as the audience, perceive Samson as more than human. This is reminiscent of Adam and Eve's potential superhumanity upon consuming the forbidden fruit. "That in the day ye eat thereof, ye shall be as gods," Genesis 3:5. "And the Lord God said, Behold, the man is become as one of us," 3:22. The Bible emphasizes Samson's exceptional nature, detailing his divine conception and his status as a Nazir, Judges 13:5. Yet commentators note that Samson's life starkly contrasts the Nazir as described in Numbers 6:2-19. Even traditional rabbinical sources like Radak acknowledge the unusual aspect of Samson regaining his powers despite being defiled by carcasses, which seems to contradict his Nazirite status. To better understand, let's compare the main points of the Nazir's rules with Samson's life. Let's take a look at this side-by-side graph between Numbers 6 and Judges 13-16. On the left, the Nazir is an adult who decides to abstain from certain things for a defined period. On the right, the Lord's angel designates the unborn child to be a Nazir until his death. Again, Numbers 6:3. The Nazir must abstain from consuming vine products and avoid defilement by carcasses. On the right, the Nazir's mother must abstain from vine products and avoid defilement by unclean entities. On the left, if defiled, the Nazir shaves his nezer, hair, forelock, lets it grow back. This act doesn't affect his abilities or status. On the right, consumption of honey from a carcass defiles him, but no purification is needed. Cutting the Nazir takes away the Nazir's powers and status. Numbers 6:18-19. At the decided period's conclusion, the Nazir shaves the nezer and offers it to God, ceasing to be a Nazir. On the right, the reemergence of the Nezer restores his remarkable powers and status. He is destined to be a Nazir until his demise. From the biblical records, it appears that the traditions of number 6 weren't strictly followed in Israel. For example, Amos 2:11-12 indicates Nazirs were told to avoid wine, but there's no mention of their hair or any supernatural strength. The Rechabites' wine abstinence in Jeremiah 35 isn't associated with the Nazirim, and although they abstained from birth like Samson, hair cutting isn't referenced. Meanwhile, Jeremiah 7:29 cites the growing of Nazir as a mere secular tradition, with the term Nazir metaphorically used for vine shoots in Leviticus 25. The term generally denotes flowing locks in biblical mentions. It also refers to the crown of the high priest, Exodus 29:6, and the king, 2 Samuel 1, Psalms 132, 2 Kings 11, Psalms 89. There isn't a specific instance in the Bible where a vow of abstinence is taken while growing a nezer, or to offer it as a sacrifice. However, it can be inferred that such customs existed, or else the laws in number 6 would lack context. The account of Absalom's annual haircutting and its valuation at 200 shekels, 2 Samuel 14:26, might hint at such a sacrificial practice. Kaufman's proposal that Judges 5:2 pertains to a tradition of growing a nazir as part of a warrior purification and dedication is questionable. He cites Samson as proof, then employs the same argument to label Samson as a dedicated warrior. The claim about Samuel, "There shall no razor come on his head," 1 Samuel 1:11, and "as long as he lives, he shall be lent to the Lord," 1:28, doesn't clearly indicate his Nazirite status or adherence to relevant rituals. This aligns with the biblical portrayal of Samson, who celebrates with the Philistines for 7 days, Judges 14:10, 12, and 17, consumes honey from a lion's carcass, 14:8-9, and interacts with the bodies of those he's killed, 14:9, 15:15, without needing to shave his nazir as mandated in number 6. In fact, he mustn't shave it, as doing so would strip him of his extraordinary abilities. From this, it's evident the author's intent wasn't to narrate the story of a Nazirite as outlined in number 6. Instead, it tells of an individual adorned with a miraculous nazir of hair, distinct from other biblical references, granting him superhuman powers as long as it wasn't cut. Even Kaufman concedes that the story's aim is to depict a remarkable individual, reminiscent of ancient legendary heroes, whose magical prowess was linked to their uncut locks. Hence, Samson's questionable actions are overlooked as long as they don't threaten his hair. Biblically, the concept of a hero with superhuman attributes is unique. Other figures like Joshua, David, Joab, Gideon, and even Saul, who, when he stood among the people, was higher from his shoulders and upward, 1 Samuel 10:23, are portrayed as merely human, while adversaries like Goliath, measuring 6 cubits and a span, 1 Samuel 17:4, his kin with 24 fingers and toes, 1 Chronicles 20, verse 6, and Og of Bashan with the bed 9 cubits in length, Deuteronomy 3:11, are depicted as extraordinary. They aren't superhuman. Even the narrative of Moses raising his hand, enabling Israel to defeat enemies at Rephidim, Exodus 17:11, doesn't parallel the wondrous hair of Samson. The concept of magic hair is unfamiliar in Eastern mythology, although in Mari there was the belief that a lock of a man's hair and the corner of his cloak, if possessed by another man, would grant the latter magical power to harm its owner. This is significantly different from the idea that uncut magical hair bestows superhuman strength upon its bearer. However, this motif can be identified in Greek mythology. Number 1. Nissus, the king of Megara, remained unbeatable as long as his magical hair was undamaged. But when his daughter Scylla, infatuated with his foe King Minos, sliced him during his sleep, his might disappeared, leading to his capture by Minos. Number 2. Terelos, king of Teleboe and a grandson of Poseidon, was rendered immortal due to his magical hair. His daughter Cametio, enamored with his enemy King Amphitryon, trimmed his hair, bringing about his downfall. Polydorus 2:4-7. Legend states that during Amphitryon's distraction, Zeus had a romantic night with the queen, prolonging it by halting the sun and moon, leading to the birth of Heracles. Number 3. Apollo's titles, golden-haired and never shorn, Homer, Iliad 20:39, are explicit and signify the sacred significance of this embellishment, as does the tradition where Poseidon bestows it upon his grandson Terelos. Number 4. A less familiar tale about Heracles mentions him losing both his bushy hair and his mystical powers after being consumed by a well, where he remained for 3 days. Lycophron, Alexander 36-7. Coincidentally, the parallel biblical tale of a hero inside a well for 3 days is located in Jaffa, the city of Perseus, Heracles' great-grandfather, and Andromeda, which is in the heart part of Philistia. Recent excavations nearby have unearthed a Mycenaean-type temple showcasing the cultural connections of the Philistines with Mycenae. Number 5. The iconic depiction of Heracles donning the maned head of a Nemean lion, resembling a helmet of wild-growing hair, might stem from his efforts to conceal his baldness. Polydorus 2:4-10, Euripides' Madness of Heracles. Number 6. The incognito god Dionysus, when threatened by King Pentheus with having his hair cut, resorted to, "My hair is sacred, my locks are divine." Euripides' Bacchae 494-6. The tradition of letting one's hair grow after taking an oath and then offering it to a deity is cited by Herodotus 434. He states that young men would cut and offer their hair to Apollo on Delos as a coming-of-age rite. Similar to the legends of the foxes, referenced as note earlier on. And the riddle, the tale of Samson's locks, represent a theme not originating from Canaanite or West Semitic mythological concepts, but from the Minoan Mycenaean realm. This narrative, like the others, was likely borrowed from the Philistines by the Danites and incorporated into their tribal narratives.
A divine father.
Let's connect the dots back to something suggested at the beginning with Dr. Yair Zilkovich, and now with Dr. Othniel Margalith, pertaining to Samson's parentage, and tie that into other myths. The narrative of Samson's conception and birth, Judges 13:2-24, encompasses elements typical to myths regarding the birth of heroes. The sterile mother, the intervention of a supernatural, often divine entity, and the ensuing miraculous birth. There are various such tales in the Bible. An angel informs Abraham, "I shall return to you in due season, and lo, Sarah your wife shall have a son." Now Abraham and Sarah were old. Sarah no longer had her menstrual periods. So Sarah laughed to herself, thinking, "Now that I am worn out and my husband is old, will I have pleasure?" The Lord then asks Abraham, "Why did Sarah laugh? Is anything too hard for the Lord? At the appointed time I will return to you, and Sarah shall have a son." Genesis 18:10-14. The Lord dealt with Sarah as he had promised. Sarah conceived and bore Abraham a son in his old age, at the time God had stated. Genesis 21:1-2. From the beginning of this narrative, the Lord appeared to Abraham, Genesis 17:1. And from 17:15, and God said to Abraham, it is evident that this is a theophany. Verse 19's God said, "Sarah your wife shall bear unto you a son," presents both a divine foretelling and assurance in 18:4. The speaker unmistakably refers to himself with, "Is anything too hard for the Lord?" This is clearly a miraculous birth through a divine act against nature's laws. In Genesis 25:21, Isaac pleaded with the Lord on behalf of his wife because she was barren, and the Lord responded to his plea, and his wife, Rebekah, conceived. There's no indication that Isaac played a role in this conception. Rachel, too, was barren, Genesis 29:31. Unlike the former cases, Jacob was capable of impregnating his wife, yet he exclaims, "Am I in God's place?" God's intervention was needed for Joseph's birth, but not for Benjamin's. Within mythological thought, it's common to attribute divine paternity to the fathers of the nation, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, and miraculous conception to their mothers. Genesis 6:2-4 speaks of entire generations of demigods. The sons of God saw that the daughters of men were fair and took them as wives. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God cohabited with the daughters of men who bore them offspring. They were the heroes of old, the men of renown. The term cohabited implies sexual relations, and also afterward indicates that such heroes were not limited to one generation. It's noteworthy that even in medieval times, traditional commentators generally accepted this concept. In addition to the patriarchs, such legends were associated with other heroes, including the stories of Hannah and Manoah's wife. Hannah's story, 1 Samuel 1:2, is akin to Rachel's. In it, Hannah, like Rachel, is barren until divine intervention. Many commentators believe Hannah's tale was originally about King Saul's birth. With an evident etiological intent, the narrative suggests divine paternity and miraculous conception for the nation's first king, a motif familiar in ancient mythology, contrasting with the portrayal of the final judge. In light of this context, we can comprehend the statement of Manoah's wife, who was barren and did not bear, Judges 13:2. When she says to her husband, "A man of God came to me," in verse 6, to, quote, come to, end quote, a woman in the Bible denotes cohabitation, as demonstrated in the tales of Hagar, the progenitor of the Ishmaelites, Genesis 16:4. Lot's daughters, who are the foremothers of Moab and Ammon, Genesis 19:31-32. Leah and Rachel, 29:23-30-31, and Bilhah, 30, verse 3. The matriarchs of the Israelite tribes, Bathshua and Tamar, Genesis 38, 2-3, 8-9, 15-18. Founders of the Judahite family, and Bathsheba, the mother of the Davidic dynasty, 2 Samuel 11, 4-5, 12-24. Aholabah and Aholah, representing Judah and Israel, Ezekiel 23:44. And the, quote, neighbor's wife, end quote, Proverbs 6:29-32. This term is utilized similarly in the account of Samson and the prostitute from Gaza, Judges 16:1-3. Historically, readers and narrators interpreted Manoah's wife's story in this manner. Notably, after their second meeting, Manoah himself perceived his wife's words in this light. Quote, "Look, the man that visited me the other day," end quote, verse 10. Furthermore, Manoah was unaware of the visitor's extraordinary identity. Quote, "Came to the man and asked, 'Are you the man?' He replied, 'I am,'" end quote, verse 11. Quote, "For Manoah did not know he was an angel of the Lord," end quote, verse 16. The titles, quote, "man of God," end quote, and messenger of God did not inherently suggest a supernatural essence, and it was only after witnessing the theophany in verses 21-22 that Manoah grasped the divine identity of the guests. Thus, the narrative underscores the tale of a divine entity in human form cohabiting with a woman, resulting in the birth of a child. This child then joins the ranks of the, quote, men of old, men of renown, end quote, previously mentioned. This idea, prevalent in ancient times and rooted in Canaanite mythology, is emphasized in how Josephus recounts the story, reflecting the perceptions of his era. His version suggests that Manoah doubted his wife's fidelity with a stranger. The narrator and the audience recognized that the visitor did more than just announce. While the biblical narrator aims to demythologize the tales of Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Hannah, presenting divine intervention as a miracle, his portrayal in the Samson story is stark, realistic, and almost pagan. Consequently, the Samson narrative stands out from the rest, showcasing a realistic perspective towards the mysterious forces. This perspective diverges from the Canaanite tradition, where the children of El by a mortal woman are deemed gods, namely Shakar and Shalem, while Samson remains human. Nevertheless, this aligns closely with Greek mythology, where gods frequently parent human heroes without much ado. The myth of Samson, the mortal son of a divine father and a Danite woman, is mirrored by the tales of a divine father and a Danaid mother, which come in two versions. A. Heracles was born when Zeus approached Alcmene, the wife of Amphitryon and granddaughter of Perseus, the Danaid. B. Perseus came into existence when Zeus approached Danae, the daughter of Acrisius and the great-granddaughter of Danaus, who is the namesake of the Danaans. Moreover, several legends about these two Greek heroes have biblical parallels. Acrisius, Danae's father, grappled with his twin brother in their mother's womb, similar to Jacob, Dinah's father, Genesis 25:22-26, and Perez, Genesis 38:28-30. Perseus, the Danaid, traveled to Egypt, then Jaffa, by saving the Ethiopian princess Adramydia. He then became the king of this city. This tale corresponds with the recent discovery of a significant Philistine city and the tribe of Dan, originating from Egypt, which settled in the vicinity of Jaffa. To ease Zeus's interactions with Alcmene, Hermes, following King Zeus's command, made the sun and moon stand still, a story that reminds one of Joshua's achievements at Ajalon, Joshua 10:12-13. Within the domain of the Dan tribe, Joshua 19:43. The origins of these tales seem to trace back to Mycenae, and they subsequently became a shared cultural legacy of the Greeks in the Aegean region. Dan was not born to the primary mother of the nation, but a maid, similar to Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. However, unlike them, he was born, quote, on Rachel's knees, end quote, Genesis 33, making him Rachel's son, quote, and she shall bear upon my knees that I may have children by her, verse 3. And Rachel said, God hath judged me and hath also heard my voice and hath given me a son, end quote. Birth on someone's knees in antiquity symbolized the act of adoption, and it was a familiar custom among the Hittites and continued until recent times in Bosnia, Bulgaria, and Turkey, regions that were part of the ancient Greek world. The Bible provides several examples of such adoptions. Jacob adopted Ephraim and Manasseh, and now thy two sons Ephraim and Manasseh are mine, as Reuben and Simeon, they shall be mine. Genesis 48:5-6. And Joseph brought them out from between his, Jacob's, knees. Verse 12. Joseph adopts Machir's children. The children also of Machir, son of Manasseh, were born upon Joseph's knees. Genesis 50:23. And Naomi took the child and laid it in her bosom, and her neighbors gave it a name, saying, there is a son born to Naomi. Ruth 4:16-17. It's commonly believed that these stories intended to explain why Ephraim and Manasseh received portions equal to Jacob's sons, and why Manasseh had two portions, one on each side of the Jordan. The story of Ruth's son signifies his adoption by a Judean mother, making him, and crucially his descendant David, a legitimate member of the tribe of Judah, despite having a Moabite mother. This would have been problematic as per Deuteronomy 23 verse 4. Interestingly, a preserved story of adoption positions Dan as the legal firstborn of Rachel, making him equal with Judah, who rose in rank after Jacob's disapproval of Reuben, Simeon, and Levi in Genesis 49. Only the rule in Deuteronomy 21:15-17 challenges his top rank. Notably, there's a similar legend about Heracles, who after emerging from between Hera's knees was adopted and became a fully recognized member of his father's family. At first glance, the account of Manoah's sacrifice, Judges 13:16-22, appears as a simple narrative of a miraculous sacrifice. However, upon closer examination, it stands out from stories like that of Gideon, Judges 6:21. In Gideon's narrative, a magical fire ignited by the touch of the Lord's angel emanates from a rock to consume the sacrifice, after which the angel disappears. In contrast, for Manoah, the fire is naturally lit by a human, verse 19, and amidst its flames, the man, who is the hero's father, ascends to heaven, as observed, and Manoah and his wife looked on it. And Manoah said unto his wife, we have seen God. This depicts the vision of a divine figure ascending through the flames, revealing his divine nature, a theophany as expressed by Manoah, for we have seen God. Such a theophany is neither found in the Bible nor in Canaanite legends, but is present in the tales of Heracles. In these tales, Heracles concludes his life on a pyre ignited by his son, ascending amidst the flames to offer a magnificent spectacle. Although the Greek legend showcases the hero's theophany witnessed by his son, while the Samson narrative focuses on the hero's father, this difference doesn't undermine the story's similarity. Myths are known to be attributed differently across time, places, and characters within the same narrative cycle, such as fathers and sons. The Bible provides several examples. The narrative involving Abraham, Sarah, and Pharaoh in Genesis 12:10-20 is repeated with Abraham, Sarah, and Abimelech in Genesis 20. Yet in Genesis 26:6-11, it concerns Isaac, Rebekah, and Abimelech. The story narrated about Elijah in 1 Kings 17:14-16 is mirrored in Elisha's story in 2 Kings 4:1-7. Similarly, the resurrection of the child, 1 Kings 17:18-23, and 2 Kings 4:17-21, 32-36, and the tales about the purification of the water, 2 Kings 2:19-22, and the stew, 2 Kings 4:38-41, are variations of the the same theme. Thus, the episode of Samson's ancestor ascending to the heavens amidst the altar flames could be seen as a parallel to Heracles' ascent to Olympus through the pyre flames on Mount Ota, observed by his son.
It's obviously from Heracles.
Dr. Philip Vagenbaum 2011 and Russell Gamirkin 2017. Another fun read is the 2011 book Argonauts of the Desert by Philip Vagenbaum, where he covers endless examples of parallels to the Greek world and the Bible. He highlights how most scholars want to highlight parallels to Orientalist sources rather than to Greek ones. Russell Gamirkin, in his book Plato and the Creation of the Hebrew Bible 2017, takes aim at this problem, highlighting shared literary and legal traditions which need explaining on how they appear in the biblical texts. Here's a summary of what he says on page 3 in that book. In the study of ancient legal systems, scholars have observed connections between Greek and biblical legal traditions. This posed a challenge to the prevailing belief that the biblical law collections predated Greek influence in the Eastern Mediterranean. Comparisons between Greek and Jewish historical narratives, prophetism, and cultural institutions also raised difficulties. Consequently, scholars developed strategies to explain Greek legal and literary features in biblical texts before the Hellenistic period. Typological parallels between Greek and Jewish traditions were increasingly criticized in comparative studies. Scholars began to emphasize the methodological validity of comparison only when cultures or literatures were geographically close and temporarily proximate, allowing for direct or mediated flows of ideas. However, this approach faced challenges when applied to Greek comparative studies because it restricted possible influences to a historical period before Alexander the Great's conquest and significant Greek-Jewish interactions. To address the issue of apparent Greek influences on biblical writings before Greek arrival in the East, scholars proposed various explanations. One common solution was to suggest the existence of intermediary groups that transmitted Greek ideas to the East, such as Greek and Cretan troops with King David, or Greek mercenaries in the Negev. Others proposed included Phoenicians or Philistines as intermediaries. However, the idea of direct interactions between the educated elites of the Greek and Jewish worlds before Alexander's conquests or the transmission of Greek writings to Jewish readers through intermediaries was not seriously considered as a feasible channel for the exchange of complex legal and literary traditions. An alternative approach was offered by legal scholar Raymond Westbrook, who hypothesized the existence of a shared Eastern Mediterranean legal culture encompassing Greek, Roman, Hittite, Babylonian, Assyrian, and biblical legal traditions. Westbrook argued that despite geographical distance, these regions were part of the same historical stream. Although Westbrook's theory faced criticism, it encouraged ongoing research into shared legal traditions, adopted by some biblical researchers engaging in comparative studies with Greek legal materials. A significant criticism of Westbrook's theory was its reliance on the assumption of shared Greek and biblical legal traditions dating back to archaic times, which might have actually emerged in Hellenistic era biblical literature, creating a circular argument. While the convergence of Greek and biblical legal elements is accepted today, the mechanism for this shared tradition and the timing of Greek influence on the biblical authors remain subjects of debate. The reference to the Temple of Heracles, Melkart at Tyre, in approximately 175 BCE, as documented in 2 Maccabees 4:18-20, provides a valuable historical marker illuminating the Hellenistic milieu within which certain biblical narratives were situated. 2 Maccabees 4:18-20. On the occasion of the quadrennial games at Tyre in the presence of the king, the vile Jason sent an embassy of the Antiochists from Jerusalem, taking with them 300 silver drachmas for the sacrifice to Hercules. But even those who brought the money did not think it would be right to spend it on the sacrifice and decided to reserve it for some other item of expenditure. And so what the sender had intended for the sacrifice to Hercules was in fact applied at the suggestion of those who brought it to the construction of Triremes. This passage details an event where Jason, operating as a representative of the Antiochists from Jerusalem, sought to allocate 300 silver drachmas for the purpose of offering a sacrifice to Hercules during the quadrennial games at Tyre, held in the presence of the king. However, an intriguing twist in the narrative emerges as the individuals entrusted with the funds reconsidered their allocation, ultimately redirecting them towards the construction of Triremus. This episode serves as a testament to the interplay of Hellenistic cultural influences, financial priorities, and political dynamics in the region. Notably, this episode also underscores the architectural parallels between the Temple of Melkart in Tyre and the Jewish Temple, both featuring prominent pillars. Subsequently, during the Maccabean War, as narrated in 1 Maccabees 10:82-85, the Temple of Dagon in Ashdod, known as Azotus in Greek, another pivotal religious site in the region, was razed by Simon Maccabee. 1 Maccabee 10:82-85. Simon sent his own troops into attack against the phalanx, which he cut to pieces and routed. The cavalry scattered over the plain and fled to Azotus, where they took sanctuary in Beth Dagon, the temple of their idol. Jonathan, however, set fire to Azotus and the surrounding towns, plundered them, and burned down the temple of Dagon, with all the fugitives who had crowded into it. The enemy losses, counting those who fell by the sword and those burnt to death, totaled about 8,000 men. This act of destruction, accompanied by the considerable loss of life, reaffirms the historical awareness of the significant Phoenician religious centers during the Hellenistic era. Furthermore, the mention of Greeks referring to foxes as lamporus, due to their distinctive bushy red tails, hints at a familiarity with colloquial Greek and the cultural landscape of the Phoenician coast during the Hellenistic period. It is important to note that these observations collectively highlight a contextual framework that aligns more cohesively with the Hellenistic era as opposed to an earlier Bronze Age setting, as the appropriate backdrop for interpreting biblical narratives. Consequently, the late interest in Phoenician Dagon temples and the mythological figure of Hercules within this era may also suggest a direct connection with the Greek language and culture. This convergence of historical and linguistic evidence urges scholars to reconsider the chronological context within which these biblical stories are situated. It would appear Russell Gamirkin and Philip Wagenbaum are in the same way of thinking on these lines. One might reasonably consider the possibility of a connection between the Philistines and the Greeks. Numerous scholars have suggested this connection as a potential explanation for the Greek-like elements observed in characters like Samson and Goliath. Nevertheless, upon a more thorough analysis, it becomes apparent that these Greek parallels exist consistently throughout the text, spanning from Genesis to Kings, irrespective of the presence or absence of the Philistines in the narrative. Are scholars going to assume most of these narratives were written around the time the Philistines and Israelites were brushing shoulders, circa 1150 BCE to 1025 BCE? In Philip Wagenbaum's book on page 229, he posits that there is compelling evidence suggesting the author of Genesis through Kings was familiar with the entire Heracles narrative. This is inferred from the apparent deconstruction of the Heracles story and its subsequent redistribution among the characters of Jacob, Moses, and Samson. In his discussion on pages 227 to 228, Dr. Wagenbaum highlights a curious detail. Many have seen the similarities between Samson's tale and those Greek stories where a sneaky nighttime haircut robs a man of his strength. However, what's often missed is the intriguing link to the tale of Cametho and her father, Pterolas, which ties directly to Heracles' own story. Cametho had a thing for Amphitryon, who was married to Heracles' mom, Alcmene. Adding to the drama, Zeus disguised himself as Amphitryon for a secret night with Alcmene, while the real Amphitryon was busy at war. It seems the Samson story borrowed this haircut while sleeping idea from this tangled Greek tale. While some spotted the Cametho-Pterolas connection, they overlooked its place in the Heracles saga. Quite the oversight, wouldn't you say? Another fun fact in the Greek stories, there's a character, Echitos' daughter, who was blinded and made to grind bronze. It's a bit like how Samson was blinded and had to grind mill. Check it out on page 228 of the book. Also, did you know about Virgil's story of Aristeus, the original bee guy? Turns out he messed up and caused the death of Eurydice, Orpheus's better half. To make amends, he sacrificed some cows. When he later checked on them, bees had made themselves at home, giving him back his honey source. It's a bit like Samson's story, but swap out the lion for cows. Dr. Vajenbaum talks about it on page 225. Looking for more fun of an ancient read? Pop over to this site and check out Apollodorus' library. It's a bit after the Hebrew Bible times, but trust me, it's a classic. You'll find the tale of Teralus in section 247, and it's got connections to the famous Heracles. And if you're into dramatic family stories, don't miss the part about twins wrestling before they were even born, kind of like the Jacob story. Happy reading. Dr. Vajenbaum suggests that hypothesizing that the biblical Judges story was somehow written around the time of the Judges, as we said before, 1150 to 1025 BCE, is just an outdated model, which needs to be re-examined. He suggests the greater evidence leans toward a much later Greek influence, preferably when Greeks would have had major influence on these authors. The myths that are comparable to the Bible are well-developed models of the Greek counterparts and shows signs of deep rationalizing, deep mythologizing of the mythical antecedents. This exercise developed later on, after the 400s BCE.
Yes, it's a myth.
What I find ironic about the scholars as I've continued to research for mythical antecedents on Samson is how often they will posit that the biblical rendition is far less fantastic, which helps them think the Samson story may have been the older one from which the Greeks borrowed from or found inspiration. Of course, compared to Heracles, Samson is far less fantastic, but the story is still mythology from start to finish, even if it's more down to earth. Isn't this just euhemerizing a mythical figure at this point? We see Gilgamesh, who was most likely deified post-death with extremely mythical narratives told of him. The same extremely mythical or fantastic element is found in Heracles, but gets significantly reduced in the Samson myth. Why doesn't this give scholars reason to pause? Why doesn't this help them see this as a rationalized account of the famous strongman myth, Samson wielding something like this? There's a hint of another guy who did something similar to Samson in the book of Judges, Shamgar son of Anath, who slew 600 Philistines with an ox goad. He too was a champion of Israel, Judges 3:31. The names Shamgar and Samson even sound similar. To make a simple parallel chart for everyone, here are some jaw-dropping similarities between these two legends. Look at the chart. You'll notice Samson and Heracles have their own vertical boxes representing their sections, feature and deed. And I'm just going to list them off and understand that both have it. Source of strength, divine gift, divine heritage. Killed a lion, yes, with bare hands, yes, Nemean lion. And of course, Heracles did it with bare hands. First wife's death in a fire, Samson, yes. Heracles, yes. Single-handedly defeated armies, Samson, yes. Heracles, yes. Enemies with giants, yes, with Samson, and yes, Heracles with the Cyclops. Signature weapon, jawbone of a donkey, also used as a club, and then a Heracles club. Association with two-headed canines. In Samson's case, it's actually the fox. So you have a dog-type canine creature, tied jackals in pairs, and then of course, defeated Orthus in Heracles. Drank water from rock. Both Samson and Heracles did this. Tore down city gates. Samson, yes. Gaza. Heracles, yes. Troy's walls in some versions. Weakness for women. Samson, yes. Heracles, yes. Sentenced to slavery. Yes, by the Philistines at the instigation of Delilah. Yes, for the killing of his wife Megara in some versions. Betrayed by a man-destroyer, Delilah. And then in Heracles' cases, as some scholars might say, Deneira. It's mind-blowing how similar their stories just really are. Just a coincidence? Or is there more to it? You decide. I hope you enjoyed our little blast to the past to hear scholarship from 1907 and how scholars still double down on this being mythology. I mean, how many hero figures with divine births who wrestle lions and kill them without a weapon, have a wandering eye for the beauties, and share as many clear concepts as you have seen Samson and Heracles? I'm fully convinced that these two myths are talking to each other, or the Bible authors borrowed from the Greeks. I tend to lean on the growing trend of dating these biblical stories in the late Persian, early Hellenistic period. So much of this tale seems to rationalize a mythical figure. Heracles obviously does extremely fantastical feats, and it makes sense that you would find inspiration from this story and you hemorize it in your story. I tend to think the more mythical story like Heracles is older and the Bibles may be late on the scene. Whether or not this is the case, it does nothing to discredit the fact that these stories fit into the same genre of mythology.
Book of Judges, Israel's Age of Heroes.
Some of the most interesting characters in the Bible can be found in the book of Judges. There's Samson, a renowned fighter who drew strength from his long hair. Shamgar, an obscure warrior who massacred the Philistines with an ox goad. Gideon, a general who defeated the invading Midianite army with just 300 soldiers. Deborah, a prophetess who delivered Israel from a Canaanite tyrant. Most of these characters are mentioned nowhere else in the Old Testament, and their stories seem rooted in legend and folklore. Furthermore, the book of Judges itself is an enigma. When was it written? Where does it fit within the biblical chronology? And what historical reality underlies its mythic tales? Before moving forward, I ask that everyone watching this documentary subscribe to Paul Davidson's YouTube channel called Inquisitive Bible Reader. His channel is filled with amazing deep dives in discovering these ancient myths and histories from the Bible. Also, he wrote this fantastic script on the Judges. While you're over on his channel, let him know MythVision sent you.
Who were the judges?
If you were brought up in Sunday school, you were probably taught that the book of Judges describes a period of time after the Exodus in which Israel was governed by judges instead of by kings. However, this is at odds with what we actually find in the book of Judges. The book of Judges is a collection of stories about Israel during a time when it was ruled by warriors and chieftains without a true monarchy. In its position between Joshua and Samuel, it fills in the chronological gap between the Exodus and the monarchy. In terms of format, the book has an artificial structure that repeats a similar pattern over and over. Israel sins and is punished by being subjugated to its enemies. Then Israel repents, and Yahweh sends a deliverer to throw off the foreign yoke, with the process typically repeating over a 40 or 80-year cycle. These deliveries are said, in most cases, to have judged Israel, so they get referred to as judges. The Hebrew word shaphet, translated as judge in English Bibles, means what it sounds like: someone who is a judge in the judicial legal sense, who upholds law and order in the community. Problem is that the title doesn't fit very well. Unlike the judges appointed by Moses in Exodus and Samuel as depicted in 1 Samuel, none of the characters in Judges actually performs the duties of a judge. As Old Testament scholar Robin Baker observes in his 2016 book, quote, "None of the major or minor judges delivers a recorded judgment, nor with the arguable exception of Deborah, is presented in the process of judging." Renowned scholar Martin Knopf also once wrote, "There is no demonstrable or even plausible meaning for the word judge which could apply to these heroes as we know them." End quote. Instead, these characters seem to be legendary war heroes whose exploits often come at the opportune time to deliver Israel from its enemies. Some of them, such as Gideon and Abimelech, are presented as political leaders as well, while others, like Samson, are nothing of the kind.
Judges, a book out of time.
When exactly are the events of the Book of Judges supposed to have happened? Traditionally, the narrative was taken more or less at face value. Readers assumed that it depicted the history of Bronze Age Israel, after the Exodus from Egypt and the conquest of Joshua, but before the monarchy. However, in modern times, this view has become untenable, both on historical grounds and biblical grounds. On the historical side, mainstream historians and archaeologists no longer think the Israelites were ever enslaved in Egypt or migrated as a nation to Palestine and conquered the Canaanites. The Israelites were simply Canaanites. They emerged from the Canaanite tribes and polities of the Bronze Age. They produced Canaanite pottery, spoke a Canaanite language, and practiced Canaanite religion. Historians also know quite a bit about conditions in Bronze Age Palestine, thanks to the Amarna letters, a 14th century Egyptian archive that includes numerous letters from various local rulers in Palestine, among them Abdi-Heba, king of Jerusalem. The situation these letters describe does not resemble anything we find in Joshua or Judges, and Canaan was under Egyptian governance during that period. The Merneptah Stele provides the earliest known historical reference to Israel near the end of the Bronze Age, around the year 1207 BCE. The inscription lists Israel, indicated by the hieroglyphs, as a tribe rather than a nation. Among the peoples defeated by the pharaoh Merneptah, this too challenges traditional biblical interpretation. Old Testament scholar Lester Graby observes that the inscription, quote, provides no evidence for any sojourn in Egypt for those identified in the text as Israel. The Israel mentioned there seems to be a people not yet settled, while the country is firmly under Egyptian control. The inscription does not presuppose an Israel, anything like that depicted in Joshua or Judges. And even just sticking with the biblical narrative, the period described in Judges covers at least 4 centuries, which is far too long a time to fit between the death of Joshua and the events of Samuel through Kings. Simply put, there's no period of actual history that correlates to the period of the Judges. Biblical literalists who try to fit the Judges into the biblical timeline generally resort to having numerous judges rule Israel concurrently, even though that is not the impression one gets from reading the book of Judges. Such timelines typically also ignore the many long periods of intermediate length during which Israel slowly forgets Yahweh and falls into idolatry. Simply put, there's no period of actual history that correlates to the period of the Judges.
Changing perspectives in Old Testament studies.
Throughout most of Western history, the Old Testament was regarded as a unique chronicle of historical events going back to the very creation of the world. Archaeological excavations in the 19th century, however, revealed the rich literary traditions of the Sumerians, Assyrians, and Babylonians, many of which had parallels in the Bible. In 1902, a German Assyriologist named Friedrich Delitzsch presented the revolutionary thesis that the myths in Genesis were derived from Babylonian precursors. This triggered a fierce debate between theologians and historians of the Near East, known as the Babel Bible controversy. In time, however, the dependence of the primeval history in Genesis on earlier Near Eastern myths became universally accepted, and for over a century, scholars have made great strides in their understanding of the Bible by studying the histories and legends of neighboring civilizations. In 1992, Danish Old Testament scholar Niels Peter Lemke triggered the start of a new era in biblical scholarship when he asked if the Old Testament was a Hellenistic book. As academia took a broader look at the dating of the Old Testament writings and their canonization, more and more connections with the literature and myths of the Greeks were discovered. While the Pentateuch received much of that attention early on, scholars soon turned their gaze to other books as well, including Judges. Still, while recent scholarship has entertained the possibility of a Hellenistic background for parts of the Pentateuch, scholars typically consider Judges to be part of the Deuteronomistic history. The books of Deuteronomy, Joshua, Judges, Samuel, and Kings, which in their view dates to the exilic period and maintains a consistent theology about the covenant violation, rebellion, and apostasy that were the cause of Israel's destruction and exile under the Assyrians and Babylonians.
The Book of Judges, a Hellenistic invention?
Recent work by Philip Guillaume, a Bible scholar at the University of Bernay, Switzerland, suggests that Judges was not, in fact, an original part of the Deuteronomistic history. Guillaume believes Judges was compiled in its final form much later, during the Hellenistic period, meaning the era following the conquest of Alexander the Great, when Greek culture and literature was widespread. Furthermore, Guillaume has demonstrated that there is little or no awareness within the rest of the Old Testament of an extended, quote, period of the Judges, end quote, between Joshua's conquest and the time of Eli and Samuel. Several of the Psalms that summarize the history of Israel omit any mention of the Judges. Psalm 83 does mention several antagonists from Judges, but not any of the Israelite heroes. 1 Samuel 12:11, one of the only verses to mention the pre-monarchic period, shows familiarity with some of the names found in Judges, but not in a way that reflects the canonical stories we now possess. For example, it describes Samuel rather than Samson as the one who delivered Israel from the Philistines, and it mentions another hero named Beden, who is unknown in Judges. Other possible Old Testament references, which are very few in number, are either ambiguous or show signs of later editing. Even Eupolemus, the first Jewish chronographer who wrote in the 2nd century BCE, goes straight from Joshua to Samuel in his summary of Israelite history. According to Guillaume, the earliest reliable knowledge of a period of the Judges comes from the book of Sirach, written by a Jewish sage Ben Sira, most likely in Alexandria, Egypt, around the year 175 BCE. In fact, the Egyptian city of Alexandria, which was a major center of Greek culture and influence with a significant Jewish population, might have been where the book of Judges originated. Even if some form of the book existed prior to this, Guillaume argues that it had not yet been adopted into the Jewish canon between Joshua and Samuel. Within the Bible itself, we also have evidence that Judges was only inserted after Joshua at a late date. The final verses of Joshua vary significantly between the Hebrew Masoretic text and the Greek Septuagint, suggesting that it was edited at a late stage to produce a better transition to the book of Judges. The Greek version in particular anticipates the forthcoming apostasy of the Israelites, a constant theme in Judges, and their subjugation by Eglon of Moab, which occurs in Judges 3. The end of Joshua in Hebrew has a more, quote, happily ever after, end quote, feel, with the promised land fully subdued and Israel fully committed to Yahweh and the teachings of Joshua. Similarly, the opening chapters of Judges, from chapter 1 verse 1 to chapter 3 verse 11, seem to be later additions intended to improve the transition between the events of the two books. Emmanuel Tove, an expert on textual criticism, is of the view that Joshua and Judges began as a single book, and the opening chapters of Judges were added after the two books were split apart. Guillaume, however, believes that these additions are better explained if Judges was an independent work that was later adapted into and fit between Joshua and Samuel. Perhaps the most telling sign that Judges was not part of any Deuteronomistic history is the fact that its depiction of the conquest of Canaan is so different from that of Joshua. While Joshua ends with the entire land conquered and divided among the tribes, Judges opens with the land still unconquered. Judges 3:2, part of an insertion intended to bridge this gap, states that Yahweh allowed the Canaanite nations to remain so that successive generations of Israelites could learn how to fight wars. But that doesn't explain everything. For example, why does Judges 18:1 say no territory had been allotted to Dan, when Joshua 19:48 through 46 clearly spells out the territory allotted to Dan? And why do Joshua and Judges disagree over whether Jerusalem was allotted to Judah or to Benjamin? In a 2009 paper, Dutch scholar Klaas Sprunk points out numerous correspondences between Judges and Samuel. In every case examined, the story found in Samuel appears to be the more original one, This suggests that parts of Judges were written as a prequel to Samuel with a strong pro-monarchic message. On this basis, Sprunk also believes that Judges was composed during the Hellenistic Age. He concludes, quote, "Somewhere in the early Hellenistic age, Jewish scribes collected and edited the prophetic and poetic texts and published them as rounded off, authoritative texts, as the legacy of inspired men like David and Isaiah. They also wished to offer an authoritative version of the history of Israel from the creation until restoration after the Babylonian exile. In this process, the Book of Judges could very well have been their final masterpiece." End quote.
Hesiod's heroes.
At issue, however, is not just the lateness of Judges or the widespread presence of Greek stories and themes in the Old Testament. The very creation of the Book of Judges established a new era in Israelite history, characterized by legendary heroes and warlords who carried out great feats in battle, oftentimes supernatural in nature. This is where Hesiod comes in. Hesiod was an ancient Greek poet and philosopher who lived around 700 BCE, roughly contemporary with Homer at a time when writing was first emerging in Greece. He is most well known for Theogony, a mythological account of the gods and creation, and for Works and Days, a long poem about labor, virtue, and wisdom. In Works and Days, Hesiod applies the metaphor of metals to different ages of humankind. There was the Golden Age, in which humans lived like gods, the Silver Age, in which humans had some vices but did not fight wars, the Bronze Age, in which humans began eating meat and fighting wars, and the Iron Age, which was the current age of mankind, an age of suffering and shorter lifespans. The metallic ages probably predate Hesiod, and the statue made of different metals from Nebuchadnezzar's dream in Daniel 2 is a direct allusion to them. The Greeks might have originally developed it from the Babylonian paradigm of primeval ages attested in the Song of Atrahasis. However, between the Bronze Age and Iron Age, Hesiod introduced a new age, the Heroic Age, in which Zeus created a new race of heroes to counter the increasing degeneration of humanity. Although these heroes still fought numerous violent wars, they were said to be more just than the warring men of the Bronze Age. Herodotus, the famous 5th century Greek historian, adopted Hesiod's heroic age in his reconstruction of history and placed it around 1200 BCE, which corresponds roughly to the cataclysmic end of Mycenaean civilization. According to Herodotus, the heroes of that age were greater than contemporary men and sometimes had unusual and fabulous powers. Hesiod's poems were part of the curriculum for those learning to write Greek in the Hellenistic age, and he was known to Jewish writers such as Josephus and the author of the Jewish Sibylline Oracles. In 2014, Old Testament scholar Philip Guillaume proposed that Hesiod's Age of Heroes served as a model for the period of the Judges, an age that was indeterminate in its original form, a story of ancient heroes and saviors floating somewhere between the primeval past and Israel's post-monarchic present. And like Hesiod's heroes, who took on greater moral responsibility than the men before and after them, the heroes of Judges also faced unique moral challenges with serious consequences. Samson, whose unparalleled strength was defeated by the wiles of a woman, and Jephthah, who sacrificed his own daughter for the salvation of Israel, are but two examples. For a Hellenistic Jewish audience, the heroes of Judges could be appreciated as both role models and cautionary tales, much like Hesiod's heroes. There's no way to know for certain if and to what extent the writers who compiled, composed, and edited the diverse stories found in Judges were influenced by Hesiod and Herodotus. However, with the exception of Othniel, the only Judahite judge, who seems to have been a separate addition to the Book of Judges, every hero of Judges has significant parallels with older Greek tales, suggesting the potential cultural and literary connections with Hesiod's heroic age and Hellenistic mythology in general should be taken seriously.
The ending of Judges.
In the works of Hesiod and Herodotus, the heroic age ends with the Trojan War. According to Herodotus, that war was the culmination of a series of abductions of women. First, the Phoenicians kidnapped the Greek priestess Io. Next, the Greeks kidnapped Europa, daughter of the Phoenician king, and Medea, daughter of the king of Colchis. A generation later, Paris, the son of Trojan king Priam, knowing that these previous kidnappings had gone unpunished, decided to kidnap a wife of his own. His abduction of Helen became the trigger for the bloody Trojan War. The period of the Judges ends in remarkably similar fashion, with violence and kidnapping involving women. In Judges 19, a Levite concubine is raped and murdered by some Benjamites. This provokes a bloody war between Benjamin and the other tribes that nearly exterminates the Benjamites, but also wipes out huge numbers of Israelites. The 600 Benjaminite survivors are left with no women to marry, and the Israelites refuse their request for wives. Out of pity, however, the Israelites attack the city of Jabesh Gilead and kidnap 400 women for the Benjaminite men. The Benjaminites then kidnap a further 200 female dancers from a festival at Shiloh to make up the remaining shortfall. There are also notable parallels between the kidnapping at Shiloh and the rape of the Sabine women, recorded by Plutarch and Livy. That myth tells how the men of early Rome lacked women to marry, so they sent out an embassy to other cities asking for women, much like the pleas of the Benjaminites for wives. The request of the Romans is rebuffed, so they wait for a religious festival which, much like the Shiloh festival, brings numerous virgin girls to the city. Then they descend on the festival and quickly snatch up girls to keep as wives. It cannot be proven, of course, that the author of Judges modeled the end of his narrative after the Trojan War and similar classical myths, but those stories in Judges do seem to be drenched in the same mythological themes.
The mythical heroes of Judges.
The heroes of Judges also seem to be based on Greek myths and legends to a greater extent than most other parts of the Hebrew Bible. While not proof of a connection between Judges and Hesiod's heroic age, the presence of such elements is consistent with what we would expect if Judges had been written with a similar purpose in mind. Shamgar. Let's start with the most obscure hero in Judges, a man named Shamgar. He's mentioned in only 2 verses. After Ehud came Shamgar, son of Anat, who killed 600 of the Philistines with an ox goad. He too delivered Israel. In the days of Shamgar, son of Anat, in the days of Jael, caravans ceased and travelers kept to by the byways. These 2 scant verses provide a surprising amount of information. First, Shamgar is the son of Anat, who was well known as a Canaanite war goddess. Although scholars have searched for other interpretations, the general view is that this means just what it sounds like. In an often cited paper, the late Dutch scholar Adrianus van Selms wrote, quote, "In all texts where the name Anat occurs, Egyptian, Ugaritic, or Aramaic, it refers to the great goddess. Even the place names in the Old Testament are to be explained as originally denoting sanctuaries of this deity. Let us assume that the general rule also applies in this case, and therefore that Shamgar is indeed the son of the goddess Anat." End quote. It was quite common for a hero of the Greek heroic age to have a god or goddess as a parent. In the Bible, it is not so common, so Shamgar was apparently an extraordinary warrior. Classicist Bruce Loudon also argues for this interpretation, noting that some of the heroes who fought at Troy were also the sons of gods. Memnon, the son of the goddess Eos and human prince Tithonus of Troy, is perhaps a relevant example, and Anat, being a war goddess to the Egyptians, is a suitable deity to be associated with a war hero. Furthermore, we know from the Elephantine papyri that the ancient Israelites were among the nations who venerated Anat. Greek myths of semi-divine heroes bring to mind the Gibborim, the Hebrew Bible's term for warriors of old, men of renown, who in Genesis 6 were also the offspring of divine beings and human women. This ties into the Age of Heroes myth, because the story in Genesis 6, 1-4 is remarkably similar to the story told in Catalog of Women, another ancient work often attributed to Hesiod. Catalog of Women explains how the mating of gods and human women prompted Zeus to instigate the Trojan War, ending of the heroic age and destroying the demigods. Interestingly, the name Shamgar, an awesome name to be sure, is not a Hebrew name. Most commentators believe it is a theophoric Hurrian name, meaning Shemig has given. Shemig was the Hurrian sun god whose veneration extended beyond Anatolia to the Phoenician coast and western Syria, and the Hurrian name Shemigar is well attested. It appears then that the Book of Judges not only contains motifs from Greek historiography, but also heroes with non-Israelite origins. Now, Shamgar is remembered by the Book of Judges for one thing: single-handedly killing 600 Philistines with a makeshift weapon, an ox goad. This tale is obviously an exaggeration, even if there is any history at all behind the legend of Shamgar. However, it is one of several feats in Judges and Samuel that fit the pattern of an Aristia. What is an Aristia, you might ask? In Greek historiography and the Iliad in particular, the term Aristia is used to describe a hero's single greatest accomplishment, during which he, inspired by a god, slays a great number of the enemy, often in order to deliver the hero's people from danger. Classicist Bruce Loudon, whose specialty is the Homeric epics, believes that many of the stories in Joshua and Judges are deliberately organized around such Aristias. The most common form of the Aristia in Greek literature is the duel, whereas the Bible more commonly features an exploit of one hero against many, with David and Goliath the notable exception. For example, the Spirit of Yahweh comes upon Othniel, who then defeats King Cushan Ristaim, Judges 3:10, and upon Jephthah, who defeats the Ammonites, Judges 11:29-31. The Spirit of Yahweh also rushes upon Samson when he kills the lion, Judges 14:6, and again when he kills 1,000 Philistines, Judges 15:14-15. David's Gibborim, there's that word again, are renowned for simple triumphs. Shammah defeats an entire army of Philistines on his own through the power of Yahweh. 2 Samuel 23:11-12. Jashabim slays 800 men at one time. 2 Samuel 23:8. 1 Chronicles 11:11. Abishai kills 300 at once. 2 Samuel 23:18. Shamgar's feat of killing 600 Philistines seems to fit the same mold. Often, in an Aristia, the hero's weapon is unique in some way. In most biblical examples, the hero's weapon is also given special mention. Shamgar's ox goad, a spear-like weapon. Samson's donkey jaw. Jashabim's and Abishai's spears. David's sling, and so on.
Samson.
Samson is another hero of Judges with remarkable parallels to the character of Heracles, or Hercules, from Greek mythology. Both characters, of course, were primarily renowned for their superhuman strength. However, the similarities go well beyond mere strength. Like many Greek cultural heroes, Hercules was considered to be a demigod, with the human woman Alcmene as his mother and Zeus himself as his father. Divinity might not seem applicable here, but the text of Judges actually hints at divine parentage for Samson as well. In Judges 13, the barren wife of Manoah, the Danite, has two encounters alone with the angel of Yahweh, whom she thinks is simply a man at first. Quote, "The woman came and told her husband, 'A man of God came to me, and his appearance was like an angel of God, most awe-inspiring. I did not ask him where he came from, and he did not tell me his name.' Judges 13:6. And the angel of God came to the woman again. She was sitting in the field, and her husband Manoah was not with her. Judges 13:9. End quote. The angel tells her she is pregnant and will have a son, and gives special instructions regarding the boy's upbringing. Sure enough, all happens as the angel predicted. Many scholars believe there's a subtext of divine involvement in the birth, namely that the child is the offspring of the angel or even of Yahweh himself. Zakovich and Shinen, in their well-known book on the suppression of mythological themes in the Bible, note that the angel is said to come to Samson's mother, using an expression that sometimes alludes to sex in the Bible. Furthermore, there is no positive statement in Judges that Samson was the natural son of Manoah, or that his parents had relations before his conception. Whether Samson was originally understood to be a semi-divine figure is an open question, but the possibility is intriguing. The Samson-Heracles similarities don't end there. Samson's first heroic deed in Judges 14 is the slaying of a lion with his bare hands. The first feat of Heracles, one of his famous 12 labors, was also to slay a lion barehanded. Another connection with Greek myth can be found in the puzzling appearance of a beehive in the lion's carcass left by Samson. This time, it concerns Aristeus, the first keeper of bees. As the legend goes, Aristeus's bees began to die as divine punishment for his accidental role in the death of Eurydice. Eurydice, another famous mythological character, had been bitten by a poisonous snake while Aristeus was chasing her. In order to get his bees back, Aristeus had to sacrifice 12 animals to the gods and leave their carcasses at the site of the sacrifice. Returning 3 days later, he found the carcasses full of bees, which he took back to his apiary. This odd story makes more sense than you might think if you are an ancient Greek, that is. According to Philip Wagenbaum, honey was considered to be a divine food in ancient Greece, similar to nectar and ambrosia, because it had already been cooked in the stomachs of bees and could not rot. The process of rotting, on the other hand, could be understood as nature's way of cooking meat. Thus, there was a logical connection in Greek thought between rotten meat and honey. What's also remarkable is that the 9th Penthean Ode by Pindar, a Greek poet from the 5th century BCE, associates Aristeus with Heracles. Mixing these two myths would provide all the elements of Samson's lion carcass of bees. It's also worth noting that Aristeus's mother, Cyrene, was famous for killing a lion single-handedly. Perhaps just coincidence, but it's another example of a Greek hero who kills a lion, this time connected to Samson via the bee story. The miraculous spring from which Samson also had a parallel in the Heracles legend, and it's possible 12 labors of Heracles, an allusion to the zodiac and the solar year, are echoed in Samson's name, which means, quote, little son. End quote. Like Heracles, Samson was a great lover, and also like Heracles, Samson was captured by foreigners and then slew his captors during their own religious celebrations. Heracles' descent from Danaea even recalls Samson's descent from Dan, a migratory tribe that appears to have its own connections with Greek legend. Even the early Christians equated Samson with Heracles in catacomb art. At the very least, if Samson is not directly based on Heracles, the two characters appear to come from a shared cultural sphere that was heavily Greek influenced. We have other evidence that writers of the Hellenistic era sought to incorporate legendary Greek characters into biblical stories. One Jewish or Samaritan author from around the 2nd century BCE, named Cleodemus, claimed that 2 of Abraham's sons accompanied Heracles in his expedition against Libya and Antaeus. According to the same legend, one of Abraham's granddaughters is supposed to have married Heracles himself.
Gideon.
After Samson, the most famous hero of Judges might be Gideon, or Jerubbaal, as he is also called. He is most famous for a feat in which he and 300 hand-picked men defeated the entire Midianite army of 120,000 warriors and saved Israel as a result. There is a very good Greek parallel to Gideon in the tale of Leonidas, the king of Sparta, who fought the Persian army at Thermopylae with just 300 warriors. A story well known in modern pop culture thanks to the movie 300. The nighttime attack of the Spartans, as told by Diodorus Siculus, is very similar to the nighttime attack of Gideon and Judges 7. In both cases, the enemy is taken by surprise and is so terrified that they attack and slaughter each other in the chaos. This is not the only connection between Leonidas and the Bible. Incidentally, during the Hellenistic period, some Jews believed that the Israelites and Spartans were both descended from Abraham. It was also said by Herodotus that Leonidas, Gideon of Sparta, was a descendant of Heracles. Perhaps this is connected to the aforementioned legend that Heracles married Abraham's granddaughter. At any rate, the link between Israel and Sparta is mentioned both 1 Maccabees 12, in 2 Maccabees 5:9, and in Josephus' Antiquities 12, 225-27. In 2 Maccabees, we are told that the Jewish high priest Jason fled to Sparta in 168 BCE in the hopes that his shared heritage with the Spartans would cause them to give him refuge. And according to 1 Maccabees, the 3rd century Spartan king Arius established a pact of friendship with the Hasmonean Jewish monarchy on account of their shared descent from Abraham. If the belief, however, false, of a familial connection between Israel and Sparta went back far enough, it's not entirely surprising that legends about Sparta's most famous king would be echoed in the tales of some of Israel's greatest legends.
Conclusion.
The examples just given are not comprehensive. Many more direct and indirect parallels and connections between the Bible and Greek myth and historiography can be shown. Some are more convincing than others. Some are so strong, however, that it's difficult to deny Greek influence on the later portions of the Old Testament. As Robert Carl Neuss puts it in his book, Hellenism and the Primary History, quote, "Overall, the sheer magnitude of the examples commands our attention. One cannot simply dismiss all of these examples as sheer coincidences, nor can one casually say that such stories are common in folklore around the world. The number of the parallels preclude the possibility of coincidence, and one cannot find parallels in other literatures for all these parallel examples found in Greek and biblical literature." End quote. Historian Emmanuel Foe agrees that the Greek influence was a decisive factor in shaping many of the stories of the Pentateuch and Deuteronomistic history. He believes that the final arrangement of the Greek-inspired narratives in the Bible was carried out in Hasmonean Jerusalem by the Judean priest kings of the 2nd century, whose intent was to centralize religious and secular power in Jerusalem. Thus, we end up with a fascinating collection of stories inspired by the Greek gods and heroes of old inserted into a setting with a theological viewpoint that is so thoroughly Jewish and foreign to the Greek world, that of a Jewish nation with ancient Near Eastern roots attempting to reassert and reinvent itself after the Babylonian exile. Enoch, a biblical enigma, drifts through ancient scrolls like a shadowy figure. His story, shrouded in mystery, piques our curiosity and invites speculation. Who was this elusive character descending from Cain? Legends suggest he journeyed beyond earthly bounds, traversing celestial realms without fear. Was he a celestial messenger, or simply an ancient explorer with an overactive imagination? The enigmatic aura surrounding Enoch beckons us to uncover the truth hidden within the whispers of time, leaving us to wonder and ponder the secrets he carried to his celestial resting place. It's time we delve into the origins of Enoch and the intriguing Enochian tradition. Building upon our previous exploration of Adam and Eve and Cain's origins and various other myths, we now take a dive into the rich picture of Enoch's story, filled with a plethora of mystical elements such as magical knowledge, demons, giants, fallen angels, and celestial visitations. But before we try to unravel the mysterious Enoch, we need to recap where we are in the mythical beginnings of mankind told from the biblical narrative. We started with the obvious primordial myth of Adam and Eve, who have clear narrative connections to ancient Mesopotamia in the Adapa, Atrahasis epic and Epic of Gilgamesh. We followed Adam's seed to his sons Cain and Abel, who represent the first murder. Cain most likely represents farmers and agriculture, while Abel represents the shepherds, who are nomadic. Hint, hint, that's why he's the good guy. Several Mesopotamian and Egyptian stories have common themes in their agricultural settings, and as we turn the page to Enoch, I need you to understand what we're gazing at. As biblical scholar Ronald Hindle, Assyriologist Joshua Bowen, and several other experts in their respected fields have recognized that the Genesis authors are reversing the theme of the massive Babylonian kingdom's mythology, with the ziggurat as the pinnacle of civilization. Several scholars, including Dr. Joshua Bowen, have written clear as day how Genesis has intertextuality with the much earlier myths of Mesopotamia. You know, the human imagination is amazing, as can be seen in fictional movies and literature, which includes these myths. As far back as written history, humans have written myths trying to explain how we got here, how the world and everything seen exists, and why they are that way. Why snakes crawl on their bellies, or why women have pain in childbirth. Why humans are mortal and die in due time. While these fundamental questions get answered differently by various ancient creation mythologies, the biblical one is late on history's radar in retelling its creation story and great flood. Enoch sits in this strange transition between the first man and woman and the destruction of humans by God and his divine counsel. Yep, you heard that right. There are several other gods with the biblical God. I mean, the biblical narrative expresses this all throughout the Bible. Mesopotamia thinks it's good for humanity to have the knowledge of the gods, which includes divination, magic, agriculture, witchcraft, and other secret knowledge. The biblical authors want to condemn this insight, as it only belongs to God or the gods and not humans. Mesopotamia says the city is good, and the Bible says that the city is bad. One good, one bad. Enoch picks up on this tradition and hammers the hell out of it. Our goal today will be to inform you of the origins of Enoch, which stretch back to the oldest known god in written history from Mesopotamia. It's strange that entire books were dedicated to this guy, because he gets the smallest introduction in a long line of others smack dab in a genealogical list, which looks awfully similar to the Sumerian kings list. Just so you know, our goal on MythVision is to bring you the best and legit scholarship from experts in their respected field, and one such fascinating scholar who sees obvious connections between Enoch and these far, far earlier Mesopotamian myths is Dr. or Professor Seth Sanders, who wrote the wonderful book, From Adapa to Enoch, Scribal Culture and Religious Vision in Judea and Babylonia. Let's take a moment to focus on a significant ancient myth that influenced the biblical authors as well as the Enochian tradition. The myth of Adapa. Adapa was one of the most popular literary figures in ancient Mesopotamia. I mean, he was so popular that some scribes would even claim to be him. They claimed to be this semi-human, super-powered sage who went to heaven, met the gods, and have uttered some of the most important works of religious literature. Later, down the road, we see several scribes in the Jewish history of Aramaic and Hebrew literature who claim to identify with these ancient heavenly revealer figures. Enoch is one such heavenly revealer figure. But oftentimes it is also overlooked that Moses is as well. Moses ascends to the top of a mountain. Sometimes it's Sinai and sometimes it's Horeb. But he goes to the throne of God in the heavens where the mountains meet the clouds and meets with God, then comes back down to humanity to reveal the divine revelations to mankind. This is exactly what Enoch is doing. The Dead Sea Scrolls scribes were often claiming to be enthroned in heaven. Reminds me of the Ephesians passage of being seated in heavenly places. Keep in mind, the first evidence of what people were reading as scripture is from the Dead Sea literature. And while our Bibles today exclude Enoch from being scripture apart from the Ethiopic tradition, at the time of the Dead Sea Scrolls, as they were being written, it was the most popular kinds of stories, even more popular than several of the books Jews and Christians revere today. I repeat, Enoch was extremely popular and was read far more than most of the biblical books we have in our Bibles today, which Christians and Jews call scripture. In fact, there may be some ancient drama here for your inquisitive minds. Professor Gabriele Boccaccini has postulated that two different Torahs were floating around in various Jewish communities. Our Torah that we have in our Bibles today that centralizes Moses was one, and the other priestly group had a Torah with Enoch as their centralized figure and heavenly revealer. Both groups seem to wrestle over the temple in Jerusalem. Even Dead Sea Scroll scholar expert Kip Davis agrees with many of Boccaccini's observations. The idea that people can go between heaven and earth to bring back wisdom literally spans back into Sumer, which is the oldest known writing in the world. These sages, which traverse back and forth, are trying to access the larger order of the universe. They seem to be people who play a shamanic role with mystical revelations explaining the divine revealed secrets of the universe. It is often propagandistic for running empires and kings, and I bet you it was helpful to say their knowledge comes from heaven as authoritative. That kind of power and inequality of having this insight would put these sages in a safe place against other humans, as we see the sheep of any religion sees their cultic leaders as over them. Ancient kings would have these people on their payroll, and ancients would make similar criticisms we do today against the religious who use their roles to get money from the devotees, whether it's church or a seer telling you your future. They would say these ancient Mesopotamian sages dressed up in fish costumes and sucked the money from others' pockets. Here's a fun fact about these ancient Sumerian and Mesopotamian stories, is that they are extremely well documented and preserved. The documentation is often preserved on clay tablets, and we have several original copies of many things, unlike the Bible, where parchment, papyri, and other ways of documenting have been lost in the sands of history. So we have to use several other tools to try guessing on reconstructing the data. In ancient Mesopotamia, we have two thorough ascent to heaven myths. Though there are others, one is the myth of Etana and the other of Adapa. Here's a brief summary of the myth of Etana. Once upon a time, in the realm of ancient Sumeria, there lived a king named Etana, a ruler with ambitions as lofty as the heavens themselves. In a bid to secure an heir, he embarked in remarkable quest, soaring through the celestial expanse on the mighty wings of an eagle. His destination? The divine realm, where he sought the fabled plant of birth from the gods, hoping it would grant him the gift of fatherhood, since he is described as infertile. In the detailed form of the legend, there is a tree with the eagle's nest at the top, and a serpent at the base. Both the serpent and eagle have promised Utu, the sun god, to behave well toward one another, and they share food with their children. But one day, the eagle eats the serpent's children. The serpent comes back and cries. Utu tells the serpent to hide inside the stomach of a dead bull. The eagle goes down to eat the bull. The serpent captures the eagle and throws him into a pit to die of hunger and thirst. Utu sends a man, Etana, to help the eagle. Etana saves the eagle, but he also asks the bird to find the plant of birth in order to become father of a son. The eagle takes Etana up to the heaven of the god, Anu, the oldest god in written history. But Etana becomes afraid in the air and goes back to the ground. He makes another attempt and finds the plant of birth, enabling him to have Balai. Etana's royal pedigree was no mere fabrication, or so they would want you to believe, for he held the prestigious title of the first king of Kish, as chronicled in the esteemed Sumerian king list. This king's list was a very early myth genealogical origin story in Mesopotamia. In the annals of history, he was held as he who stabilized the lands, a regel figurehead tasked with bringing order to the chaotic world birthed by the gods. With such a distinguished reputation, it's no wonder he was cast as the leading protagonist in this captivating myth, a paragon of kingly virtue who united the lands of his time. He is most likely a mythological king who gets his own myth in the Old Babylonian period, circa 1894 BC to 1595 BC. His myth claims that he is the first real king, even though several kings of the Sumerian kings list are mentioned as earlier genealogical kings of Etana. However, as many scholars have noted, the names of these earlier kings mentioned on this list have names which indicate chaos or symbolize the disorder of the primordial period, indicating they're probably fabricated metaphors as names. The story's essence is one of unwavering trust in the divine, a message whispered across the ages. And who better to embody this profound wisdom than the renowned ruler himself, Etana, with his regal splendor and resolute character, became the ideal vessel to convey the lesson of putting faith in the gods, handpicked by this mysterious author of the myth. As evidence of its ancient origins, intricate cylinder seals have been discovered, showcasing the brave Etana perched atop his feathered steed during the reign of Sargon of Akkad. These remarkable artifacts serve as portals to the bygone era, testaments to the enduring power of myth and the timeless allure of Etana's soaring exploits. Thus, the myth of Etana weaves a tale that transcends time, whisking us away to a realm where kings commune with eagles and divine plants hold the promise of lineage. It implores us to embrace the celestial unknown and trust in powers beyond our mortal grasp. For even in the realm of myth and legend, the echoes of wisdom still resonate, reminding us to take flight on the wings of faith, as many of the faithful would suggest. My recommendation is to be highly skeptical and consider these stories, cherry-picking the good, throwing out the bad. This myth of Etna is the only Mesopotamian written myth that we have documented before writing, with several sills with a guy going to heaven on an eagle's back. Etna was called a shepherd, similar to what you find with King David and Jesus, because a shepherd looks after his flock and was a metaphor of kingship even before writing. In the sills of Etna, it is literally a shepherd on the sill. By the first millennium, Etna has fallen out of popularity and is considered an underworld ruler or judge of the dead. The myth of Adapa is also written down in a very early period during the Old Babylonian times. However, contrasting Adapa to Etana, Adapa gains steam and grows in popularity over the millennia. Most of the great Neo-Assyrian kings like Sargon II, who destroyed Israel, is equated with Adapa. In the realm of Mesopotamian mythology, a captivating story unfolds, starring none other than the mysterious Adapa. Unbeknownst to him, this legendary figure inadvertently spurned the enticing offer of everlasting life, referred to as Adapa and the South Wind. This mesmerizing account is pieced together from fragmented tablets discovered at Tel El Amarna in ancient Egypt during the 14th century BC, as well as from artifacts unearthed in the illustrious library of Ashurbanipal in Assyria during the 7th century BC. Delving further into antiquity, the oldest records of this intriguing character stem from Tel Hadad tablets inscribed in the sacred language of Sumerian, hailing from the 19th to the 16th century BC. Adapa's prominence within the realm of Mesopotamian faith cannot be understated. Uttering his name became a potent invocation in the mystical realm of exorcism rituals, a conduit to channel supernatural forces. Furthermore, he assumed the role of a powerful ruler, his name invoked to elicit favorable comparisons and emulate his wisdom. Among the scholarly circles, there exists a conflation between Adapa and the Apkallu, renowned as Uana. Here is Adapa's myth. After the flood, although the kingship was in Kish, humanity was without guidance and had no direction, and this led to the rise of Adapa. Adapa was a mortal man, an extremely pious, faithful servant and sage or priest of the temple of Enki. Or, in Babylon, this god was called Ea, who is the lord of magic and secret knowledge in the city of Eridu. Enki, sometimes considered his father, had given Adapa the gift of great wisdom, but not eternal life. While carrying out his duties being a faithful servant, he was fishing at the river Tigris to catch fish to offer as an offering to his god Enki. The sea became rough by the strong south wind and his boat was capsized. He may have drowned from this, but angry, Adapa ascends out of the water and utters a magic spell which broke the wings of the south wind, preventing it from blowing for 7 days. Humans are not supposed to be able to do this, and the south wind was absolutely necessary for farming in this part of the world. So the world has come to a pause because of Adapa. The oldest known writing god in the world, the god Anu, freaks out wondering who messed up the natural order of the world. So he called Adapa to account for his action by coming up to heaven. But Enki warns him by instructing Adapa that they're going to try tricking you in heaven by giving you deadly food and water, probably poisonous. When offered garments and oil, he should put the clothes on and anoint himself, but don't eat. Sounds kind of familiar, right? The Garden of Eden story? So Adapa goes to heaven and is questioned, "Why did you do this?" Adapa said, "The wind attacked me." Anu laughed and said, "You humans are funny with your magic that give you divine powers." Anu instructs him to put on the oil and garments. So Adapa puts on the oil and garments as he recalls his master Enki said this was okay to do. Adapa is then offered the food of life and water of life, but will not eat or drink because he remembers the instructions of his god Enki. Anu, who asks why he will not eat or drink. Adapa replies that Enki told him not to. Anu laughs at Enki's actions and passes judgment on Adapa by asking rhetorically, what ill has Adapa brought on mankind? He adds that men will suffer disease as a consequence, which might explain an origin myth that we ask again in our stories. Why do people get diseases? Adapa is then sent back down to Earth. This is the origin story of his supernatural power of being able to do divine things and do mortal things. Incantations is one of the things Adapa brings to mankind from his visitation to heaven. Assyriologist and Hebrew Bible scholar Joshua Bowen has noted that Enki is trying to trick his devoted student and servant Adapa into not eating from the food and water of immortality, because he wants Adapa to bring the knowledge of the gods to mankind. If he would have eaten the food and water of life, he would have remained completely separated from mankind, and the secret knowledge would have remained contained only in heaven with the gods. Enki flat out just lied, but he did so to help humanity out. It reminds me of when Yahweh lied to Adam and Eve to keep them from eating of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Both deities lie to the humans, but for the opposite reasons. Yahweh wants to keep mankind in a state of innocence and without the understanding of the gods. In the intricate medley of ancient civilizations, scribal wisdom, magical practices, and ritual mythology played a significant role in the service of kings, such as those reigning over the mighty empires of Assyria and Babylon. What captivates the mind when considering the era leading up to Enoch is the remarkable spread of this literature, even in the absence of its original patrons. From the dethroning of the king of Babylon to the rise of Persia and the advent of Alexander the Great's Hellenistic era, the temples stood tall and the priesthoods flourished, their influence expanding in certain regions. In the absence of a central monarch, the scribes themselves sometimes assumed the central role, becoming the custodians of knowledge and authority. As the late Jonathan Z. Smith astutely observed, the emergence of apocalypticism seemed intricately tied to the decline of a native kingship. A noteworthy artifact, the king list from Uruk, catalogs the names of earthly kings alongside their esteemed sages. These sages were not only repositories of secret knowledge, but also wielders of healing arts and the power to exorcise demons. Among these malevolent entities, one finds the infamous Lamashtu, a demon known for abducting and causing harm to newborns in ancient Mesopotamia. Intriguingly, this figure serves as the ancestral precursor to Lilith, a prominent character in Jewish lore, often portrayed as Adam's supposed first wife. In a society steeped in misogyny, the moral of this cautionary tale echoes: Refrain from engaging in contentious arguments with your husband, particularly when the dispute revolves around matters of intimacy. I trust you grasp the underlying message. In the midst of this rich jumble, one figure emerges as a hero in the face of Lamashtu's malevolence, Adapa. Revered in their tradition, Adapa possessed the rare ability to ward off the menacing demon, illustrated in a remarkable plaque during the 9th and 7th centuries BC. We witness the sage Adapa adorned in an attire reminiscent of a fish, valiantly protecting patients or expectant mothers from the demon's harm. Delving into the complex depths of ancient Mesopotamian lore unveils a world where scribes rose to prominence, demonic forces loomed, and heroes arose to confront them. It is a testament to the intricacies of historical narratives, where the interplay of power, mythology, and cultural belief shape the collective consciousness of civilizations. But still lurking in the air is the intriguing question at hand, revolves around the interactions between Judean scribes and Mesopotamian traditions, particularly considering the striking resemblances between the narratives of Adapa and Enoch. Both figures emerge as celestial messengers, hailing from primordial times, and both become personified by scribes. Despite the lack of extensive verbal overlap between the two, scholars have noted profound structural parallels, prompting further exploration into the potential connection between Enoch and the earlier Adapa myth. It is noteworthy that both Mesopotamian and Judean societies underwent similar transformations, including the loss of native kingship and the conquest by the Persians and Alexander the Great. In both contexts, scribal cultures experienced comparable changes. Professor Jonathan Ben Dove has drawn attention to the remarkable similarity between the astronomical knowledge present in Enoch and the astronomical knowledge associated with Adapa in Mesopotamian literature. These conceptual affinities, though distinct, beg the question of how they can be connected. During the late Persian period, the same individuals held positions of power in both institutions, namely those who controlled the temples and education. In Babylon, education centered around Aramaic parchment writing scribes, who gained prominence due to the native Babylonian families' revolt against the Persian rulers. Consequently, new scribes assumed control of Babylonian temples towards the end of the Persian period. At this juncture, Babylonian scholarship thrived, with scribes trained in standardized Aramaic. Simultaneously, these scribes became the teachers of Hebrew scribes, instructing them in the art of writing. Thus, it becomes evident that Hebrew scribes during the Hellenistic period adopted an Aramaic script, as evident in their written works. The scholarly dominance of Aramaic practitioners extended throughout the Persian and Hellenistic empires, leaving a significant imprint on the intellectual landscape. This is corroborated by the presence of Aramaic Levi documents in the Dead Sea Scrolls, which employ a base 60 mathematical system rooted in Sumerian tradition, as well as Babylonian-style astronomy. Shared training among scholars naturally engenders shared literary ideas, further blurring the boundaries between distinct cultural and textual traditions. In a nutshell, these scribes would have known the Babylonian myths that root back to ancient Sumer and could easily have conveyed this knowledge to the Hebrew and Aramaic scribes. Interestingly, the Adapa myth from Mesopotamia and the concept of the Apkallu played a significant role in influencing the authors of the Enochian literature. The concept of the Apkallu, known as the Seven Sages, in Mesopotamian mythology played a formative role in shaping the imagery and ideas within the Enochian literature. It's not a coincidence that Enoch is the seventh generation from Adam, especially with the Apkallu being 7 sages. The number 7 holds symbolic importance in ancient cultures, often representing completeness, perfection, and divine order. The association of both the Apkallu and Enoch with the number 7 suggests their elevated status and their connection to divine wisdom. The Apkallu were considered semi-divine beings who were believed to possess extraordinary knowledge and skills that they imparted to humanity. They were depicted as half-human, half-fish or bird, and were revered as ancient sages and benefactors of civilization. In the Enochian literature, we see echoes of the Apkallu in the figure of Enoch himself and the heavenly beings with whom he interacts. Enoch is portrayed as a sage and revealer of divine secrets, much like the Apkallu. The imagery of hybrid beings combining human and celestial features finds parallels in the descriptions of angelic beings encountered by Enoch during his celestial journeys. But to truly grasp the origins and influences behind the Enochian stories, as well as the broader biblical creation and flood accounts, it is essential to delve into a significant historical discovery. The credit for the initial scholarly translation of the Epic of Gilgamesh rests with George Smith, a British Assyriologist who in the late 19th century worked as a self-taught expert at the British Museum. In 1872, Smith unveiled his groundbreaking translation of the Flood Tablet, an excerpt from the Epic of Gilgamesh detailing a cataclysmic deluge and the hero's survival. This momentous revelation reverberated throughout the academic community, triggering a heated discourse on its striking resemblances to the biblical flood narrative. The unearthing of the Epic of Gilgamesh, with its parallels to the account of Noah's Ark in the Bible, sent shockwaves through the intellectual realm, igniting profound contemplation. The shared elements between the two stories, such as a hero constructing an ark to survive a global flood and bringing along animals, raised intriguing inquiries about the genesis and universality of the biblical story. For many scholars of the time, this discovery posed a formidable challenge to long-held beliefs regarding the exceptionalism and divine inspiration of the Bible. The striking correspondences indicated that the biblical flood account was not an isolated occurrence, but rather part of a broader cultural and literary tradition prevalent in the ancient Near East. This realization prompted a reevaluation of the Bible's status as an exclusive and infallible religious text. The impact of unearthing the Epic of Gilgamesh on biblical scholarship cannot be overstated. It catalyzed further investigations into comparative mythology, ancient Near Eastern literature, and the intricate interplay between religious concepts and cultural exchange. This watershed moment ushered in a new era of biblical studies demanding a more nuanced understanding of its historical and cultural context, and fostering a deeper appreciation for the intricate picture of ancient religious and mythological traditions. This discovery propelled comparative studies to new heights and enriched our comprehension of the interconnectedness and shared human experiences that underlie ancient religious traditions. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, the protagonist obtains the plant of life, but loses it to a snake. Similarly, Enoch in his tradition attains immortality, never experiencing death, and survives the flood, much like Utnapishtim. While the direct comparison between Gilgamesh and Enoch may not be as explicit as with Adapa, the overarching theme persists. A human figure who endures the deluge, such as Utnapishtim, acquires immortality but is distanced from humanity, while Gilgamesh, a restless wanderer, embarks on a quest following the death of his dear friend Enkidu, driven by his fear of mortality. Alas, Gilgamesh fails to complete his trials and returns home empty-handed. Multiple poems recount Gilgamesh's story, each with its own unique details, yet the underlying essence remains. Interestingly, scholars widely agree that the Epic of Gilgamesh exerted significant influence on the Iliad and the Odyssey, two epic poems composed in ancient Greek during the 8th century BC, a fascinating tidbit of information to ponder. Enter the world of Enochian literature, a treasure trove of texts that expand upon the biblical narrative and offer a tantalizing glimpse into a realm teeming with angels, cosmic journeys, and divine revelations. In this rich jumble of apocryphal writings, Enoch becomes an ambassador between humans and the heavenly realms, rubbing shoulders with angelic beings and attaining the title of scribe of the angels. The Enochian literature, comprising works such as 1st Enoch, 2nd Enoch, and 3rd Enoch, presents Enoch as a seer, a prophet, and a revealer of hidden knowledge. In these texts, he is bestowed with the divine visions, uncovering secrets about creation, the workings of the universe, and even the esoteric arts of astrology and magic. Enoch ascends through the heavenly spheres, navigating a celestial landscape that rivals the most elaborate science fiction tales, all while conversing with celestial luminaries and receiving cosmic revelations. In this alternate Enochian universe, our protagonist's significance transcends that of a mere ancestor. Enoch becomes a luminary figure, a conduit for divine wisdom, and a herald of eschatological events. He walks the fine line between the human and the divine, straddling the realms of mortality and immortality. Through his writings and revelations, Enoch becomes a spiritual guide, offering a roadmap to understanding the mysteries of existence and the divine plan. If we're going to attempt solving the Enochian enigma, we should consider evaluating the Genesis 5 genealogy, where we first see Enoch, the son of Cain, appear momentarily like the blink of an eye. Let us look at the Mesopotamian kings list and the genealogy presented in Genesis 5, as they share several similarities which have led scholars to explore possible connections between the two. There's genealogical structure. Both the Mesopotamian kings list and the genealogy in Genesis 5 follow a similar structure of listing multiple generations in a linear fashion. They present a series of individuals, often with long lifespans, who are said to have ruled or lived for extended periods. Longevity. Both the Kings list and Genesis 5 feature individuals with remarkably long lifespans. In the Kings list, the early rulers are recorded as living for hundreds of thousands of years, while the genealogy in Genesis 5 depicts individuals living for several hundred years. These exceptionally long lifespans are not commonly found in other historical or mythological accounts. Their sequential descendants, Both lineages in the King's List and Genesis 5 provide a direct line of descendants. Each individual is listed as the son of the preceding one, creating a clear lineage from one generation to the next. And then there's divine or semi-divine connection. In both accounts, there is a connection to the divine or semi-divine realm. The King's List includes rulers who are descended as having been in direct communication with gods or even having divine ancestry. Similarly, the genealogy in Genesis 5 emphasizes the descendants' connection to Adam, who is portrayed as having a special relationship with God. These shared characteristics have led scholars to propose that there may be a connection or shared influence between the Mesopotamian King's List and the genealogy in Genesis 5. Some scholars even suggest that the biblical account may have been influenced by or borrowed elements from the Mesopotamian tradition during the Babylonian captivity, as was noted in the previous Origins of Cain and Abel video. In passing, I want to note that there's an ancient Babylonian priest and historian named Berosus who played a significant role in providing insights into the ancient Near Eastern context and aiding our understanding of the book of Genesis. He was born in the 4th century BCE. Berosus was a scholar of Babylonian and Chaldean history and culture, and he's written several works. In his work, he discusses the Sumerian King's List, which exhibit intriguing similarities in their numerical calculations. Both genealogies employ a systematic approach that highlights the lineage and the longevity of their respective figures. The significance, though, of Enoch's 365-year lifespan within this framework is indeed striking. A solar calendar consisting of 365 days per year offers a compelling explanation for this particular duration. The numerical correspondence between Enoch's lifespan and the number of days in a solar year hints at a deliberate choice of a solar calendar system by the biblical authors. This interpretation underscores the need to consider the cultural and astronomical context of the ancient Near East, where solar calendars play a prominent role in timekeeping and agricultural cycles. I just want to highlight it from the Greek world. In Greek mythology, Prometheus is a titan who defies the gods by stilling fire and giving it to humanity. This act of rebellion and the subsequent gift of fire symbolize Prometheus's role as a benefactor of humanity and a bringer of knowledge. Like the Apkallu and Enki, Prometheus is portrayed as an intermediary figure who challenges the authority of the gods and bestows wisdom upon humans. Additionally, the concept of divine beings interacting with mortals can be seen in Greek mythology through figures such as Prometheus. Prometheus was a titan who stole fire from the gods, gave it to the humans, an act that defied divine authority and led to consequences for both Prometheus and humanity. This act of transgression and the sharing of forbidden knowledge parallel the actions of the Watchers in the book of Enoch. The giants in Greek mythology were a race of powerful and monstrous beings who rose up against the Olympian gods. Their conflict with the gods, known as the giants, The giants in Greek mythology were a race of powerful and monstrous beings who rose up against the Olympian gods. Enoch has giants in it as well. And you might as well say that Gilgamesh was a massive, strong, giant-type figure, which we see giants in the Genesis 6 account with the sons of God who come down. There has to be some type of connection. While I have searched far and wide along with other Assyriologists to try and find a direct birth narrative where a god mates with a mortal woman creating giants, we don't find it. But Gilgamesh is 2/3 divine, 1/3 mortal or human. This figure with his strength and power, unlike regular mortals, seems to imply some type of tradition that has seeped its way into all of this literature. Also, let's note the comparison between the Titans' war against the Olympians in Hellenistic mythology and the rebellion of the fallen angels or sons of God against Yahweh in the Book of Enoch highlights certain parallels in their themes and motifs, suggesting possible influences or shared cultural concepts. In Greek mythology, the Titans were a group of primordial beings or deities who ruled before the Olympian gods. According to the myth, the Titans, led by figures such as Kronos and Prometheus, waged war against the Olympian gods in an attempt to overthrow their rule. This conflict symbolizes a cosmic struggle between different generations of gods and the establishment of a new divine order. Similarly, in the Book of Enoch, an apocryphal text associated with Jewish and early Christian traditions, a group of angels known as the Watchers or fallen angels rebels against Yahweh. These angels descend to earth, interact with humans, and teach them forbidden knowledge and practices. Their rebellion against divine authority is seen as a violation of the cosmic order and leads to the corruption and downfall of humanity. The parallel between the Titans and the rebellion of the fallen angels reflects a shared theme of divine conflict and the tension between different generations or factions of celestial beings. Both narratives convey the struggle for power, the challenge to establish divine authority, and the consequences that arise from such rebellion. I want to thank you for joining us on this captivating journey through the ancient world of myths. We've explored the fascinating connections between Mesopotamian, Greek, and Enochian traditions, unearthing the echoes of divine rebellion, cosmic battles, and the interplay between gods and mortals. But our exploration has only just begun. As we delve further into the realms of ancient mythology, we can't help but wonder what secrets lie within the deep mythology of Noah, the great-grandson of Enoch. How does his story intertwine with the cosmic flood and survival of humanity? Did Genesis chapters 1 through 3 borrow elements from much earlier Mesopotamian mythological stories? Brace yourself as we explore the linguistic, lexical, and thematic connections between these ancient myths, such as the Enuma Elish and the Genesis narrative. But let's not overlook the implications of such borrowing. Shouldn't this compel open-minded individuals to question the literal truth of these stories? Before we proceed, let's address some crucial points. The Hebrew language, as recorded in the earliest texts, dates back perhaps to the 10th century BCE, while the Mesopotamian myths, etched onto clay tablets, are often over 1,000 years older. Contrary to mistaken assumptions, the Hebrew Bible's creation and flood story contains Akkadian cognates from that much earlier language, not the other way around. It is essential to clarify this misconception and correct any misguided notions that suggest the other myths drew inspiration from the Bible. This factual inaccuracy needs to be rectified before we continue. Those who attempt to use Mesopotamian myths as evidence supporting the historical truth of the biblical narrative are quite frankly missing the boat, or rather, missing Noah's Ark altogether. Can we genuinely believe that Utnapishtim and his wife are walking among us, bestowed with immortality by the gods? Do we truly entertain the notion that Enlil annihilated humanity simply for being too noisy? Or that Marduk fashioned the cosmos from the remains of the sea goddess Tiamat? It's a resounding no to both, of course. As someone who is a Bible fundamentalist, I understand the profound impact of blindly following ill-informed teachings. Today, reading these older texts and understanding their original context has given me a richer understanding of the meaning of these stories. I actually love these stories, for what they are. And it is my goal for others to enjoy reading them in their actual historical context, and not as if they dropped out of heaven. However, as we explore the intricate web of connections between these polytheistic Mesopotamian myths and the later monotheistic Hebrew Bible, it becomes evident that the Genesis creation and flood accounts were crafted using popular mythological motifs of the time. This realization raises critical questions about the historical plausibility and the nature of scriptural inspiration. Yes, the Bible is undoubtedly inspired, but by these pre-existing Mesopotamian myths that served as a foundation for its storytelling. Join us on this intellectual journey, my friends. Scholars agree that most of the primeval history borrows directly or indirectly from Mesopotamian mythology, and Genesis 1 is no exception. While there is debate as to whether such borrowing was conscious and polemical, or simply due to the overall influence of the myth in the ancient Near East, the consensus is that the opening chapter of Genesis almost certainly owes its existence to the Enuma Elish. The Enuma Elish is an Akkadian story dating back to the mid to late 2nd millennium BCE that tells of the god Marduk and his rise to power over the other gods. The story begins before heaven and earth had been created. The two water deities, Apsu and Tiamat, brought forth the gods. Shortly after their creation, however, they became noisy and bothersome to the god, Apsu, who decided to kill them. Ea, however, in his wisdom, was able to thwart Apsu's plans and fought back.
Ea was aware of all, discerned their stratagem. He fashioned it, he established it, a master plan. He made it artful, his superb magic spell. He recited it and brought him to rest in the waters. He put him in deep slumber. He was fast asleep. He made Apsu sleep. He tied up Apsu. He killed him.
Having killed Apsu, Ea and his spouse Damkina take over his home and give birth to mighty Marduk.
His body was magnificent, fiery his glance. He was a hero at birth. He was a mighty one from the beginning.
Anu creates 4 winds for Marduk to play with, and with them he disturbed Tiamat.
He caused a wave and it roiled Tiamat. Tiamat was roiled, churning day and night. The gods, finding no rest, bore the brunt of each wind.
Tiamat plots to kill Marduk and the other gods.
Mother Hubor, Tiamat, who can form everything, added countless invincible weapons, gave birth to monster serpents pointed of fang. With merciless incisors, she filled their bodies with venom for blood. Fierce dragons she clad with glories, causing them to bear auras like gods, saying, "Whoever sees them shall collapse from weakness. Wherever their bodies make onslaught, they shall not turn back." Her commands were absolute. No one opposed them. 11 indeed, on this wise she created.
Her husband Kingu she promoted to the highest position, giving him the famous Tablet of Destinies. She proclaimed,
"I cast your spell. I make you the greatest in the assembly of the gods. Kingship of all the gods I put in your power." You are the greatest in the assembly of the gods. Kingship of all the gods I put in your power.
The great god Anshar called upon Ea to go fight Tiamat, but his response was shocking.
Ea went to seek out Tiamat's stratagem. He stopped, horror-stricken, then turned back. He came before Anshar the sovereign. He beseeched him with entreaties, saying, "My father, Tiamat has carried her actions beyond me. I sought out her course, but my spell cannot counter it. Her strength is enormous. She is utterly terrifying. She is reinforced with a host. None can go out against her. Her challenge was not reduced. It was so loud against me, I became afraid at her clamor. I turned back. My father, do not despair. Send another to her."
Anshar then went to Anu, another senior god, who gave the same response. It was only then that Marduk volunteered to take Tiamat down. Marduk then charges to battle, defeats Kingu simply by approaching, and ultimately kills the sea goddess, creating the world from her carcass. There are several possible points of contact between these two myths. Let's begin with the very first line of the book of Genesis. Along with John 3:16, many of us can probably at least start Genesis 1:1.
In the beginning, God created.
This familiar English translation has led to some interpreters suggesting that the first sentence in the Bible is of existential proof.
In the beginning was God.
However, the intended meaning of this first clause is not quite so simply construed as King James had commissioned. The Hebrew phrase that starts off the verse can be translated at least 2, if not 3 different ways, and the translation is significant for reading the rest of the story. Professor David M. Carr notes of this passage.
One of the first and most important interpretive and translation issues in this chapter is the question of whether Genesis 1:1 is a dependent clause introducing what follows, when God created, or an independent clause, in the beginning, God created.
While there are other interpretive issues involved here, like should this be considered creation from nothing? Our only concern on this point is Genesis 1:1's potential similarity to Enuma Elish. This story opens,
When the heavens above did not exist, and earth beneath had not come into being, there was Apsu, the first in order, their begetter, and demiurge Tiamat, who gave birth to them all.
Notice how the first line is part of a dependent clause. That is a clause that cannot stand alone in the sentence and is dependent on another clause. This is otherwise known as a temporal clause, describing a period before creation. If Genesis 1:1 should be translated,
When God began to create,
or something similar, then this should describe a situation before God began to create. The arguments are somewhat complex, and we need not go into them here. For example, Professor Robert D. Homestead wrote an article in 2008 dedicated entirely to the grammatical and syntactical features of this first phrase in Genesis 1:1 to determine whether the verse should be translated as a dependent or independent clause. Basically, there are several occurrences of this phrase in the Hebrew Bible, and they are usually translated with the word of attached to them. In the beginning of the reign of so-and-so king. This would mean that Genesis 1:1 would be translated something like,
in the beginning of God creating the heavens and the earth,
or more smoothly,
when God began to create the heavens and the earth.
When we continue the passage in Genesis 1, If understood in this way, the text is explaining,
when God began to create the heavens and the earth was...
In other words, this was the state of the world when God began to create. When we compare this to other Mesopotamian creation stories, and Enuma Elish in particular, we see something similar. Professor Joseph Blenkinsop writes,
Genesis 1 belongs to the genre of cosmogony, narratives about world origins, and ancient cosmogonic myths in that culture area begin by describing the way it was at the time of the first creation, only then proceeding to the creation itself.
This is not only true of other ancient Near Eastern cosmogonic myths, but also in at least one other place in the Hebrew Bible. In Genesis 2, the second creation story begins by describing the state of the earth before God begins his creative act. Carr writes,
the creation account that follows Genesis 1 in the Bible and likely predated it, Genesis 2:5 to 3:24, likewise begins with a description of the uncreated prologue to God's creation. Genesis 1 similarly begins with a statement of what creation was like before God created.
It seems as though this narrative pattern of describing the pre-creation state of affairs is common not only to ancient Near Eastern compositions, but also to the Old Testament. It appears that Genesis 1 is also following this pattern, perhaps modeled after the opening line of Enuma Elish. This possibility is strengthened by the presence of the Hebrew word tehom, the deep, that is found in Genesis 1:2. Professor Ludwig Kohler and Walter Baumgartner explained that the word tehom likely is derived from the general Semitic tiham, sea. So as such, it is not a loanword from Akkadian. Both Akkadian, the language of the Enuma Elish, and Hebrew, the language of the Old Testament, are Semitic languages. And the word tehom, Hebrew, and Tiamat, the name of the Akkadian sea goddess in Enuma Elish, go back to the Semitic word teham. In other words, this appears to be a case in which both the Hebrew and Akkadian are drawing on a similar source, but one may not be directly drawing from the other. This is an important point as we want to be precise when attempting to see connections and dependence between texts. As we noted in a previous section, one of the ways that we determine borrowing is the presence of shared language between the two texts. The more unique the language that is shared, the greater the possibility of borrowing. In this instance, one might be tempted to see a direct borrowing of Tiamat, the Akkadian sea goddess, in the word tehom. But this is not necessarily the case. Both words are clearly cognates, but we may not be able to say more than that from a strictly lexical standpoint. Blenkinsop agrees.
The tehom may be related to the same Semitic root as the proto-goddess Tiamat, representing the chaotic salt waters of the ocean from whose body the earth was formed.
What is noteworthy, however, is its place in the text. To reiterate the opening lines in Enuma Elish are,
when the heavens above did not exist, and earth beneath had not come into being, there was Apsu, the first in order, their begetter, and demiurge Tiamat, who gave birth to them all.
Notice that following dependent temporal clauses, we see the figure Tiamat appearing in the first few lines right at the beginning of the text. In Genesis 1, we read,
when God began to create the heavens and the earth was formless and void, and darkness was over the deep. Tehom.
As in Enuma Elish, the cognate word for sea shows up in the opening lines, following a dependent temporal clause. There is more to suggest that the Tehom is meant to be connected to one degree or another to the sea goddess Tiamat of Enuma Elish. The word shows up in many other passages in the Hebrew Bible, many of which use the term to describe a mighty, awe-inspiring, and completely out of reach place. However, it does appear to have a more nuanced meaning in certain texts, particularly in some of the Psalms. In Psalm 77, it appears that Yahweh is doing some sort of battle with a personified form of the deep. In Psalm 77:17, we read,
The waters saw you, O God, the waters saw you and trembled. Indeed, the depths, Tehomot, quaked.
This psalm zeroes in on the Exodus event, but the description of the waters here has a clearly primordial nuance. Professor Frank Lothar Hosfeld explains.
The cosmological insertion holds a unique place within the whole of the psalm. It is true that the emphasis on the element of water has an obvious association with the passage through the sea, the Exodus. But here it is a matter of the mythical cosmic confrontation between the superior God King and the waters of chaos.
Concerning verse 17 specifically, he writes,
In verse 17, the subterranean primeval waters are in terror before the God manifested in theophany. Here, the primeval waters are the direct opponents.
It would seem that the Tehom is personified in the text as an enemy of God that needs to be conquered. Similar, but not identical language can be seen in Psalm 104, a hymn that praises Yahweh for his power in and over his creation. In verses 6 through 7, we read,
You covered it, the earth, with the deep, Tehom, like a garment. The waters stood over the mountains. They fled from your threat. From the sound of your thunder, they hurried away.
There is clear poetic imagery here that personifies the deep. It flees and hurries away from the power expressed by Yahweh. However, there is a move away from depicting Tehom directly as an enemy combatant, as seen in other passages. This, in fact, appears to be the same nuance that appears in Genesis 1 verse 2. Notice what Professor Daniel Estes says about this.
In Annie thought, the waters represented the forces of chaos, but throughout the Old Testament, they are under the control of the Lord.
Let's sum up and tie this back to Genesis 1:2 and Tehom. First, passages like Psalm 77 and 104 clearly describe Yahweh working against the primordial cosmic forces to bring about creation or show forth his unmatched power. Professor Othmar Kill and Sylvia Schroer discuss various passages featuring the chaotic waters in these creative contexts and conclude,
Traces of the motif of the battle against chaos can be found in many Old Testament passages.
The use of traces here is at times more appropriate than others. There are certainly passages that depict the battles with the forces of chaos against Yahweh in clear, straightforward language. However, in Psalm 104 and Genesis 1, I think we are seeing only traces of the divine battle with the sea. In other words, instead of an overt description, The author of Genesis 1 seems to have gone to some lengths to downplay the significance of the power of the primordial sea. Blenkinsop says it this way.
The author of Genesis 1, a learned priest and scribe familiar with Mesopotamian and Levantine myths of origins, has so thoroughly demythologized the different narrative elements of the creation story. For example, by substituting the Tehom for Tiamat, and by eliminating the use of physical material in creation, mud, blood, etc., that we have to work hard to detect the mythological arrière-fond background of his account.
Although the priestly writer has constructed the creation story to downplay the mythological aspects of the battle with chaos, and therefore rendering the primary opponent powerless before Yahweh, we can still see remnants of the narrative components still present in the texts. There are obviously more points of contact between the Enuma Elish and the story in Genesis 1. Carr notes several, including the connection between Tiamat's carcass being used to create the dome over the world in Enuma Elish, and the formation of the vault of heaven in Genesis 1 from the waters. He also draws attention to heavenly signs from both Enuma Elish and Genesis 1, as well as the great sea monsters. These two may function as blind motifs. What is more important here, however, is the fact that Genesis 1 is dependent upon the Enuma Elish and potentially other ancient Near Eastern myths that incorporate the battle with primordial chaos. These myths clearly predate the biblical text, and the parallels between them and Genesis 1 are arguably too numerous and contextually effective to be mere coincidence. If someone begins to read the Old Testament for the first time, it probably won't take them long to realize that Genesis 1 through 2, 4 sounds quite different from Genesis 2, 4 to 25. If they are paying close attention to the story, chapter 2 seems to tell the story of creation for a second time. John J. Collins writes,
Whatever the origin of the Adam and Eve story, it stands in sharp contrast to the priestly account of creation that now forms the opening chapter of the Bible.
Not only does the sequence of events differ from the first account to the second, but the writing style is quite distinct. In this section, however, we will only focus on the order of events and how they are distinct from and contradictory to one another. Let's begin with Genesis 1. If we go through the chapter, we see the following order of creative events. Day 1, light.
And God said, Let there be light. And there was light. And God saw that the light was good. And God divided between the light and the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. Genesis 1, 3-5.
Day 2, the vault, sky.
And God made the vault, and he divided between the waters that are under the vault and the waters that are above the vault. And it was so. Genesis 1, 7.
Day 3, dry land, seas, and vegetation.
And God said, Let the waters be gathered together under the heavens to one place, and let the dry land appear. And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the accumulation of waters he called seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, Let the earth sprout vegetation, plants producing seed, fruit trees producing fruit according to its species, whose seed is in it upon the earth. And it was so. Genesis 1, 9-11.
Day 4, sun, moon, and stars.
And God made the two great lights, the great light to rule the day, and the small light to rule the night, and the stars. Genesis 1, 16.
Day 5. Sea creatures and birds.
And God said, "Let the waters teem with swarms of living creatures, and let birds fly over the earth, over the surface of the vault of the heavens." Genesis 1:20.
Day 6. Land creatures and mankind.
And God said, "Let the earth bring forth living creatures according to their species, beast and creeping animals, and animals of the earth according to their kind." And it was so. And God said, "Let us make mankind in our image according to our likeness, and let them rule over the fish of the sea and the birds of the heavens, and the beasts and all the earth, and all the creeping things that creep upon the earth." And God created humanity in his image. In the likeness of God he created them. Male and female he created them. Genesis 1:24, 26-27.
The narrative in Genesis 2 is not as literarily structured as Genesis 1. Nevertheless, we can determine the sequence in which God created and organized. Event 1. Man created.
Then the Lord God formed the man with dust from the ground, and he blew into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living creature. Genesis 2:7.
Event 2. God plants a garden.
And the Lord God planted a garden in Eden in the east, and he set the man there whom he had formed. Genesis 2:8.
Event 3. God causes vegetation to grow.
And the Lord God caused every tree that is pleasing to the eye and good for food to sprout from the ground, along with the tree of life in the midst of the garden, and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Genesis 2:9.
Event 4. God puts man in the garden to work.
And the Lord God took the man and settled him in the Garden of Eden to work and to tend it. Genesis 2:15.
Event 5. God creates the animals.
And the Lord God formed from the ground every animal of the field and every bird of the heavens, and he brought them to the man to see what he would name them. And everything that the man named each living animal, that was its name. Genesis 2:19.
Event 6. God creates woman.
And the Lord God made a woman from the rib which he took from the man, and he brought her to the man. Genesis 2:22.
When you view both sets of creative and organizing events, you quickly see that they appear rather contradictory with respect to their order. If we set them side by side, we can compare the order. While we will not point out every discrepancy between these two accounts in their canonical forms, let's highlight a few. For example, when was man created? In Genesis 1:26-27, God creates humanity on the 6th day, the end of the creation period. Furthermore, he creates man and woman at the same time.
And God created humanity in his image. In the image of God he created them. Male and female he created them.
But what do we see in Genesis 2? Man is God's first creation in Genesis 2:7.
And the Lord God formed the man with dust from the ground, and he blew into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living creature.
In contrast, woman is his final creation after the garden, vegetation, and animals. And where was humanity supposed to live? In Genesis 1:28-29, we see God's command.
And God blessed them, and God said to them, "Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the earth and subdue it, and rule over every fish of the sea, and over every bird of the heavens, and over every living thing that creeps upon the ground." And God said, "Look, I have given you every plant-bearing seed that is upon the surface of the earth, and every tree that has seed-bearing fruit in it is yours for food.
So God commands humanity to fill the earth and to rule over all the animals that were created. In contrast, we read in Genesis 2:15 through 17,
And the Lord God took the man and settled him in the Garden of Eden to tend and guard it. And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, From every tree of the garden you may certainly eat, but from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you must not eat.
we see that the man and later the woman do remain in the garden until they are driven out as a result of their disobedience. Genesis 3:23. It seems as though the story in Genesis 1 commands them to go into all the world, while they are expected to remain in the garden in Genesis 2. With regards to animals and birds, in Genesis 1 we see that birds were created before the land animals, which were created before mankind. In Genesis 1:20 we read,
And God said, Let the waters teem with swarms of living creatures, and let birds fly over the earth, over the surface of the vault of the heavens.
We then see,
And God said, Let the earth bring forth living creatures according to their species, beasts and creeping things, and animals of the earth after their species. And it was so. And God made the animals of the earth according to their species, and the beasts according to their species, and every creeping thing of the ground according to their kind. And God saw that it was good. Genesis 1:24-25.
this all took place on day 6 before humanity had been created. However, in Genesis 2:19 we read,
And the Lord God formed from the ground every animal of the field and every bird of the heavens, and he brought them to the man to see what he would call them. And everything that the man called each living creature, that was its name.
Clearly, in Genesis 1, the birds and land animals are created before mankind, while in Genesis 2, they are created specifically to try and fill a specific role for the man. Again, there are many other problems that can be discussed between these two accounts, but these will suffice. It is interesting to see how some other scholars have attempted to reconcile these contradictory accounts. For example, Victor Hamilton argues that the creation of animals in Genesis 2 is not the first creation of animals, but the creation of a specific group for Adam to name that occurs after the creation of animals in Genesis 1:24-25. Of course, this seems to fly in the face of the natural reading of the verse.
And the Lord God formed from the ground every animal of the field and every bird of the heavens, and he brought them to the man to see what he would name them. And everything that the man named each living animal, that was its name. Genesis 2:19.
In short, there appear to be contradictions between the account of creation given in Genesis 1:1-2-4a and what we see in Genesis 2:4b-25. We have focused on the contradictions and inconsistencies in the sequence of events that are given in the creation accounts. Although this is but the tip of the iceberg, however, our goal here is only to provide a specific contradiction that can be supported well by the data. The story of the Garden of Eden, Adam and Eve, and the snake has had a wide-reaching influence on Western culture throughout the last 2 millennia. But where does this story come from? Is the Eden narrative simply lifted from an ancient Mesopotamian myth? A completely independent work? Or perhaps something in between? In this section, we will provide a brief glimpse into some of the more common parts of the story that can be connected to earlier ancient Near Eastern myths and traditions to see how the story of Adam and Eve relates to earlier texts. While there are a number of aspects in the story that we could investigate at great length, I will try to focus on those portions that find greater overall agreement among scholars in the field concerning their intertextual relationships with older mythology. We will begin with the creation of man, particularly with respect to how he was created, his initial state, and his initial purpose in the garden. We will turn then to Eve, considering the order and method of her creation. Finally, our attention will turn to the theme of the lost chance at immortality that can be seen in the tree of life. I need to make something clear from the outset. The Garden of Eden story does not appear to recreate any one mythological text from the ancient Near East. In other words, there does not appear to be another Adam and Eve story, where a Mesopotamian man and woman are created by the gods and they live in and are expelled from a garden because of disobedience to the gods or the like. We can contrast this to the story of the flood in Genesis 6 through 9, which finds another clear parallel in the story of Atrahasis and Tablet 11 of the Epic of Gilgamesh. What appears in Genesis 2 through 3 is most likely a newly formed myth, not directly patterned on a previous story. However, that does not mean that it does not also draw on common themes and motifs, and perhaps even particular myths from the ancient Near East. Notice what Carr writes.
Though Genesis 2 to 3 does not represent a reformulation of any one of these texts, it features a similar combination of anthropogonic and mortality themes, as that was seen in the Epic of Gilgamesh. Moreover, the Mesopotamian cosmogonic tradition drawn upon in Gilgamesh seems to be part of a broader literary world, in light of which certain features of Genesis 2 to 3 have particular significance, including the formation of the first human from clay earth, his destiny to work the ground, the focus on divine wisdom, human sexuality and the lost chance at immortality for humans, the human distinction from animals by virtue of wearing clothing, and human multiplication.
I will argue that the author of Genesis 2 through 3 borrowed directly or indirectly from earlier ancient Near Eastern mythologies, as evidenced by the close similarities and the textual and/or cultural availability of these themes and motifs to the writer. A final opening word before we look at the specifics. As we argued in the previous section, both Genesis 1 and Genesis 2 through 3 appear to open their creation accounts by describing the state of affairs before the creative process began. Genesis 2, 4b through 7 reads,
When Yahweh God made the earth and the heavens, before any plant of the field existed in the earth, and before any herb of the field had sprouted, because Yahweh God had not sent rain upon the earth, nor was there a man to work the ground, but a stream went up from the earth and watered the entire face of the ground. Yahweh God formed the man out of the soil of the ground, and he breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living being. Genesis 2:4b to 7.
This type of pre-creation introduction is incredibly common in Mesopotamian literature, both in Sumerian and Akkadian texts. For example, in the Sumerian composition Gilgamesh, Enkidu, and the Netherworld,
In those days, in those distant days, in those nights, in those remote nights, in those years, in those distant years, in days of yore, when the necessary things have been brought into manifest existence, in days of yore, when the necessary things have been for the first time properly cared for, when bread had been tasted for the first time in the shrines of the land, when the ovens of the land had been made to work, when the heavens had been separated from the earth, when the earth had been delimited from the heavens, when the fame of mankind had been established, when On had taken the heavens for himself, when Enlil had taken earth for himself, when the netherworld had been given to Ereshkigal as a gift.
Another example of this can be seen in a bilingual Sumerian-Akkadian incantation from the mid-1st millennium BCE. The text opens,
A pure house, a house of the gods, had not yet been built in a pure place. A reed had not yet come out. A tree had not yet been created. A brick not yet laid. A brick not yet made. A house not built. A city not built. A city not built. Animals not existing. Nippur not yet built. The Achor not built. Uruk not built. The Aana not yet built. The Apsu not built. Eridu not built. The pure house, the house of the gods, their residence, had not yet been built. All the countries were still a sea.
As you can see, these texts, and many others, contain creation themes in which the pre-existing state of reality is described, setting the stage for the creative act. This can be seen in Genesis 2 through 3. Following a similar description of the state of the preformed world, Yahweh creates the man from the soil of the ground, animating him with divine breath. This process of forming humans from earthen materials is well known from Mesopotamian sources. For example, in the story of Enki and Ninmah, the story opens in the now all too familiar way.
In those days, in the days when heaven and earth were created, in those nights, in the nights when heaven and earth were created.
A few lines later, we see that the burden of providing for the senior gods is laid on the lesser deities.
The senior gods oversaw the work, while the minor gods were bearing the toil. The gods were digging the canals and piling up the silt in Harali. The gods, crushing the clay, began complaining about this life.
Enki is then encouraged to create beings that can shoulder the work for the minor deities. Enki says to his mother,
My mother, the creature you planned will really come into existence. Impose on him the work of carrying baskets. You should knead clay from the top of the Abzu. The birth goddesses will nip off the clay, and you shall bring the form into existence.
Another Sumerian text that speaks of both heaven and earth and the creation of mankind from the earth is the Song of the Hoe, the farming instrument, to be clear. The text begins,
Enlil, who will make the human seed of the land come forth from the earth. And not only did he hasten to separate heaven from earth, and hasten to separate earth from heaven, but in order to make it possible for humans to grow in where flesh came forth, he first suspended the axis of the world at Doranki.
Concerning these lines, Gertrude Farber writes,
It begins with the separation of sky from earth. After a loving description of the magnificent hoe of the god Enlil, the creation of man is described, by which the hoe strokes clay into a human-like form, and then digs up the earth, from which men sprout like plants.
This is quite similar to the more popular Akkadian story of Atrahasis, which opens in this way.
When gods were man, they did forced labor, they bore drudgery.
The lesser gods eventually took up arms and rebelled against their divine overlords, and Enki is again commissioned to create a human to bear the burden of manual labor. The text reads as follows.
Enki made ready to speak, and said to the great gods, On the 1st, 7th, and 15th days of the month, I will establish a purification, a bath. Let one god be slaughtered, then let the gods be purified in it. Let Nintu mix clay with his flesh and blood. Let that same god and man be thoroughly mixed in the clay. Let us hear the drumbeat for the rest of time. From the flesh of the god, let a spirit remain.
Both the theme of the creation of mankind from some earthen substance and his purpose to serve the gods are present at least two of these texts. In Atrahasis, a divine substance is introduced into the clay in order to bring about the final human form, as we see in Genesis 2-3. Notice, however, that the burdensome aspect of the work the human is to perform is not present in the Eden narrative. Yahweh creates the man and places him in the garden to care for and protect it, Genesis 2:15. But this work is not cast in a negative light. Conversely, in both Enki and Ninmah and Atrahasis, the gods are being relieved of their incredibly burdensome duties as this work is foisted upon the shoulders of newly formed humanity. As Dr. John J. Collins notes,
in the Atrahasis story, humanity was created to do agricultural work for the gods. In Genesis, the first human being is also charged with keeping the garden of God, but the task does not appear to be onerous.
This may suggest a type of inversion of the Mesopotamian tradition on the part of the writer of Genesis 2-3. One of the aspects of the Eden narrative that scholars focus on is the similarities between life before Eve and the purpose and method of her creation and themes and myths from the ancient Near East. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, Enkidu, the companion of Gilgamesh, was created and lived in the wild among the animals. However, Shamhat, a prostitute from the city of Uruk, came and copulated with Enkidu, which resulted in him losing his kinship with the animals and becoming a civilized human. He is clothed, eats bread, drinks beer, and goes to live in the city of Uruk. As you recall from earlier in this video series, this progression from innocence to becoming civilized is a positive movement. People who live in the mountains, eat raw meat, and do not know what it is like to dwell in cities are backward and displeasing to the gods in general Mesopotamian thought. A good example of this can be seen in the Sumerian debate poem, The Debate Between Sheep and Grain. The opening of the composition, surprise, surprise, contains a dependent clause and speaks of conditions prior to the creative act.
When upon the hill of heaven and earth, On spawned the Anuna gods.
The story continues.
The people of those days did not know about eating bread. They did not know about wearing clothes. They went about with naked limbs in the land. Like sheep, they ate grass with their mouths and drank water from the ditches.
When we view the Eden narrative, we see a similar movement, ultimately from innocence to civilized. Adam is created and initially interacts with the animal kingdom, specifically to find a partner that is good fit for him. However, finding no such match, Yahweh resorts to creating his partner from one of the man's own ribs. Eventually, following their disobedience in the garden, they are clothed, gain wisdom and understanding, and are brought out of their state of innocence and into a type of maturity. The difference, however, is that this movement is not positive. It is only through disobedience that they become civilized. The text paints this progression towards civilization in a negative light. Although the man is not to be associated with the animal kingdom, he retains his status as innocent and childlike, which appears to be a perhaps subtle inversion of Mesopotamian thought. The method of Eve's creation is another potential point of contact between the biblical text and the ancient Near Eastern mythology. The word used to describe how Yahweh created with the rib, the text reads,
"And Yahweh God created a woman with the rib he had taken from the man, and he brought her to the man."
The word translated created in this verse is the Hebrew verb banah, which usually means to build. Normally the verbs for creating used in Genesis 1 and 2 through 3 are yatsar, to form, asa, to make, or bara, to create. Is the use of banah, to build, of any significance here? The verb banu in Akkadian, the cognate of banach in Hebrew, is used in context of creation. For example, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, when the gods decide to create a companion for Gilgamesh, we see the following scene.
They summoned Aruru, the Great One. "You, Aruru, created," literally built, "the human race. Now create what Anu commanded, to his, Gilgamesh's, stormy heart. Let that one be equal. Let them contend with each other, that Uruk may have peace." When Aruru heard this, she conceived within her what Anu commanded. Aruru wet her hands, she pinched off clay, she cast it down upon the step. She created, built, valiant Enkidu in the step.
We see something quite similar in Enuma Elish.
When Marduk heard the god's speech, he conceived a desire to accomplish clever things. He opened his mouth, addressing Ea. He counsels that which he had pondered in his heart. "I will bring together blood and form bone. I will bring into being Lulu, whose name shall be man. I will create, build, Lulu man, on whom the toil of the gods will be laid, that they may rest."
Even Atrahasis contains this verb in a similar context.
"Let the mother goddess create, build, a human being. Let man assume the drudgery of God."
It would seem that this use of "to build" in the context of Mesopotamian creation accounts is rather common, but carries a somewhat nuanced meaning. Conversely, it is anything but common in the Hebrew Bible. Even evangelical professor Gordon Wenham observes,
Only here and in Amos 9:6 is this verb used of God's creative activity, though in Akkadian and Ugaritic, it is the regular term for creation.
Thus, the combination of the common use of the verb "to build" in other ancient Near Eastern creation stories, coupled with its rare usage in the Old Testament, suggests that this is an echo of the Mesopotamian tradition. As you can see, although there are no known mythological traditions to which the Garden of Eden story directly corresponds, there are many connections that can be seen between the Eden narrative and ancient Near Eastern mythologies. Let's look at one last connection in the story of the garden. There is another point of connection between the Mesopotamian traditions and the Eden narrative, the theme of loss at the chance of immortality. As in the previous sections, we will not be able to cover all known occurrences of this theme in ancient Near Eastern literature, but there are some well-known myths that are often compared to the biblical story. The two stories that show up most frequently are the Epic of Gilgamesh, along with the less well-known Adapa and the South Wind. In each story, the protagonist is within arm's reach of a form of immortality, only to lose it, either through deception, or theft. Beginning with the Epic of Gilgamesh in Tablet 11, Gilgamesh finally makes his way to Utnapishtim, the survivor of the worldwide flood. As Utnapishtim has become immortal, Gilgamesh hopes to learn the secret to eternal life. Utnapishtim then recounts in full his dramatic story of the flood and how the gods granted him and his wife eternal life, but placed them far away, separated from humanity.
At the mouth of the rivers.
Then comes the kicker, at least for Gilgamesh.
Now then, who will convene the gods for your sake, that you may find eternal life you seek?
A perfect storm of events, forgive the pun, had led to Utnapishtim being granted eternal life. How would Gilgamesh convene the gods to have them agree to do the same for him? He couldn't. However, as a type of consolation prize, Utnapishtim agrees to tell him about a secret plant that grows under the water, which will rejuvenate the one that consumes it. Hooray! Off goes Gilgamesh, tying rocks to his feet that drag him down under the water, where he finds the plant. Now you might expect to see him consuming the plant the moment his head clears the water. But no. Gilgamesh said to him, to Shanabi, the boatman,
Shanabi, this plant is a cure for heartache, whereby a man can regain his vitality. I will take it to ramparted Uruk. I will have an old man eat some, and so test the plant.
You can probably guess what happens on his journey back to his home city, Uruk.
At 20 double leagues they took a bite to eat. At 30 double leagues they made their camp. Gilgamesh saw a pond whose water was cool. He went down into it to bathe in the water. A snake caught the scent of the plant. Stealthily it came up and carried the plant away. On its way back, it shed its skin.
Oh my. In short, Gilgamesh literally has in his hand the plant that would give him youth, as evidenced by the snake shedding its skin, but loses it. In this case, to a snake. This screams Garden of Eden loud and clear. The Mesopotamian story, known as the Adapa and the South Wind, also contains a story in which the main character has a shot at immortality but misses the opportunity. The myth has both Sumerian and Akkadian versions. Its composition goes back at least to the early 2nd millennium BCE, but was copied well into the 1st millennium BC. The story tells of Adapa, a wise man who serves the god of Ea, who has bestowed upon him this wisdom. Adapa takes it upon himself to prepare the offerings for Ea each day, which includes fish. While on the water one day fishing for these offerings, the south wind blows hard and capsizes Adapa's boat. After struggling in the water all that day, Adapa angrily curses the south wind because Ea has granted Adapa magical powers. The wing of the south wind is broken, and the wind does not blow for 7 days. This eventually comes to the attention of Anu in heaven, who learns of Adapa's actions and summons him to heaven. Ea advises Adapa to be wary of what Anu might do.
When you come before Anu, if they proffer you food of death, do not eat. If they proffer you water of death, do not drink. If they proffer you a garment, put it on. If they proffer you oil, anoint yourself.
Ea warns that if Anu gives him food and drink, it will be the food and drink of death. As it turns out, this is not true. The food and drink would have bestowed upon Adapa eternal life. Notice Anu's words.
Why did Ea disclose to a human being something bad of heaven and earth, the ability to do this kind of magic, and give him such a stout heart? Since he, Ea, has so treated him, Adapa, what, for our part, shall we do for him? Bring him food of life, let him eat. They brought him food of life. He did not eat. They brought him water of life. He did not drink. Anu stared and burst out laughing at him. Come now, Adapa, why did you not eat and drink? Won't you live? Alas for the wretched peoples.
Leaving aside why Ea might have tricked Adapa into passing up the chance at immortality, the salient point for our purposes is that Adapa had a shot at eternal life but was tricked into passing it up. If you're interested in a critical examination on why Enki, Ea, and Yahweh would lie to Adapa in the Mesopotamian story and Adam in the biblical one, the description will have the video just for you. With these stories in our minds, let's turn back to the Eden narrative. Yahweh commands the man and the woman not to partake of the fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. When they eat, they gain a certain level of knowledge and understanding, becoming more civilized, and this leads to a new circumstance for Yahweh to deal with.
And Yahweh God said, the man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil. And now, lest he stretch out his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever, so Yahweh God sent him out from the Garden of Eden to work the ground from which he had been taken. And he drove out the man, and he stationed on the east side of the Garden of Eden cherubim and a flaming sword that rotates to guard the path of the tree of life. Genesis 3:22-24.
Another missed opportunity. Here, the man and the woman have gained wisdom and understanding, but this has resulted in them being cut off from the tree of life, which had been within reach, if only for a brief period of time. What we see in the tree of life is likely quite similar in function to the plant that Gilgamesh found in the sea. It rejuvenated the individual to their youth. By cutting off access to the tree, Yahweh was ensuring that they would not be able to partake of the tree of youth and would not be able to extend their lives through rejuvenation. Professor Joseph Blenkinsop writes,
Analogy between this plant of Gilgamesh and the tree of life, the fruit of which grants immunity from death, suggests that the proto-parents had not eaten its fruit because, being still young, they did not yet need rejuvenation.
When taken together, the theme of the loss at the chance of immortality is clear in each of these stories. Given the presence of other points of comparison between these earlier myths and the story of Adam and Eve, the fact that there was a snake that was instrumental in the loss of access to the life-giving plant in the Epic of Gilgamesh, as well as in the Eden narrative, the biblical story here is quite likely dependent on the Mesopotamian traditions. Again, I owe a huge thanks to Dr. Joshua Bowen, who is an expert in Assyriology and Hebrew Bible studies, for his invaluable insights into the intricate details you watched in this video. The man is a linguistic genius, again, fluent in Sumerian, Akkadian, Aramaic, Hebrew. He has a book on how to read Sumerian and more. And he's up to date with the latest scholarship in the field. His book, The Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament, is an absolute goldmine of information on this subject and much more. The tale of Noah's cataclysmic global flood is undeniably iconic, etching itself into the record of history and captivating readers across the globe. But here's the real kicker. It turns out that Noah's heroic adventure is not as original as we might think. Brace yourself for a jaw-dropping revelation as this video unfurls the shocking truth. The biblical flood, starring our beloved hero Noah, is essentially a cunning makeover of ancient Mesopotamian mythology. Yes, you heard it right. Genesis chapters 1 through 11, and even more tantalizing details scattered throughout the book, draw heavily from pre-existing myths and legends. This begs the question, what does it mean if Noah's story is merely a Johnny-come-lately shamelessly borrowing from older sources to spin the Genesis narrative? Shouldn't we pause and reflect on the historical accuracy of what we are reading? Could it be that Adam and Eve, Cain and Abel, Enoch and Noah are nothing more than fictional figures molded from the much earlier myths they so craftily repurposed? Now hold on to your seats, because this mind-blowing video not only provides undeniable evidence of Genesis' dependence on Mesopotamian tales, but it also delves into the intricate web of literary intertextuality and narrative motifs that tie these stories together. It's time to embrace the truth. These accounts are not factual records, but rather captivating stories, woven with the fabric of mythology and legend. So the next time someone tries to convince you that the Bible predates these Mesopotamian myths, or that it stands independently without borrowing their narrative threads, unleash this video upon them. It's a compelling expose that will leave even the staunchest defenders of biblical historicity in awe. The origins of Noah's flood. Picture this: a God who just a few chapters earlier created everything, including man fashioned in his divine image, resembling him and his celestial council. All was splendidly good until those pesky humans went and messed it all up by nibbling on forbidden godly fruit. Let's not forget that it was the same God who planted a talking snake in the garden to tempt these unsuspecting mortals into unlocking their eyes and gaining godlike knowledge of good and evil. Instead of taking responsibility for placing the temptation in their path, God, like any loving parent, promptly evicted his own creation from the primordial paradise that suspiciously resembles a Babylonian utopia. Now Adam and Eve are left to toil and struggle, scraping out a living and experiencing excruciating pain during childbirth. But hold on tight, because it gets even worse. The first children of these first parents end up on an ancient version of unsolved mysteries, with Cain committing fratricide and bumping off his only brother, Abel. And you won't believe the reason behind this murder spree. Apparently, Cain offered God a humble basket of fruits, while Abel dazzled the divine taste buds with a mouth-watering filet mignon. And just like a doting parent, God rejected the fruit salad and devoured Abel's juicy barbecue. It's almost reminiscent of the time Prometheus pulled a fast one on Zeus, who demanded that humans sacrifice a portion of each animal to the gods. Prometheus decided to wrap bones in succulent fat, cleverly hiding the filet mignon inside the animal's hide. When Zeus made his choice, he unwittingly selected the fatty deception, resulting in his wrath and the subsequent punishment of mankind and Prometheus. Ah, the good times. Back to our twisted family saga. Cain is cursed and banished from the land, eventually settling down, finding a wife, and naming his child Enoch, a child with multiple parentage, as it turns out. You see, the genealogies in Genesis 4 and Genesis 5 are nothing more than fabricated traditions cleverly inserted into the Bible. It's like having two contradictory creation accounts in Genesis 1 and 2, where a priestly scribe tried his best to merge them into one cohesive tale. The same game is at play with these genealogies leading up to Noah's flood, the cataclysmic event that wiped out this once very good creation. Thanks to this priestly scribe or scribes, many later traditions try to explain the lineage of Cain versus Seth. Now, if you're as curious as I am about why the seemingly good God would obliterate mankind and still be regarded as benevolent by the biblical authors, then stay tuned. This video will not only reveal the true origins of Noah's flood story, but also debunk the flood-related conspiracy theories and misinformation that run rampant on the internet. So forget tuning into Joe Rogan for ill-informed flood discussions, and join us as we present the facts straight from the mouths of experts specializing in ancient Sumer, Old Babylon, Assyria, New Babylon, the ancient Near East, and of course, the Bible. Mesopotamian precursors. It should come as no surprise to us that the story of a god destroying the world with a flood was not new to the book of Genesis. More than 1,000 years before the story found its way into the Bible, it was etched into clay tablets in ancient Mesopotamia, in the Sumerian and Akkadian languages. The earliest cuneiform texts that contain the Mesopotamian flood story date to the early 2nd millennium BCE, a time known as the Old Babylonian period, roughly 2000 to 1600 BCE. We will begin with the Sumerian version of the story, excavated from the ancient Sumerian city of Nippur. The story begins with creation, where the gods An, Enlil, Enki, and Ninhursag created humanity and the animals in order that they might do work to provide for the gods.
Let them build many cities so that I can refresh myself in their shade. Let them lay the bricks of many cities in pure places. Let them establish places of divination in pure places. And when the fire quenching is arranged, the divine rites and exalted powers are perfected, and the earth is irrigated, I will establish well-being there.
After a fragmentary section, the story continues, describing how kingship descended from heaven to earth and the cities were built in Sumer. These sacred cities were assigned to individual gods. Enki was to lead Eridu, Sud was over Shuruppak, and the sun god Utu was placed in charge of Sippar. The land had been established, the right to rule had been granted by the gods, and the sacred temples had been built in the cities for the benefit of their gods. All was right with the world, but it was not to last. The text again becomes fragmentary, but we can see that something eventually went wrong. The gods convened and determined that they would send a flood over all the earth in order to destroy their creation. An, Enlil, Enki, and Ninhursag made all the gods of heaven and earth take an oath by invoking An and Enlil, but Enki quietly dissented, having taken the oath not to reveal these plans to humanity. He could not simply warn the people. Instead, through his cunning, he descended to earth and found Ziud-Sudra, the one of long life, who would ultimately survive the flood. Enki could not simply warn Ziud-Sudra. Instead, he spoke to a wall that Ziud-Sudra was standing near.
Side wall, standing at my left side. Side wall, I will speak words to you. Take heed of my words. Pay attention to my instructions. A flood will sweep over. A decision that the seed of mankind is to be destroyed has been made. The verdict, the word of the divine assembly, cannot be revoked. The order announced by An and Enlil cannot be overturned.
Enki then explains to Ziud-Sudra what he is to do to survive. Although the text is broken in the section that describes the instructions and the building of the boat, when the story picks back up, we see the flood had finally happened.
All the windstorms and gales arose together, and the flood swept over. After the flood had swept over the land, and waves and windstorms had rocked the huge boat for 7 days and 7 nights, Utu, the sun god, came out, illuminating heaven and earth. Ziud-Sudra could drill an opening in the huge boat, and the hero Utu entered the huge boat with his rays. Ziud-Sudra, the king, prostrated himself before Utu. The king sacrificed oxen and offered innumerable sheep.
In the final section of the story, the gods determine what to do with Ziud-Sudra, as they had not expected anyone to survive the flood.
More and more animals disembarked onto the earth. Ziud-Sudra, the king, prostrated himself before An and Enlil. An and Enlil treated Ziud-Sudra kindly. They granted him life like a god. They brought down to him eternal life. At the same time, because of preserving the animals and the seed of humankind, they settled Ziud-Sudra, the king, in an overseas country, in the land of Bilmun, where the sun rises.
We now turn our attention to the famous Akkadian story of Atrahasis, part of the old Babylonian flood tradition from Mesopotamia. The story opens with the lesser gods doing the work of forced labor, work that would later be placed upon mankind.
When gods were men, they did forced labor. They bore drudgery. Great indeed was the drudgery of the gods. They forced labor was heavy. The misery too much.
The great gods Anu, Enlil, and Enki divided up the world, An taking the sky as his home, Enlil taking the earth, and Enki dwelling in the Apsu, the freshwater sphere under the earth. The lesser gods toiled and labored, eventually rebelling against the great gods. Eventually, the great gods decided to create humanity by killing the lesser god who started the rebellion and mixing him with clay to create humans, who would then bear the load of serving the gods. Humanity begins to reproduce.
1,200 years had not gone by. The land had grown numerous. The peoples had increased. The land was bellowing like a bull. The god was disturbed with their uproar. Enlil heard their clamor. He said to the great gods, "The clamor of humankind has become burdensome to me. I am losing sleep to their uproar.
Enlil devises a plan to get some sleep, decimate humanity. He first attempts to send a plague, but Enki, just as in the Sumerian flood story, tells a human by the name of Atrahasis, exceedingly wise, how to save everyone from the plague, and humanity continues to make noise. After another 1,200 years, the noise continues to increase, and Enlil devises another plan.
Cut off provisions for the peoples. Let plant life be too scantly for their hunger. Let Adad, the storm god, withdraw his rain. Below let the flood not come up from the depths.
Again, Enki advises Atrahasis, who rescues humanity. Finally, Enlil decides to send a flood, but not before Enki swears an oath that he will not make known the plan of the gods to humanity. As in the Sumerian story, Enki uses his cunning to circumvent his oath.
Wall, listen to me. Read, Wall. Pay attention to my words. Flee house, build boat, forsake possessions, and save life. The boat that you build, cover her with tarpaulins. Roof her over like the depths, so that the sun will not see inside her. Let her be roofed over fore and aft. The gear should be very firm. The pitch should be very firm. Make her strong.
Atrahasis goes to people in his city and gets them to help him construct the boat, and he gathers animals and other provisions. When the time for the flood actually came, he was ready.
The outlook of the weather changed. Adad began to roar in the clouds. The god they heard his clamor. He brought pitch to fill his door. By the time he had bolted his door, Adad was roaring in the clouds. The winds were furious as he set forth. He cut the mooring rope. He released the boat.
The storm that brought the flood was so terrible, so violent, that even the gods themselves were afraid.
The gods became afraid of the clamor of the deluge. They took refuge in heaven. They crouched outside. Anu became afraid of the clamor of the deluge. It was terrifying the gods.
Furthermore, they realized that without humanity to serve them, they were unable to eat and drink, for humans provided their daily provisions. They immediately regretted their decision to annihilate humanity. There is a break in the text, but when it picks back up, it appears that the flood has subsided and Atrahasis has offered sacrifices to the gods.
The gods sniffed the savor. They were gathered like flies around the offering. After they had eaten the offering, Nintu arose to rail against all of them. Where has Anu come to, the chief decision maker? Has Enlil drawn nigh the incense? They who irrationally brought about the flood and relegated the peoples to catastrophe.
The end of the story is again fragmentary, but Enlil finds out that Atrahasis has survived.
The warrior Enlil saw the vessel and was filled with anger at the Igigi gods. All we great Anuna gods resolved together on an oath. Where did life escape? How did a man survive the catastrophe? Anu made ready to speak and said to the warrior Enlil, who could do this but Enki?
The final Mesopotamian story that we will cover that preserves the flood story is the Epic of Gilgamesh. another text that goes back to the Old Babylonian period. Although the flood story is contained in Tablet 11 of the epic, we should briefly explain the events leading up to the telling of the story. Gilgamesh, who was 2/3 divine, was an unruly king of the city of Uruk. The people of Uruk ask the gods to help, and they create Enkidu, who has commonality with the animal kingdom and lives in the steppe outside the city. He is eventually made human and brought to meet Gilgamesh, and together they go on grand adventures in order to make a name for themselves. Ultimately, however, Enlil becomes displeased with some of their actions, and Enkidu is condemned to die. After mourning the loss of his friend, Gilgamesh feels his own mortality and sets off to find eternal life. This ultimately leads him to the end of the world, across the Sea of Death, where he finds Utnapishtim, meaning I found life, a man who had gained immortality. When Gilgamesh asks Utnapishtim how he was able to find eternal life, he told him the story of how he survived the flood. Utnapishtim described how the gods determined to send a flood to destroy humanity.
Their father Anu swore an oath, and their counselor, the hero Enlil, their chamberlain, the god Ninurta, and their sheriff, the god Ennugi. Princely Ea swore with them also, repeating their words to a fence made of reed. O fence of reed, O wall of brick, hear this, O fence. Pay heed, O wall, O man of Sharupak, son of Ubartutu. Demolish the house and build a boat. Abandon wealth and seek survival. Spurn property, save life. Take on board the boat all living things, seed.
Utnapishtim builds the boat and gathers the animals and all his provisions. The flood came, and the gods became terrified at the storm and regretted sending the flood.
Even the gods took fright at the deluge. They fret and went up to the heaven of Anu, lying like dogs curled up in the open. The goddess cried out like a woman in childbirth. Belet Eli wailed, whose voice is so sweet.
The olden times have turned to clay, because I spoke evil in the gods' assembly and declare a war to destroy my people. It is I who give birth. These people are mine, and now, like fish, they fill the ocean.
The storm eventually relented, and the boat ran aground on Mount Nimush.
The seventh day when it came, I brought out a dove. I let it loose. Off went the dove, but then it returned. There was no place to land. So back it came to me. I brought out a swallow. I let it loose. Off went the swallow, but then it returned. There was no place to land, so back it came to me. I brought out a raven. I let it loose. Off it went, the raven. It saw the waters receding, finding food, bowing and bobbing. It did not come back to me.
Utnapishtim disembarks, offers sacrifices, and the gods gather around the sacrifice. Enlil discovers that humans have sacrificed. Then at once Enlil arrived. He saw the boat. He was seized with anger, filled with rage at the divine Igigi.
From where escaped this living being? No man was meant to survive the destruction.
After it is revealed how they survived, Enlil grants Utnapishtim and his wife a special gift.
In the past, Utnapishtim was a mortal man, But now he and his wife shall become like us, gods. Utnapishti shall dwell far away, where the rivers flow forth. So far away they took me, and settled me where the rivers flow forth.
The flood story in the Bible. The biblical flood story follows the same pattern as what we have seen thus far in the Mesopotamian traditions, with a few important distinctions that we will cover later. Genesis 6 opens with human beings greatly multiplying, just as we have seen in other stories. However, divine beings come down and procreate with human women. In this context, the story describes humanity as being incredibly wicked, leading to Yahweh regretting that he had even created them. He then resolves to destroy all humans save for Noah and his family. He instructs Noah on how to build a boat and to gather animals to bring aboard. Yahweh sends the flood and destroys all life on earth, save for those on the boat. After the flood waters recede, Noah sends out his birds to see if the waters had gone down far enough for land to come back into view.
After 40 days, Noah opened a window he had made in the ark and sent out a raven. And it kept flying back and forth until the water had dried up from the earth. Then he sent out a dove to see if the water had receded from the surface of the ground. But the dove could find nowhere to perch, because there was water over all the surface of the earth. So it returned to Noah in the ark. He reached out his hand and took the dove and brought it back to himself in the ark. He waited 7 more days and again sent out the dove from the ark. When the dove returned to him in the evening, there in its beak was a freshly plucked olive leaf. Then Noah knew that the water had receded from the earth.
Noah and his family ultimately disembark and offer sacrifices to Yahweh, who smells the sacrifice and is pleased. The flood narrative in Enoch. The book of Enoch also describes the flood in an expanded form of what we see in the book of Genesis.
When the sons of men had multiplied, in those days beautiful and comely daughters were born to them. And the watchers, the sons of heaven, saw them and desired them. And they said to one another, "Come, let us choose for ourselves wives from the daughters of men, and let us beget children for ourselves."
When these angelic beings begun to mate with the human women, they taught them sorcery, charms, cutting of roots and plants, along with a host of divination practices. When we come to the flood story, Noah realizes that destruction is on the horizon. He travels to the ends of the earth and finds his great-grandfather Enoch to find out what is happening. Enoch replies,
"A command has gone forth from the presence of the Lord against the inhabitants of the earth, that their end is accomplished, for they have learned all the secrets of the angels and all the violence of the Satans, and all their powers, the hidden secrets and all the powers of those who practice sorcery, and the powers of brightly colored garments, and the powers of those who cast molten images for all the earth."
Leaving no question as to the reason for the flood, the text reads,
"Because of their iniquity, their judgment has been accomplished, and will not be withheld in my presence. Because of the sorceries that they have searched out and learned, the earth will be destroyed and those who dwell on it, and these will never have a place of refuge forever. For they have shown them what is hidden, and they are judged. But as for you, my son, The Lord of Spirits knows that you are pure and blameless of this reproach concerning the mysteries.
God eventually tells Noah,
Your lot has come up to me, a lot without blame, a lot of love and uprightness. And now the angels are making a wooden vessel, and when the angels have completed that task, I will put my hand upon it and protect it. And from it will come the seed of life, and a change will take place, so that the earth will not remain desolate.
The story is not told in the same detail, but the destruction of the world by the flood with Noah being saved in a boat remains the same. Points of contact. Let's look at some of the specific lexical connections that can be seen in the Genesis flood story, starting with Genesis 6:14.
Make for yourself an ark of gopher wood. Make the ark into compartments and cover it inside and out with pitch.
The Hebrew word kopher, pitch, that appears in this verse is highly suggestive of dependence of the biblical flood story on the Mesopotamian accounts. This word appears only here in Genesis 6:14. It shows up nowhere else in the Bible. Conversely, its Akkadian cognate, kupru, is very common, and it shows up in a wide variety of contexts, including, you guessed it, the flood stories in both Atrahasis and the Epic of Gilgamesh. In Atrahasis, Ea gives these instructions for building the ark.
Roof it over like the depths, so that the sun will not see inside her. Let her be roofed over fore and aft. The gear should be very firm. The pitch, kupru, should be firm. Make her strong.
Similarly, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, we see the building of the ark in progress.
At the first glimmer of dawn, the land was assembling at the gate of Atrahasis. The carpenter carried his adze. The reed cutter carried his stone. The shipwright carried his broad axe. The young men, the old men brought the coiled palm fiber. The wealthy carried pitch, kupru.
In short, in both Atrahasis and the Epic of Gilgamesh, in the sections describing the building of the ark, this very common word, kupru, pitch, bitumen, is used to describe how the ark is supposed to be sealed. In Genesis 6:14, we see the same Semitic word, kopher, in the exact same context. But moreover, this is the only place where the word appears in the Old Testament. Furthermore, there is another word for pitch, hemar, that appears elsewhere in the Hebrew Bible 3 times, Genesis 11:3, 14:10, and Exodus 2:3. This means that Hebrew already had a perfectly suitable word that referred to a substance that was used to seal the outside of something to make it watertight, and yet the author of this story opted for an entirely foreign cognate in its place. Another interesting word is used in Genesis 8:2.
The headwaters of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped up, sakar, and the rain from heaven was held back.
This word sakar is another of these rare words appearing in the Hebrew Bible only twice, here and in Psalm 63:12. However, its Akkadian cognate, sekeru, is very common, and as you might expect, it occurs in contexts that speak of the stopping up of the waters in one version of Atrahasis.
Adad, the storm god, above made his rain scarce. Below the river was blocked up, sekeru, and did not raise the flood from the abyss.
The fields diminished their yields.
The immediate contexts in these two flood narratives are not the same. Atrahasis is speaking of stopping up the waters to keep the crops from growing, while Genesis 8 speaks of stopping up the waters to end the flood itself. Nevertheless, the fact that this very rare word is used in common between both texts to describe the same scenario seems more than a simple coincidence. Before we conclude this section, let's look at one final point of contact in the flood account: the story of Noah sending out the dove. As you recall, from the introduction to this chapter, there is a clear parallel to this portion of the story in the Epic of Gilgamesh.
I brought out a dove and set it free. The dove soared off in search of food. No landing place appeared to it, so it came back. I brought out a swallow and set it free. The swallow soared off in search of food. No landing place appeared to it, so it came back to me. I brought out a raven and set it free. The raven soared off and saw the ebbing of the waters. It ate, scratched, and bobbed its head, so it did not come back.
While there are clear parallels between imagery here and in Genesis 8, there appears to be a more precise connection with verse 9a and tablet 11, line 150. These lines read,
But the dove did not find a perch for the sole of its foot, and it returned to him to the ark.
Genesis 8, verse 9.
No perch was available for it, and it came back to me.
Gilgamesh, tablet 11, verse 150. If there is a direct textual dependence of the biblical text on the Epic of Gilgamesh, then the later author would have translated the Akkadian line into Hebrew. Lo and behold, here, there is a strong conceptual similarity between these two lines. What's the point? There is an overall point to the story of the flood in Genesis. If you recall from Genesis 1, following their creation, humanity was charged to multiply and spread out through the earth. This command shows up again at the end of the flood account, and is ultimately resolved by force in Genesis 11. As we discussed above, this is part of a long literary movement throughout the primeval history, used to make a series of theological points. In this case, the priority of Yahweh's commission for humanity to multiply and fill the earth is in view. However, beginning in Genesis chapters 2 and 3, humanity crosses the boundary established between humans and deities by partaking of the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, becoming wise and godlike. Yahweh sends them out of the garden, and over time, humanity becomes numerous on the earth, and they again cross the boundary between deities and humans, Genesis 6, 1-4. In the flood, Yahweh essentially hits the reset button, returning the world to its pre-creation watery, chaotic state. For example, in Genesis 7, verses 11-23, we read of the water above the sky returning and the water under the earth coming back up. When compared to Genesis 1, verses 1-2, you see that the text is telling of an uncreation and a return to the pre-creation state. The result of the flood is a new beginning with Noah and his family, culminating with the reiteration of God's command in Genesis 1:28,
to go and fill the earth.
As we noted above, humanity fails to obey this directive, but instead joins together to again attempt to cross the boundary between human and divine, by Cain building a city And after the flood, Noah's descendants build a tower to reach heaven. This arc within the narrative strongly suggests that the primeval history is acting as an intentional inversion to Mesopotamian thought and traditions, particularly with respect to civilization. It should come as no surprise, therefore, that scholars see the flood story, with all its points of apparent intertextuality, as a counter-narrative to the Mesopotamian flood stories. It has been argued by scholars that one of the ways that the Genesis flood story responds to the Mesopotamian flood narratives is by contrasting the actions of the deities involved. Consider the story of Atrahasis. The flood is brought upon humanity, and the text reads,
The goddess saw it, weeping, the midwife of the gods, the wise Mami. Let the day grow dark, let it turn back to gloom. In the assembly of the gods, how did I agree with them on annihilation?
She continues,
Where has Anu gone to? The chief decision maker, whose sons the gods heeded his command. He who irrationally brought about the flood and relegated the peoples to catastrophe.
We even see,
The gods commanded annihilation. Enlil committed the evil deeds against the peoples.
Similarly, the Epic of Gilgamesh reads,
The gods should come to the incense offering. But Enlil should not come to the incense offering because he brought on the flood without thinking and marked my people for destruction.
When you view the story of Atrahasis as a whole, you see that one of the main points of the narrative is to explain why so many humans die in birth, or why some women cannot conceive. This contrasts sharply with what we have argued the Genesis narrative is emphasizing, as the focus is on the command,
Be fruitful and multiply.
More than this counter to the population reduction theme in the Mesopotamian tradition, it is likely that the Genesis flood account contrasts Yahweh's justification for sending the flood over against that which is seen in Atrahasis and the Epic of Gilgamesh. If Enlil and the other gods were considered lacking in judgment and even evil in bringing the flood, what about Yahweh? The text does not leave us to wonder.
And Yahweh saw the wickedness of humanity in the land was great, and every intention of the thoughts of their hearts was only evil all the time. And Yahweh was sorry that he had made humanity on the earth, and he was grieved in his heart.
Genesis 6, 5-6. Was Yahweh capricious and hasty in his destruction of the earth? Absolutely not. Far from the evil action of Enlil, Yahweh was morally bound to bring about the flood. At least that is how the authors who penned this myth tried to paint their God in this myth. It doesn't seem as bad, especially if one sees this God as just another ancient Near Eastern deity with limitations on what the humans were going to do from the start. How's that for a mind-blowing revelation? It seems that those clever biblical authors took the earlier flood traditions, which had been cherished stories in the ancient Near East for countless generations, and flipped the script to create their own flood myth. I owe a huge thanks to Dr. Joshua Bowen, an expert in Assyriology and Hebrew Bible studies, for his invaluable insights into the intricate details of this video. The man is a linguistic genius, practically fluent in Sumerian, Akkadian, Aramaic, Hebrew, and more, and he's up to date with the latest scholarship in the field. His book, The Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament, is an absolute goldmine of information on these topics and beyond.
We have found a document about the Spartans and the Jews, indicating that we are related and that both of our nations are descended from Abraham. 1 Maccabees 12:21.
Dare we ask, did Abraham really exist? The mysterious figure Abraham, embedded deep within the biblical narrative, conjures fascinating queries. Might there be echoes of other myths that connect to the Abraham narrative? Yes, echoes, and dare I say, myths. If we're being audacious here, let's also claim that Abraham's tale might not be etched in the stone of history, but instead in the parchment of allegory. We're on a quest for truth, and not just any truth, but one that doesn't sugarcoat our sensibilities. Consider Peter J. Leithart, a figure I may not always nod in agreement with, but who serves a cogent point as a voice of faith. He notes,
Evangelicals are debating the historicity of Adam, but they are too timid. It is time to reject fundamentalist distortions of the Abrahamic narrative just as decisively as we have abandoned literalistic readings of Genesis 1 through 3. Clinging to discredited biblical accounts of Abraham as if these events actually happened makes us look like Neanderthals, undermines the plausibility of our witness, and ultimately overturns the gospel. To defend the gospel and uphold the authority of the Bible, we need to reckon with the myth of Abraham.
Leithart's clarity is akin to a refreshing splash of cold water, especially for someone like me, who navigates ancient texts with a secular compass, regardless of their cultural origins. Yet, despite his insights, Leithart still seems to hold the Bible as a divine artifact rather than a human creation. The conundrum remains. The tangible evidence for Abraham, let alone the events in Genesis, is as elusive as a desert mirage. Take, for instance, Abraham's sojourn in Egypt in Genesis 12. Uncannily reminiscent of Israel's Egyptian saga, which too seems more allegorical than actual. Whether these narratives stem from shared literary motifs or direct modeling, the debate remains. As scholars passionately debate these tales' origins, positing multiple authors across epochs or perhaps a single Hellenic-influenced scribe, we must ponder, if Abraham is less man and more motif, what message lies encrypted in his story? Our journey might find its compass pointing towards Greece. While the influence of cultures like the Mesopotamians, Canaanites, and Egyptians on biblical texts is almost universally acknowledged, the Grecian whisper in the scriptural tapestry remains understated. Yet, I remain convinced of this Hellenic echo. The vast Greek Septuagint, intertwined with biblical tradition, offers tantalizing clues. People imagine the Greeks as full-on pagan polytheistic peoples. However, the elite philosophers like Thales, Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle were the original gangsters of monism, with an ultimate divine power that rules over the divine lesser beings. The later Christians and Jews are in many ways indebted to these thinkers. And yes, for those who've followed our previous explorations into Russell Gamirkin's insights, brace yourselves for another scholarly expedition into Abraham's possible Grecian roots. Join us as we wade into this confluence of biblical Greek connections. Let the Odyssey commence. Abraham's story in a nutshell. Born around 2170 BCE in the prominent city of Ur, Abram, later named Abraham, was a central figure in biblical history. Moving to Haran after the death of his brother Haran, he married his half-sister Sarai at 75, and he heeded a divine call to relocate to Canaan. Accompanied by Sarai and his nephew Lot, his story opens up with the immediate promise of a land that God will show him, and that he will be a great nation. Facing famine, they took refuge in Egypt, where, fearing for their lives, Abraham presented Sarai as his sister, afraid the Egyptians would kill him for her beauty. Mind you, Sarai is 10 years younger than Abraham according to these texts. So here's a 65-year-old woman who must have been smoking like a 20-year-old Playboy model. Odd detail. Their deception was uncovered, leading to their expulsion. Back in Canaan, tensions between Abram and Lot's household forced them to part ways. After Lot's capture in a regional war, Abraham heroically rescued him, and he bumped into Melchizedek, king of Salem, who was a high priest of the Most High God. Many questions abound for this figure. Anyways, around this period, Abraham lamented his lack of an heir, though God reassured him. Sarai offered her maid, Hagar, to bear a child. Hagar bore Ishmael, but tensions arose, leading to her exile. Can anyone say Jerry Springer any faster? Later, God renewed his covenant, renaming Abram to Abraham and Sarai to Sarah, foretelling the birth of Isaac and introducing circumcision. 3 divine visitors confirmed Isaac's upcoming birth and also warned of Sodom's impending destruction. Despite Abraham's intercessions, Sodom was destroyed, though Lot escaped, albeit the tragic consequences of his wife turning into a pillar of salt. Oh, and his 2 daughters drugging their father with wine to sleep with him to carry on a seed. In Gerar, Abraham, fearing for Sarah's safety, again called her his sister. King Abimelech took Sarah, but returned her upon realizing the deceit. Shortly thereafter, Isaac was born. Now, who's the real baby's daddy here? Abimelech or Abraham? Anyways, following more disputes involving Hagar and Ishmael, Abraham banished them, but they were divinely protected. In a supreme test of faith, God commanded Abraham to sacrifice Isaac. As Abraham obeyed, an angel intervened, providing a ram as a substitute. Sarah passed away at the age of 137 years, and Abraham secured a burial site in Machpelah. Abraham then arranged for Isaac's marriage and had more children with his second wife, Keturah. Ensuring Isaac was his sole heir, Abraham passed away at 175 years of age and was buried beside Sarah by Isaac and Ishmael. Eventually, his son Isaac would have children named Jacob and Esau. Then Jacob would get the promise and be renamed to Israel. Israel's favorite son was Joseph, who would get them into Egypt. You gotta read the story. And eventually they would become slaves for 430 years, all to have Moses take them on an exodus to the promised land, with Joshua leading victorious battles to get what God promised Abraham at the outset. The quest for the historical Abraham. Searching for Abe. From the hollowed echoes of the Dead Sea Scrolls, biblical authors have painted vivid portraits of iconic figures, treating them as historical luminaries, regardless of some of the rather eyebrow-raising assertions. Abraham's age of 175, a walk in the park compared to Adam's whopping 930-year tenure. Through the annals of history, historians and ecclesiastical scholars with fervor akin to investigative detectives, have endeavored to tether these biblical tales to the realm of historical accuracy. Their tools? Intricate genealogies and comparative historiography, striving to lend the patriarchal chronicles an air of authenticity befitting the second millennium BCE. Yet, as time's relentless march continues, our academic arsenal has evolved, providing sharper instruments for dissecting the veracity of these age-old tales. The unquestioned existence of these biblical heavyweights was the modus operandi, even for the most discerning scholars, until, that is, the 20th century's latter half bestowed upon us a plot twist. Upon uncovering the intricate tapestry of sources that constitute the Genesis and patriarchal narratives, theories abounded. The documentary hypothesis, the supplementary hypothesis, and their scholarly siblings arose, all questing to reconcile the improbability of Moses single-handedly penning this voluminous work. By the 19th century, that notion had all but retired to the annals of antiquated thought. As we embark on this documentary, we'll be dancing on the shoulders of academic titans, luminaries like Thomas L. Thompson, John Van Cedars, Russell Gamirkin, Philip Wagenbaum, Philip R. Davies, and dare I say Neil Godfrey have not just entered the field of Old Testament studies, they've rocked its very foundations. Thompson and Cedars in the 1970s, in particular, have swayed scholarly consensus from assured affirmation of the patriarch's existence to an enlightened skepticism, suggesting the upbeat nature of an archaeological quest for their remains. Thompson's magnum opus, The Historicity of the Patriarchal Narratives, fittingly culminates this sentiment. So fasten your intellectual seatbelts, dear viewers. This is going to be a cerebral ride.
We have seen in the foregoing chapter of the received tradition about Abraham's journey from Ur of the Chaldees to Canaan by the way of Haran is not an originally independent tradition about Abraham. Rather, it is a historiographical reconstruction which is based on several originally independent and conflicting traditions, if not only must be understood as unhistorical, but any attempt to find movements analogous to Abraham's in the history of the Near East are essentially misdirected for the purposes of biblical interpretation. The intentions of the biblical traditions about the patriarchs are not comparable to those of the modern historian. They are rather sociological, political, and religious. Those attempts at interpretation of these traditions which willfully neglect the implications of their formations and structure can justly be dismissed as historicism. Moreover, we have seen that the biblical chronologies are not grounded on historical memory, but are rather based on a very late theological schema that presupposes a very unhistorical worldview. Those efforts to use the biblical narratives for a reconstruction of the history of the Near East in a manner comparable to the use of the archives of Mari and similar finds can justly be dismissed as fundamentalist. Though we have argued that the quest for the historical Abraham is basically fruitless occupation both for the historian and the student of the Bible, the question about the historical background of the patriarchal narratives is a question to which the historical criticism, with the help of the ancient Near Eastern history and archaeology, can give very concrete answers.
In 1974, this piece of writing was so scandalous when it emerged that its author, Thompson, found himself facing a decade-long involuntary vacation from employment. By 1992, his academic antics led to an unceremonious exit from Marquette University's hallowed halls. From the disco-infused 70s to the grunge era of the 90s, he, alongside the likes of Philip R. Davies, Niels Peter Lemsky, and Keith W. Whitelam, was knee-deep in decoding the enigma dubbed Ancient Israel. Their work wasn't just groundbreaking, it was earth-shattering, especially in the world of Old Testament studies. Much of his brilliant banter, most of his argumentation, was centered around names of the patriarchs, as Thompson says in his 1974 book.
It will be my contention throughout this process of historicizing Genesis is a serious error in biblical interpretation, and to the extent that it depends upon the evidence we have from Near Eastern nomenclature, totally unfounded. Some questions which must be asked of our evidence are: do the names really demonstrate or make more probable the historicity of the patriarchs? Do they help to date the period in which the patriarchs belong? Do they support the thesis that the narratives of Genesis mirror the history of the second millennium, specifically the movements of the Amorites?
Ultimately, Thompson broke the consensus on Abraham's historicity. Most critical scholars these days have forsaken the attempt to finding Abe. If there ever was a guy, he's lost to us, as is his sons, all the way to Moses. If there ever was an Exodus, it is absolutely nothing like the Bible describes it. The same can be said about the united monarchy with King David and Solomon. The more we dig, the more scandalous it seems that the Bible is not historically accurate. But is that the author's goal? Are they trying to convince their readers and hearers of a fake history, as Plato recommended in his writings? Russell Gamirkin has spoken several times about Plato's noble lies and how to create a great nation. In the historical pursuit of the biblical patriarchs, many scholars equipped with both archaeological tools and scripture sought empirical confirmation of these iconic figures. In Egypt, one is presented with names from First Immediate Period, circa 2181 to 2055 BCE, associated with Abraham and believed to be Amorites. This association arises because of the phonetic resemblance to the Amurru from South Mesopotamia, emerging around the same epoch. Parallelly, the Hyksos, linked to Jacob and Joseph, are perceived as invaders with Amorite affiliations. Curiously, it's the nomenclature of these patriarchs that seemingly connect these historical dots, allowing scholars to interpret these tales as condensed history of the Near East during the second millennium. Thompson's scholarship underscores that these patriarchal names weren't exclusive to the second millennium BCE, but echoed into the 4th century BCE across diverse locales, including Mesopotamia. The existence of Abraham has often been posited on the corroborative elements like the geographic references in Genesis. However, it's essential to note that these places endured well into the Hellenistic era. Thompson delves deeply into the significance of Abraham's name in this context. I proffer a contention. When drafting foundational stories of a nation, it's likely that authors might retroject their primeval figures into antiquated settings, lending a veneer of authenticity. Take, for instance, the esteemed archaeologist Israel Finkelstein. He views the biblical narration of Canaan's conquest in Joshua as less of an authentic historical account and more as a late 7th century BCE ideological blueprint depicting an inspirational conquest under King Josiah of Judah. Finkelstein hypothesizes that this conquest narrative possibly originated in Israel's northern kingdom around the early 8th century BCE, inspired by the remnants of past disturbances. This perspective gains weight considering the lack of archaeological traces for many cited cities, or their emergence only in the 8th and 7th centuries BCE. how can one validate a 12th century BCE conquest of cities that archaeologically appear half a millennium later? By this logic, the absence of evidence for Moses' mass exodus from Egypt could whimsically be attributed to celestial beings equipped with dustbusters. Such narratives likely embellished retellings of pure literary creations often weave in contemporaneous nuances, inadvertently revealing their true temporal origins. To draw a playful analogy, discovering a gospel where Peter cruises in a Honda Civic would unmistakably hint at a narrative crafted in a more modern milieu. Similarly, Genesis contains anachronisms that point to its later historical genesis, pun intended. In our preceding video explorations, we've journeyed through the tapestries of myth and lore underpinning Genesis 1 through 11. Now, as we delve into the tales of Abraham, there's a prevailing sentiment that we've anchored ourselves in the firm ground of historical narrative. Numerous commentaries underscore this demarcation, suggesting a transition from myth to reality, right between Genesis 11 and 12. For some scholars, this transformation commences even earlier, with Genesis 11:10 enveloping Terah and his kin's expedition from Ur to Haran in the cloak of history. Over time, I've developed a certain affinity for those discerning minds who interpret these passages as masterful narratives rather than concrete history. This naturally begets the query, when was Genesis scribed? A significant portion of the scholarly community posits its creation during the exile or perhaps the post-exile era, with a handful placing bets on the Persian period. It's paramount to note that their perspective primarily hinges on the priestly source, though not all contend that Genesis, in its entirety, emerged during these times. Today, I aim to illuminate the Hellenistic shades painted on Genesis, post the epoch when Alexander the Great unfurled the essence of the Greek world upon the vast expanse known biblically. Neil Godfrey curates a thought-provoking blog, the link to which is available in the description below with all the sources. His writings delve deep into concepts that sometimes take a while to permeate American scholarly circles. Of particular note is his discourse on Niels Peter Lemke, which I found to be intellectually stimulating. Here are some points in favor of a Hellenistic date after 300 BCE for the Old Testament. Number 1. It is a fact that the history of Israel, as told by the Old Testament, has little, if anything, to do with the real historical developments in Palestine until at least the later part of the Hebrew monarchy. 2. An extensive part of this literature should be considered the creation of the Jewish diaspora. First and foremost, the patriarchal narratives, the story of the Exodus about the Israelites in Egypt and their escape from Egypt, but also the conquest narratives in Joshua. All of these aim at one and the same issue, at the more or less utopian idea that a major Jewish kingdom, even empire, should be established or re-established in Palestine, an idea that emerged in spite of the fact that it had no background in ancient Israelite empire. Number 3. The writers who invented the history of Israel seem to have modeled their history on a Greek pattern. Herodotus, being the earliest point of comparison, there are a number of similarities between the histories of Herodotus and the Old Testament. Both histories have as their beginning a perspective that encompasses the whole world as such, and this perspective narrows down to single nations only at a later point, respectively the Greek and the Hebrew. The biblical historians display a knowledge of Greek tradition, and this could hardly have been the case before Greek historians were to become known and read in the Near East. Number 4. The Persian period does not seem to fit the requirements of being the time when the historical books of the Old Testament were written down. First of all, it would have to be proved that Greek authors were known and extensively read in the Persian Empire, and I very much doubt that this was the case. Lemke goes into far more responses to this issue of a later dating of the Old Testament, but consider it as we dive deeper into this documentary. Philip R. Davies, an esteemed professor of biblical studies at the University of Sheffield, delves deeply into these matters. His assertions have sparked fervent debates within academic corridors. Davies contends, based on archaeological evidence and rigorous analysis of the biblical narrative, that the biblical Israel is more myth than reality. He posits that figures such as Abraham and Moses are not historical entities, and kingdoms attributed to David and Solomon did not exist as described. According to Davies, the biblical depiction of Israel might have been crafted as late as the Persian era, challenging traditional chronologies. Problems with dating the Old Testament to the Persian era. We have very little information about the Jewish population in the Persian era. We have almost nothing apart from the books of Ezra and Nehemiah, and the historicity of these books has also come under scrutiny. Some doubt there was ever even a mission by Ezra. The autobiography of Nehemiah may be no more historical than many other similar examples of autobiographical genre in the Greek world. Biblical historians have traditionally written of the period of Persian rule as time of peace and prosperity. Judah was allowed administrative independence. Jerusalem was organized as a prosperous temple burgher society, but the evidence we have could just as easily be interpreted otherwise. That Judah's independence may be more comparable to modern crumbling societies left on their own and with a great deal of administrative independence to provide a sad picture of local incompetence. Maybe they did not interfere in local affairs because they did not care. The Temple Burger Society has nothing more than hypotheses to support it, and the account of a band of Greek mercenaries being able to waltz through the empire, kill a Persian governor, and walk out again in Xenophon's Anabasis is evidence of Persian administrative incompetence. The archaeological evidence we need for the Persian period is not likely to come to light. Israeli archaeologists have demonstrated a contempt for the Persian period and removed its remains to rubbish dumps in order to get down to the real Israelite layers. Lemke cites A. Mazar's Archaeology of the Land of the Bible, 586 BCE, as illustrative to this attitude. As for the Hellenistic period, it should never be forgotten that the revitalization of the ancient Near East only became a fact after the Greek takeover. It is an established fact that city life vastly expanded after the conquest of Alexander. Here we must realize what happened in Jerusalem and in Palestine. Innovations that were comparable, although on a smaller scale, to the cultural developments in Syria, Mesopotamia, and Egypt. Scholars may nurse very romantic ideas about what may have happened in the nooks and crannies of pre-Hellenistic Palestine, in a society considerably poorer than the one found there. For example, during the Late Bronze Age. A more worldly and realistic assessment of facts suggests that the Persian period was not the time when the Old Testament could have been written down. Hardly any parallel exists to such a development, but a lot of evidence that says the Hellenistic age was the formative period of early Jewish thought and literature as witnessed by the Old Testament itself. I would refer everyone to Jonathan Adler, the archaeologist, who is confirming much of these statements. In Plato and the Creation of the Hebrew Bible, Russell Gamirkin delves into an intriguing premise. He postulates that a myriad of laws within the Hebrew Bible draw parallels more closely to the works of Plato rather than the traditions of the ancient Near East. Both Gamirkin and Philip Wagenbaum theorized that Plato's philosophical treatises were seminal influences, shaping the biblical author's formulation of idealistic national laws. Russell Gamirkin on Foundation Stories. When we look at Greek literature, we can see that the biblical tales of the Israelites' exodus under Moses and their conquest under Joshua are quite similar to the Greek foundation stories. Even though this kind of storytelling wasn't common in the ancient Near East, it was very popular among the Greeks during the Hellenistic period. This section delves into the common themes in Greek foundation stories and how they compare to Moses leading the Israelites to the Promised Land. Greek foundation stories can be set in different eras. There are mythical times, that's when gods and humans lived together before major floods, like that of Deucalion or Noah. There's legendary times marked by heroes and ending around the Trojan War, and the more factual, archaic, and historical periods. Direct interactions between gods and humans were limited to the mythical and legendary periods. In later times, people would seek advice or guidance from the gods at temples or sacred sites. While some stories were entirely set in legendary times, most foundation tales started with the promises of land made during this era, but the actual settlement happened in the more factual, archaic, or historical periods. Promises of ancestral lands are a recurring theme in many Greek foundation tales. They serve as a foundational myth that supports later conquests and settlements of specific territories. Often these promises were made to renowned heroes like Heracles, Aeneas, or members of the Argonaut expedition. As these heroes journeyed, they would pass through territories that their descendants would eventually settle. Often, gods like Apollo would grant these lands to the heroes during their travels. Even if the heroes settled elsewhere or even passed away in a different land, their divine claim to these lands would be handed down to their descendants. It might take several generations before the descendants actually settled these promised lands. A famous example of this narrative theme is Heraclius' adventures, where he received divine rights to various places during his Mediterranean travels. This narrative style was also used to justify the Spartans' colonization efforts, citing Heracles' journeys. Another example is the story of Cyrene in North Africa. As per the accounts of poets Pindar and Apollonius of Rhodes, when the Argonauts arrived at the Libyan coast, Poseidon's son gave Euphemus a symbolic chunk of Libyan soil, marking it as a territory under his rule. This token of rulership was passed down until Battus, a descendant, founded Cyrene in Libya. Another special case is Aeneas, who after the Trojan War journeyed the Mediterranean but never visited Latium's promised land. However, he was prophesied at Troy that his descendants would create a city, Rome, destined for greatness. Drawing parallels, Weinfeld highlighted the similarities between the land promises given to the biblical figures like Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and those given to heroes like Heracles and Aeneas. The stories of these patriarchs served as a prelude to the foundation of the Israelite nation by Moses and Joshua. Similarly, Greek tales about ancient heroes and foundational ancestors provided a historical context for subsequent movements and conquests. The Israelites' journey and settlement into the Promised Land mirrors Greek myths like the return of the Heraclids. Usually foundation stories, which explain how a group settled in a new territory, begin by detailing the problems that made them leave their original home. These issues could be overpopulation, famine, disease outbreaks, natural disasters, economic problems, internal conflicts, forced exile, military defeats, or escaping potential conquest and enslavement. In one ancient Jewish story written by Hecataeus of Abdera, around 315 BCE, it's said that Egypt became overpopulated, leading the Egyptians to send settlers to places including Babylon and Judea. Another tale from Manetho, written around 285 BCE, claims that Jerusalem and Judea were first inhabited by the Hyksos, foreign rulers who took over Egypt, but were later forced out by the Egyptians due to a disease outbreak linked to the Hyksos' ungodly practices. In contrast, the biblical Exodus story, written around 270 BCE, presents a different viewpoint. The Egyptians faced plagues as punishment for enslaving the Israelites, and only after suffering these calamities did the Pharaoh let them go. This narrative of escaping from bondage fits the pattern of Hellenistic foundation stories and is a consistent theme in biblical tales. The well-known practice of the Egyptians using slave labor for grand projects such as building pyramids reinforces this narrative. While the miraculous rescue of the Israelites is unique to the biblical account, their quest for freedom aligns well with Greek tales. A pivotal moment in the Exodus story is when God chooses Moses to be the liberator and guide for the Jewish people. This revelation occurs when Moses, in exile from Egypt, discovers a holy site in the Sinai desert. God informs him that he has been chosen to lead the Israelites out of Egypt to a new homeland with Aaron's assistance. Although hesitant and unsure, Moses accepts this significant responsibility. In the biblical story, Moses' divine selection to lead mirrored a common trend seen in Greek foundation tales. Typically in these tales, an oracle, usually at the famed Delphi sanctuary dedicated to Apollo, would choose the leader, termed oikist, for a colonization mission. This oikist held various roles: expedition head, military leader, spiritual guide, and law enforcer. It was a reoccurring theme for these leaders to be unexpectedly chosen. Guidance for their journey, including specific landmarks and signs to determine settlement areas, often came from the Delphi oracle. On some journeys, a prophet or spiritual guide accompanied the leader, aiding in establishing the new settlement. The biblical account showcases the Israelites as an organized, armed group, constantly prepared for battle as they journeyed from Egypt. Moses was their military strategist, but their triumphs, whether in battle against various tribes or major exodus from Egypt, were attributed to the divine intervention of Yahweh. This description of the Exodus sets the stage for the next phase, the conquest, where Joshua takes over Moses' military role. Throughout these narratives, the main emphasis is on the armed men. Women, children, and livestock are seen as under their protection, while the fighters are the focus of accounts and are explicitly numbered. The portrayal of this migration, then, is of an armed group transitioning from one territory to conquer another. This depiction aligns with Greek tales, where colonization parties often journeyed as armed contingents. It's at Delphi that Apollo, recognized as the god guiding migrations and settlements, was consulted. In the Bible, Mount Sinai serves as the pivotal spot where God communicates with Moses. This return to Sinai in the Exodus narrative is the backdrop for the profound moment where Moses climbs the mountain and receives God's commandments. In Greek tales, the leader often revisits the Delphi oracle for advice on pressing issues. This trip back to the oracle sometimes left the expedition group alone for extended times, akin to Moses' 40-day stay on the mountain. Moses, as the lawgiver, fits seamlessly within the Greek narrative structure. In Greek tales, the oikist typically established laws for the new settlement. Historical accounts and legends often credit ancient law codes to singular prominent figures, such as Lycurgus or Solon, who sometimes were believed to have received these laws directly from deities. Established processes even allowed for proposed law codes to be presented at an oracle, like Delphi, to gain divine approval. While Greek narratives often depict lawgivers getting divine laws via specific ceremonial methods, the Bible portrays Moses directly meeting God at Sinai amid an awe-inspiring natural display. At Mount Sinai, Moses supervised the creation of a special tent and its items. This tent wasn't just a place of worship, but was believed to be the dwelling place of God. As the Israelites traveled through the wilderness, God was thought to accompany them within this tent. Moses was the main spiritual leader for the Israelites during their journey, much like the oikist in Greek stories. The oikist was also a religious leader, representing the god Apollo during their colonization missions. When the Greeks ventured into new territories, they believed they were also relocating their gods. A sacred fire symbolized this move, which they used for religious rituals during the journey. Apollo's famous sanctuary in Delphi often gave them guidance on where to settle and build their new sanctuaries. In the Bible, before entering their desired land, the Israelites sent scouts to check it out. However, they were disheartened by the challenges they'd face in conquering it. As a result, they spent 40 years wandering, during which the entire soldier generation died. Similarly, in some Greek tales, explorers were sent first to assess new lands. These colonization efforts, whether in myth or real history, often faced challenges. They might take much longer than expected, sometimes spanning several generations. There were times when the settlers even thought of going back to their original homeland due to homesickness or settlement challenges. Both the biblical account and Greek tales emphasized the importance of establishing foundational laws and systems for their new societies. For Israelites, after their 40-year journey, there was a renewed emphasis on the laws, particularly in the book of Deuteronomy. This highlighted how they should live once they settled. All these guidelines were officially approved by the community and were meant to be publicly displayed in their new homeland. Similarly, when Joshua took the people across the Jordan, he quickly set up an altar and inscribed these laws, ensuring they were practiced. Like in the Bible, Greek colonization stories also focused on establishing foundational laws for their new territories. The leader, or oikist, who was similar to Moses, set these laws. The oikist laid down rules about political, religious, and military structures, the society's class system, land distribution, and citizens' rights. Just as in the biblical narrative, these laws were approved by the community, usually with rituals and oaths. Often these guidelines were inscribed on stone tablets for everyone to see. When the Israelites reached the Promised Land, they were coming back to the original home of their ancestors, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. This story reminds us of the return of the Heraclids in Greek tales. In both stories, a divine command encouraged the takeover of the local people. Similarly, the journey of Joshua in conquering part of the Promised Land matches Greek stories about the founding of new colonies. In both the Bible and Greek tales, the deity presents the land as a gift. The conquering colonizers believed they were not just allowed, but obligated to take over. Most of the time, the native people were either defeated and enslaved or forced to move. Sometimes the takeover was explained with a moral reason, adding it to the legend. The oikist, or colony leader, often became a revered hero due to his military leadership, but starting a colony wasn't always smooth. The newcomers often faced challenges from locals, which sometimes made the Greeks rethink or give up their plans, just like how the Greeks felt shame for not taking over the lands given by their god Apollo's oracle. The Israelites were also criticized in the book of Judges for not fully conquering their promised land. The oikist had various responsibilities, including picking up the main city's spot, creating religious areas and structures, organizing festivals, and dividing the land among the settlers. The actions of Joshua during the conquest phase bear a lot of similarities to Greek colonization accounts, as detailed by Weinfeld. Once the colony was fully established, its completion was marked by the death of its founding figure. The later generations would remember this founder and would often dedicate a special cult to honor them, usually at their burial site. For colonies set up in the historical times, these burial sites were typically in the city's central area. In legendary tales, the exact location of the burial might be lost to time. While Moses' burial place remains a mystery, the burial sites of Joshua and the chief priest Eleazar were highlighted, suggesting these founders were deeply respected. The tradition of the oikist often involved a yearly celebration that remembered the founding of the colony under the oikist's leadership. One of the most famous such celebrations was the Dorians' Carnea Festival, honoring the establishments of Sparta, Thera, and Cyrene. The Carnea was initially a festival that celebrated farming, paying tribute to Carnus, an old ram god. Later, this god was associated with Apollo. Apollo Carneus signifies Apollo as the guide of migrations. Much like how a ram leads its flock, its particular aspect of Apollo is credited with guiding the Dorian movement to Sparta and other colonization efforts. The 9-day Carnea festival had various activities like the sacrifice of a ram and a recreation of a military journey, which includes dances with weapons and parades with miniature ships. Interestingly, aspects of the Carnea have similarities with the biblical Passover and the Festival of Unleavened Bread. Both started as agricultural festivals, spotlighting the sacrifice of sheep. Over time, these festivals became significant national events, reenacting migration tales. The Passover, in its evolution, portrayed the story of Israelite beginnings, similar to how Carnea portrayed Spartan beginnings. This suggests that the Passover might have been influenced by Greek foundation narratives and festivals that Jews encountered in the early Hellenistic period. The biblical tales about patriarchs and the events like the Exodus and the conquest fit the mold of the Greek theses or foundation stories. But every story has its unique elements. For example, while some Greek colonization tales spoke of escape from slavery or lawgivers being divinely inspired, the biblical Exodus and the laws given at Sinai are described with divine miracles not commonly seen in Greek stories. The writers of Deuteronomy recognized these special aspects of Israel's foundation narrative. In Deuteronomy 4:32-34, highlighted the exceptional nature of Israel's origin story, especially the direct involvement of Yahweh as the savior and provider of laws, setting it apart from other foundation tales known primarily in the Greek contexts. National foundation myths, Greeks and Jews. In a discerningly pinned blog post, Neil Godfrey delves into the intriguing parallels between Phrixus and Isaac. Such a comparison, he asserts, is indispensable when examining Abraham's narrative. one cannot sidestep the intertwined tales of Isaac or Jacob. Abraham stands as the proverbial patriarch of the Jews, celebrated not only for the inaugural covenant of circumcision, but also for his heart-wrenched act of near sacrifice of his beloved son, Isaac. Godfrey's insights are underpinned by Philip Wagenbaum's seminal work, Argonauts of the Desert. Through rigorous contemplation, Godfrey offers an astute interpretation of Wagenbaum's contentions, showcasing his commendable grasp on the subject matter. Godfrey expresses it this way. Philip Wagenbaum in 2008 defended his anthropology doctoral thesis, Argonauts of the Desert, Structural Analysis of the Hebrew Bible. He applies the structural analysis of myths as developed by Claude Lévi-Strauss to the Bible, something Lévi-Strauss himself never got around to doing, although he did eventually encourage biblical scholars to do so. In Wagenbaum's words, for Lévi-Strauss, a version of a myth is always derived from an existing adaptation, originating most of the time from a different culture and language. A myth must always be analyzed in comparison to its variants within the same cultural area where contacts between populations are proven. Wagenbaum is analyzing the Bible narratives as myths, though he concedes they may contain some historical elements, and comparing the accounts with narratives and laws from Greek literature. While ancient Near Eastern literature offers many laws similar to those in the Bible, he thinks the Greek literature has not been explored in this context to its full potential. I am already wondering about the gospel narratives and the relationship between Jewish and Greek mythical and literary culture in this context, Godfrey says. For Lévi-Strauss, similarities between myth that may appear as coincidental at first look must be investigated more deeply. This investigation may ultimately reveal that the analyzed narratives are actually variants of the same myth. Lévi-Strauss builds a very strong case for his arguments in his analysis of Native American myths. The story of the bird nester can be found in hundreds of different variants in every part of both South and North America, proving that the same initial story spread itself through millennia of oral diffusion. Lévi-Strauss describes how the order of the episodes of a myth can be reversed from one variant to another, and that many motifs can be inverted. Lévi-Strauss sought to discover universal rules of transformation in all myths, similar to the discovery of universal principles in structural linguistics and phonology. The aim of Lévi-Strauss was to show that mankind thinks everywhere the same, that there is no objective distinction between so-called primitive and civilized thoughts. Parallelism is not a dirty word, like the proverbial hammer that cares not whether it is used to build a house or bash the skull of a prisoner. Analyzing parallels can serve valid and good and invalid and bad functions. Parallelisms must not be analyzed in an isolated way, but one must try to find out the possible narrative structure that links the similarities together. In other words, the similarity is not sufficient by itself to speculate about any possible borrowing. We must examine the place and role of these in their own contexts. Phrixus and Isaac under the microscope. Godfrey continues. So with the context of the methods of Lévi-Strauss in mind, no one will jump to the conclusion that the well-known parallelism between the Greek myth of Phrixus and the binding of Isaac indicates a source-derivative relationship. What will be needed after examining the parallels is an examination of the place and role of these stories in their own contexts. That step will probably have to wait for the next post, Godfrey says. Here is the Phrixus myth in hopefully a quick, easy to read ladder with a crucial key noted in step 10. 1. Athamas, king of Boeotia, married Nephili, a cloud goddess created in the image of Hera by Zeus. 2. Athamas and Nephili had twin children, a son, Phrixus, and a daughter, Heli. 3. Athamos afterwards rejected Nephili and married Ino. 4. Ino hated her stepchildren, Phrixus and Heli, so plotted to have them killed by their own father. Number 5. Ino bribed messengers who told King Athamas that the Oracle of Delphi, speaking for the god Apollo, required the sacrifice of Phrixus on Mount Laphysian in order to end a famine in Boeotia. Number 6. Just as Athamas was about to sacrifice his son Phrixus, Zeus, or Nephili in other versions, sent a golden winged ram to rescue Phrixus and Heli by flying away with them. Number 7. Heli fell off, hence the Hellespont, Heli's sea. Number 8. The ram brought Phrixus safely to Colchis, Georgia. Number 9. In gratitude, Phrixus sacrificed to Zeus the golden ram that saved him and hung its golden fleece on an oak tree. Number 10. Now, while it may seem quite inconsequential, probably the most important ingredient of this myth is that it is the prologue of the epic of the Argonauts, who will come to Colchis years later to bring the famous Golden Fleece back to Greece. The significance of this will become apparent in my next post, where I begin to compare the structured context of this myth and the binding of Isaac. We can recognize the resemblance to the binding of Isaac in Genesis 22. To test the faith of Abraham, God orders him to sacrifice his only beloved son on Mount Moriah. Abraham submits to the command and binds his son. At the last moment, God sends an angel and interrupts the sacrifice. Abraham sees a ram stuck in a bush and sacrifices that ram instead of his son. But note the inversion of one small detail. In the Greek version, the ram is killed first. Then its fleece is hung in a tree, whereas in the biblical version, the ram is first stuck in a bush and sacrificed afterwards. This inversion of detail can lead us to wonder whether these stories could both derive from a common source. One could derive from the other, or that the resemblance is only due to coincidence. Therefore, we must examine the place and role of these stories in their own contexts, respectively, the epic of the Argonauts and the biblical narrative. Godfrey continues in another blog with his astute observations. See Godfrey's comparisons here. One, you've got this divine command to sacrifice one's son. It's real in the case of Isaac, a lie in another in the case of Phrixus. Phrixus' stepmother bribed messengers to tell the father that God required the sacrifice. One, the father's pious, unquestioning submission to the command. 2, the last-minute deliverance of the human victim by a divinely sent ram. Direct command to the father in the case of Isaac, direct command to the sacrificial victim in the case of Phrixus. 3, the fastening of the ram in a tree or bush. Before the sacrifice of the ram in the case of Isaac, after the sacrifice of the ram in the case of Phrixus. 4, the sacrifice of the ram as a substitute for Isaac, as a thanksgiving for Phrixus. What is significant is that these narrative units in common to both stories exist at a level independent of the particular stories. They can be inverted, reordered to create different stories. The question to ask is, are these units similar by coincidence, or has one set been borrowed from the other? That particular detail about the ram in the tree or thicket is certainly distinctive enough to justify this question in relation to the whole set. Firstly, given that it is no longer considered quote-unquote fringe, except maybe among a large portion of American biblical scholars, where the influence of conservative and even evangelical religion is relatively strong, to consider the Bible's quote-unquote Old Testament books being written as late as the Persian or even Hellenistic eras. And given the proximity of Jewish and Greek cultures, the possibility of direct borrowing cannot be rejected out of hand. Secondly, the chances of the Jewish story of the binding of Isaac being influenced by Greek myth is increased if both stories are located in a similar structural position within parallel narratives. Both near-human sacrifice narratives serve as the prologues to larger tales of 1. Divine promises of a land to be inherited by a hero's descendants. 2. A special divinely chosen people. 3. A prearranged time schedule of 4 generations before the land would be inherited. 4. Deliverance through a leader who initially protests because he stutters. 5. An additional delay because of human failure to hold fast to a divine promise. 6. A wandering through desert with a sacred vessel. 7. Guiding divine revelations along the way. Not only are both tales of escape from human sacrifice prologues to these larger comparative narratives, but they also serve as a reference point in both. They hold the respective larger stories together by serving as the origin point of the divine promises that guide the subsequent narratives of journeying to a promised land, and that origin point is referenced by way of reminder throughout the subsequent narratives. The biblical narrative is about much more than the way the children of Abraham inherited the land of Canaan. And here is where Philip Wachbaum, in his 2008 doctoral thesis, Argonauts of the Desert, Structural Analysis of the Hebrew Bible, draws attention to the extensive similarities between Plato's writings and the Bible's narratives. Both contain a general flood, being the beginning of a new era in civilization, with a patriarchal age following, the rise of cities and kingship, and the development of laws, and a description of an ideal state. The laws in the Pentateuch are often remarkably alike the laws proposed by Plato. You've got laws that require a central religious authority. You have laws of a need for pure bloodlines, especially for priests. Laws that condemn homosexuality, witchcraft, magic. Laws of inheritance, boundary stones. Laws of allowing slaves to be taken from foreign peoples only. Laws against the need for a king. Laws governing involuntary homicide. Laws regarding rebellious children. Laws against usury, against taking too much fruit from one's fields, and quite a few more, and often found listed in the same order between the Greek and Hebrew texts. The ideal state, moreover, is divided into 12 lots of land given to 12 tribes. The king, it is warned, is subject to the vices of love, and this will lead to oppressive tyranny. One might think here of the sins of David and Solomon. Wagenbaum applies the structural analysis of myths as developed by Claude Levi-Strauss to the Bible, and one can see his coverage is much more extensive than can be covered in a few blog posts. Here is where Godfrey is focusing only on structural place of the Phrixus, Isaac sacrifices in their respective wider narratives. The Phrixus episode serves as an introduction to the adventures of Jason and the Argonauts. And this set of adventures functions as an explanation of the founding of the Greek colony of Cyrene in North Africa, Libya. The Argonaut epic and the Bible narrative. Neil Godfrey earlier written a series of 6 posts on the resonances between the Argonautica as told by Apollonius of Rhodes. They are found by starting at the bottom of this Argonautica archive, but this post is addressing Wagenbaum's thesis. The full Argonaut epic is found in Pindar's 4th Pythian ode. It had earlier been referenced in Homer's Odyssey, Book 12, 69-72, and Hesiod's Theogony, 990 to 1005, and in Herodotus, The Foundation of Cyrene and the Interrupted Sacrifice of Phrixus. Euripides wrote 2 plays titled Phrixus, now lost to us, and of course Apollonius of Rhodes wrote the epic poem in imitation of Homer, the Argonautica. The main sources for this epic relate it to the founding of Cyrene. Pindar's ode is even dedicated to the king of Cyrene. This compares with the early Bible narrative from Abraham to Moses, relating to the settling of Canaan. Jason, leader of the Argonauts, belonged to the same extended family as Phrixus, all being descended from Aeolus. Zeus was angry with the descendants of Aeolus over the attempted sacrifice of Phrixus by his father, and to appease his divine wrath, Jason embarked in the Argo with a band of followers, the Argonauts, to retrieve the golden fleece. This was the fleece of the ram that had saved Phrixus at the last moment from being sacrificed. Triton, son of the sea god Poseidon, appeared in human form and gave one of the Argonauts, Euphemus, a gift of a handful of Libyan soil as a token of a promise that his descendants would return and colonize the land. Had Euphemus succeeded in keeping the soil to plant appropriately in his own home area, his descendants would have returned to colonize only 4 generations later. But since the soil was washed overboard and its particles landed on the island of Thera instead, 17 generations would have to pass, and Cyrene would have to be colonized by the descendants of the Argonauts after first settling in Thera. This is the reverse of the order in which we read of the sacrifice and the promise in the biblical narrative. There, Abraham is promised a land and afterward prepares to sacrifice Isaac. The Argonauts seek to appease Zeus's anger of the attempted sacrifice of Phrixus by retrieving the fleece of the ram that saved him, and the promise of the land of Cyrene for the descendants of the Argonauts is made afterwards. Generations later, after the descendants of the Argonauts had settled on Thera, a direct descendant of Euphemus was commanded through the Delphic oracle to lead his people to settle and establish Cyrene in fulfillment of the promise made at the time of the Argonauts were retrieving the fleece of the ram that had saved Phrixus. This descendant was known as Battus, a name that means stutterer. He argued against the divine command on the ground that he was not a great warrior and that he had a speech impediment. But the Delphic oracle refused to listen to reason and made him do as he was told anyway. This sounds like Moses. Herodotus tells us that Battus ruled Cyrene for the familiar 40 years. That doesn't sound familiar. We are reminded of the promise to Abraham that his descendants would settle in Canaan after 400 years of slavery in Egypt. Egypt serves as a delaying detour on their way to their destiny, as Thera was in the Greek myth. God commands Moses to lead his people to Canaan by invoking his promise to give it to the fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Moses at first refuses by pleading that he stutters. If Battus ruled the Argonauts for 40 years, Moses, also once called a king and known as a king in Philo, led his people for 40 years also. This narrative structure, joining Abraham to Moses, echoes with accuracy the promise made to Euphemus and its fulfillment by descendant Battus. Both Moses and Battus invoked their trouble speaking in order to avoid their divine mission, and both ruled over their people during 40 years. Therefore, the similarities between the interrupted sacrifice of Isaac and that of Phrixus appear as part of a similar narrative structure. It seems as though Abraham plays 2 different characters from the Greek epic. King Athamas, who almost sacrificed his son Phrixus, an episode from the beginning of the epic, and the Argonaut Euphemus, who received the promise of land for his descendants, an episode from the ending of the epic. The order of the episodes has been reversed. In the same way, the detail of the ram hung on the tree after the sacrifice in the Greek version appears inverted to the account of the ram stuck in the bush before the sacrifice in Genesis. To repeat a few lines I quoted in my earlier post, this is Neil Godfrey speaking, but this time without the omissions. Parallelisms must not be analyzed in an isolated way, but one must try to find out the possible narrative structure that links the similarities together. In other words, the similarity between Phrixus and Isaac is not sufficient by itself to speculate about any possible borrowing, but when placed in the wider framework of the Epic of the Argonauts and the foundation of the colony of Cyrene, it allows us to question a likely influence of the Greek mythical tradition on the writings of the Old Testament. Philip Wagenbaum notes that his thesis supports the one advanced by Jan Willem Wesselius. In The Origin of the History of Israel, Herodotus's histories as the blueprint for the first books of the Bible, that the narratives in Herodotus have influenced the biblical narrative. But there is one significant clue thus far missing. Wagenbaum's remarks. What might the founding of a colony in Cyrene in Herodotus have to do with the settlement and kingdom established in Canaan by Israel? Wagenbaum points to an answer. We must investigate the writings of another famous Greek writer to find the description of a state meant to be a colony, a state that would be divided into 12 tribes and ruled by perfect God-given laws, the ideal state imagined by Plato in his laws. How late was the Bible, and who really wrote it? Neil Godfrey again comes through, as has Russell Gamirkin and several of the scholars we've brought up so far. But I'm impressed with what Neil puts here. Here's what he has to say. It has become a truism that the Bible, or let's be specific and acknowledge we are discussing the Old Testament or Jewish Hebrew Bible, is a collection of various books composed by multiple authors over many years. All of these authors are said to have coincidentally testified to the one and only true God of the Jewish people. The mere fact that multiple authors spanning generations wrote complementary works, all directed at the reality of this God working in human affairs, is considered proof that we are dealing with a cultural and religious heritage, a common tradition belonging to a single people over time. A few scholars have challenged that thesis, and the most recently published of these is Philip Wagenbaum. He writes, to have a single writer for Genesis through Kings, and possibly for other biblical books, contradicts the idea of the transmission of the divine word and of a tradition proper to a people. The idea of a single author does not conflict with the understanding that the sources of the Bible were drawn from archives of Israelite and Judahite kings, as well as Mesopotamian and Canaanite and other sources. Wagenbaum claims that the traditional scholarly hypotheses of authorship and origins of the Bible are in fact secular rationalizations of cultural myths about the Bible. Let us imagine that Judea has now been conquered for a century, and its sacerdotal class is now fully Hellenized. A man educated in the Greek fashion, perhaps in Alexandria, has grown up learning all the Greek classics, Homer, Hesiod, Herodotus, the great tragic playwrights, Plato, and that which he may have read in the Alexandrian canon, established by Aristophanes of Byzantium and Aristarchus of Samothrace. He wants to create a literary work that can compete with those he has read, one that will give birth to his political and religious utopia, Israel. On the one hand, theories about the origins of the Bible tend to admit that the same writer wrote some books. On the other hand, several books and articles compare Greek myths with the Bible. It is the absence of a synthesis of all these data that is questioned here. Could it be the other way around? Philip Wagenbaum rejects the alternative suggestion that it may have been the Greeks who were influenced by the Bible or related stories from cultures neighboring the Jews. Essentially, the reasons for resisting this idea are: 1, Greek authors were generally identifiable personally, and they quite openly referred to their predecessors and contemporaries whom they emulated and imitated. They had no need to copy the Bible and leave no evidence that they had any awareness of it. 2, the Greeks portrayed their myths through painting and sculpture, and here there's no suggestion of borrowing from Jewish myths. The only contemporary images from Palestine are Canaanite relics. 3, Wagenbaum argues that almost every chapter of the Bible corresponds to a Greek myth, whereas the opposite is not true. 4, Greek myths are linked together in a logical narrative progression from the birth of the gods themselves down to the Trojan War and the beginnings of the historical era. This rich and complex intertextuality has allowed the biblical writer to create an original epic on a fantastic level of sophistication. We will see how the Greek mythical genealogies have been dismantled and reconstructed through a specific filter. I hope that everybody watching this goes and subscribes to Neil Godfrey's blog. He is doing fantastic work mining scholars that are not well known, and we're highlighting them today. Please show him your appreciation. Show Russell Gamirkin. Much of his work was shown in this documentary, and I want more people to show support to the good scholars we bring forward here on MythVision. Today, we delve into the multifaceted character of Jacob, the biblical patriarch, who stands not only as a pivotal individual, but also symbolizes the entirety of the nation of Israel. His narratives intriguingly resonate with those of King David and even bear thematic parallels to Greek tales, a connection we shall elucidate in this video. The cultural milieu from which the biblical authors drew inspiration is deeply rooted in the Canaanite mythos, with discernible imprints from both Mesopotamian and Egyptian civilizations. As we navigate the book of Genesis, it becomes evident that we are not merely traversing historical accounts, but rather engaging with a rich tapestry of storytelling. Our previous documentary on Abraham highlighted the mythological undertones present not just in the initial chapters of Genesis 1 through 11, but throughout. The narratives of Abraham and Isaac, for instance, strikingly mirror the tales of Athamas and Phrixus, where divine interventions replace potential child sacrifices with rams. In our exploration of the tables of nations, as showcased in our documentary on Noah's curse, we discerned literary parallels between Noah and Lot. Both figures emerge from cataclysms, one aquatic and the other infernal. Their subsequent actions, influenced by wine, have profound implications for their descendants and the nations they represent. It's noteworthy that post-flood genealogies in Greek myths stand unique, diverging from Mesopotamian counterparts. Unlike the Bible, it does not get its stuff from the Mesopotamian pertaining to the genealogies. But the Greeks, there you have it. As we now turn our focus to Jacob, we find his narrative interwoven with elements reminiscent of Greek myths. Before we delve deeper, it's imperative to provide a succinct overview of Jacob's life. Join us on this enlightening journey. A summary of Jacob's life. Jacob, Isaac's son and Abraham's grandson, was born alongside his twin Esau. Their sibling rivalry began in the womb and would shape Jacob's life. Jacob, a homebody, was his mother Rebekah's favorite. Unlike his outdoorsy brother, he was more strategic and cunning. He cleverly traded a meal for Esau's birthright and with Rebekah's guidance, deceived his nearly blind father to steal Esau's blessing. This deceit forced Jacob to flee to Padan Aram to escape Esau's wrath. En route to Haran, Jacob dreamt of a heavenly ladder and made a vow to God at Bethel. In Haran, he fell for his cousin Rachel and agreed to work 7 years for her hand in marriage. However, his uncle Laban tricked him into marrying Rachel's elder sister, Leah. Jacob then worked another 7 years to marry Rachel. Jacob's family grew rapidly, with his wives and their maids bearing him many children. However, tensions arose with Laban, leading Jacob to return to Palestine. On his journey, he wrestled with a mysterious man, or dare I say God, earning the name Israel. Back in Palestine, Jacob faced challenges from reconciling with Esau to dealing with the fallout of his daughter Dinah's violation. Yet, he remained devout, building altars and seeking God's guidance. Tragedy struck when Rachel died, giving birth to Benjamin. Later, Jacob's sons, envious of his favoritism toward Joseph, sold Joseph into slavery and deceived Jacob out of his fate. Years later, during a famine, Jacob's sons traveled to Egypt for grain, only to discover Joseph was a now powerful Egyptian ruler. At 130, Jacob relocated his family to Egypt's Goshen region. As death approached, Jacob ensured he'd be buried in Canaan and prophesied his sons' futures. He passed away at 147 years of age, leaving a legacy that spanned generations. Jacob, Esau, and Echoes from Greek Mythology. Philip Wagenbaum's Microscope. I will be covering a series of examples from Dr. Philip Wagenbaum's book, Argonauts of the Desert. You should seriously look into this book as well.
Isaac prayed to the Lord for his wife because she was barren, and the Lord granted his prayer, and his wife Rebekah conceived. The children struggled together within her, and she said, "If it is to be this way, why do I live?" So she went to inquire of the Lord, and the Lord said to her, "2 nations are in your womb, and 2 peoples born of you shall be divided. One shall be stronger than the other. The elder shall serve the younger." Lanchius reigned over Argos after Danaus and begat a son Abas by Hypermenstra, and Abas had 2 twin sons, Acrisius and Proteus by Aglaia, daughter of Mantineus. These 2 quarreled with each other while they were still in the womb, and when they were grown up, they waged war for the kingdom. And in the course of the war, they were the first to invent shields. And Acrisius gained the mastery and drove Proteus from Argos. And Proteus went to Lycia, to the court of Labatus, or, as some say, Amphianix, and married his daughter, whom Homer calls Antia. The tragic poets call her Snethaboia. His father-in-law restored him to his own land with the army of Lycians who occupied Tiryns, which the Cyclopes had fortified for him. They divided the whole of the Argive territory between them and settled it. Acrisius reigned over Argos and Proteus over Tiryns.
James George Fraser, in his work on Apollodorus' library, highlighted the striking similarities between these stories. Just as Acrisius and Proteus had their differences, biblical twins, Jacob and Esau, were adversaries. Yet destiny brought Jacob and Esau back together to divide their inherited land in Genesis 33. While Esau became the forefather of Edom, Jacob's lineage led to Israel in Genesis 36. The character of Proteus also finds mention in Homer's Iliad. Homer narrates an episode where Proteus, after initially welcoming the hero Bellerophon, deceitfully sends him to his father-in-law with a sealed letter, which secretly orders Bellerophon's execution. You'll remember this later. I want you to look at the comparisons between Proteus, and Jacob, or Israel. Here are some parallels. Number 1, in both cases, they're born twins and fought in the womb before they're born. Jacob and Israel, if you will, from the Bible, with Esau, born as twins and fought with twin in the womb. Acrisius, which is the brother of Proteus, the twin brother, born as twins and fought with twin Proteus in the womb. 2, fought over territory with the twin, both in the Jacob Esau and the Acrisius and Proteus. They both fought over territory. 3, settled different lands at peace with the twin. Both cases, you have the Edomites with Esau and you have Israel with Jacob. And in the Acrisius and Proteus one, settled different lands and was at peace with Proteus, ruled over Argos while Proteus ruled Tyrenes. Number 4, had a daughter, Dinah or Danae. Both sound very similar. Number 5, daughter abused against their will. Once you get to number 5, you kind of have to ask yourself, born as twins, fought in the womb, fought over territory, finally made peace, and both ruled different lands. They both have a daughter that sounds similar. Then you get to number 5, and you find out that they both had daughters who were raped by people who claimed they loved her. In both narratives. Coinkadink? I think not. And you're going to see that as this entire video unravels more and more. Again, another parallel graph for you to look at. All of these are checked off. Now enters Heracles. Drawing parallels, Martin L. West observed similarities between the biblical story of Esau being deprived of his blessing and the Greek tale of the births of Heracles and Eurystheus. In the Bible, Genesis 27, an aging and visually impaired Isaac intends to bless his elder son Esau. He sends Esau hunting, promising a blessing upon his return. However, Rebekah, favoring Jacob, devises a plan. Given the stark difference in their physical appearance, Jacob's smooth skin versus Esau's hairiness, Rebekah uses goat hair to disguise Jacob. Fooled by this ruse, Isaac mistakenly blesses Jacob, foreseeing his dominance over his siblings. In Genesis 27:29. After Jacob received Isaac's blessings, Esau returned from his hunt. Upon realizing the deception, he was heartbroken and pleaded with Isaac for a blessing of his own. Isaac, bound by his words, gave Esau a lesser blessing, stating that he would serve his younger brother, Jacob. This scenario mirrors an earlier biblical account where Noah blesses his sons, Shem and Japheth, and declares Canaan will serve them. Isaac's words foreshadow the destinies of their descendants, the nations of Israel and Edom, which we further explore in the books of Samuel and Kings, in Argonauts of the Desert by Philip Wagenbaum. Angry and feeling betrayed, Esau contemplates killing Jacob. To protect their favored son, Rebekah advises Jacob to flee to her brother Laban and consider marrying one of his daughters. Scholar M.L. West draws a parallel between the biblical narrative and a tale from the Iliad. In the Iliad, Zeus is deceived by Hera, leading to the birth of Heracles and Eurystheus.
Zeus and fate, and Uranus that walks in the darkness struck me mad when we were assembled on the day that I took from Achilles the meed that had been awarded to him. What could I do? All things are in the hand of heaven, and Folly, eldest of Zeus's daughters, shuts men's eyes to their destruction. She walks delicately, not on solid earth, but hovers over the heads of men to make them stumble or to ensnare them. Time was when she fooled Zeus himself, who they say is the greatest whether of gods or men. For Hera, woman though she was, beguiled him on the day when Alcmena was to bring forth mighty Heracles in the fair city of Thebes. He told it among the gods, saying, "Hear me, all gods and goddesses, that I may speak even as I am minded. This day shall Elithua, helper of women who are in labor, bring a man-child into the world, who shall be Lord over all that dwell about, him who are of my blood and lineage. Then said Hera, all crafty and full of guile, you will play false, and will not hold to your word. Swear me, O Olympian, swear me, O great oath, that he who shall this day fall between the feet of a woman shall be Lord over all that dwell about him, who are of your blood and lineage. Thus she spoke, and Zeus suspected her not, but swore the great oath, to his much ruing thereafter. For Hera darted down from the high summit of Olympus, and went to haste to the Achaean Argos, where she knew that the noble wife Astellinus, son of Perseus, then was. She being with child, and in her 7th month, Hera brought the child to birth, though there was a month still wanting. But she stayed the offspring of Alcima, and kept back to Elithue. Then she went to tell Zeus, the son of Cronos, and said, Father Zeus, Lord of lightning, I have a word for your ear. There is a fine child this day, Eurystheus, son of Selinus, the son of Perseus. He is of your lineage. It is well, therefore, that he should reign over the Argives on this day. On this Zeus was stung to the very quick, and in his rage he caught Folly by the hair, and swore a great oath that never should she again invade starry heaven and Olympus, for she was the bane of all. Then he whirled her around with the twist of his hands, and flung her down from heaven, so that she fell on the fields of mortal men. And he was ever angry with her, when he saw his son groaning under the cruel labors that Eurystheus laid upon him.
West points out a fascinating parallel. Just as a father is about to favor one son, a mother's intervention changes the course of events. This is evident in the story of Hera's jealousy in Greek mythology, which led to Heracles serving Eurystheus and undertaking the famous 12 labors. This mirrors Rebekah's scheme in the Bible, where Jacob deceives Isaac to receive Esau's blessing and have 12 tribes descend from him. West may have missed a connection, though. Both the tales of Acrisius and Proteus and that of Heracles and Eurystheus seem to be intertwined. Delving into Apollodorus' library, we find that Acrisius is the grandfather of the famed hero Perseus. Perseus, in turn, has descendants, including Heracles and Eurystheus. This shared lineage suggests that the biblical narrative of Jacob and Esau might have been influenced by these Greek myths. Interestingly, the stories of Jacob and David in the Bible seem to echo each other. Both faced deceit from a father-in-law, had wives who practiced idolatry, and dealt with family scandals involving their children. Look at this graph with me. You have parallels between Jacob and King David. 1, the treacheries of a father-in-law. Jacob faced treachery from his father-in-law Laban, who tricked him over and over. King David faced treachery from his father-in-law Saul. 2, wives committing idolatry. Jacob's wife Rachel committing idolatry, worshiping the teraphim, and took her father's idols, which he chased them out into the wilderness for. King David, David's wife Michal, committed idolatry, worshiping teraphim. Number 3, daughters defiled and avenged. Jacob's daughter Dinah was defiled and avenged by Simeon. David's daughter Thamar was defiled and avenged by Absalom. Number 4, sons commit incest. Jacob's son Reuben committed incest. David's son Absalom committed incest. David will commit murder by sending Uriah the Hittite to Joab, bearing a sealed letter instructing Joab to have him killed on the battlefield. This theme is found as well in the story of Proteus, as we talked about above. This is one of the first pieces of evidence that both stories of Jacob and David, being parallel, were modeled after the same sources and written by the same single author. In a nutshell, this shows whoever the author is in Genesis knows the story of David, and they're working off of the same narrative probably because this is the same author according to Wagenbaum, but at the very least, they are looking at the other narrative to construct the other narrative. Wagenbaum thinks it's simple, Occam's razor, and this is the same author. But this also tells you something about the source from which the Bible author is getting their material. And that Proteus story where he sends Bellerophon, that where he sends him and he doesn't even know he's carrying the letter to his own self-destruction, is found in the Greek source. In the beginning of our discussion, we talked about how the order of stories from Greek sources was mixed up and changed by the author. But interestingly, in both the Greek stories and in Genesis 25 through 27 from the Bible, we see similar characters and events. Think of it like this. Jacob is like the character Eurystheus, and Esau is like Heracles. It's interesting to note that Esau, who's a tough hunter, trades his special family rights just for a simple bowl of soup. Now, Pseudo-Apollodorus didn't influence the Bible because it came much later, but many believe that the works of Homer, especially the Iliad, did. In fact, the Iliad seems to have inspired many stories about David in the book of Samuel, and the stories about Jacob seem to set the stage for those about David. When we don't have all the pieces of the puzzle from older sources, we use Apollodorus to help fill in the blanks. The stories about Heracles, for instance, are best understood through the writings by Apollodorus and Diodorus Siculus. It's essential to remember that amidst all these Greek tales, the Bible's main message is about the dangers of too much power, especially in kingship, and how it doesn't match the ideal vision of a perfect state. Jacob, as the father of the 12 tribes, is like the first version of Israel, and David is like a do-over or a second version. But David, with his misuse of power, ends up breaking this perfect vision. As we dive deeper into Jacob's stories, we will see even more similarities with the tales of Hercules. Jacob, Laban, Heracles, and Thespius. Simplified comparison. Jacob, seeking refuge from his brother's anger, journeyed to his uncle Laban's home. He desired to marry Rachel, Laban's younger daughter, and agreed to work for 7 years as her bride price. Yet Laban deceived him. On their wedding night, Laban secretly sent Leah, his elder daughter, to Jacob. It was only the next morning that Jacob realized the switch. Laban justified his actions by explaining that it was customary for the elder daughter to marry first. He then offered Rachel's hand in marriage if Jacob agreed to work another 7 years. This tale of deception mirrors another from Greek mythology.
Now this Thespius was king of Thespiae, and Hercules went to him when he wished to catch the lion. The king entertained him for 50 days, and each night as Hercules went forth to the hunt, Thespius bedded one of his daughters with him, 50 daughters having been born to him by Mega, Mede, daughter of Arneus, for he was anxious that all of them should have children by Hercules. Thus Hercules, though he thought that his bedfellow was always the same, had intercourse with them all, and having vanquished the lion, he dressed himself in the skin and wore the scalp as a helmet.
Thespius wanted grandchildren from the strong and famous Heracles because he didn't have any sons. So he tricked Heracles into spending the night with each of his 50 daughters, one at a time. The catch? Heracles thought he was with the same woman every time. This story is similar to when Jacob ended up with Leah, thinking she was Rachel. From these relationships, Jacob had 12 sons, and Heracles' family later became rulers in Sardinia. There's another story about Jacob being constantly tricked by Laban, never getting what he worked hard for. This story reminds us of Laomedon, an ancient king of Troy. Laomedon once cheated two gods, Apollo and Poseidon, after they helped him build Troy's walls. As punishment, the gods wanted his daughter, Hesione, to be offered to a sea monster. Laomedon promised Heracles some fine horses if he'd save Hesione. But after Heracles did the job, Laomedon went back on his word. Angry, Heracles attacked and destroyed Troy. This story was later retold by Laomedon's son, Tepolemos, during a big battle in Troy just before he met his end.
Far other was Heracles, my own brave and lion-hearted father, who came here for the horses of Laomedon, and though he had 6 ships only, and few men to follow him, sacked the city of Ilius, and made a wilderness of her highways. You are a coward, and your people are falling from you. For all your strength, and all your coming from Lycia, you will be no help to the Trojans, but will pass the gates of Hades vanquished by my hand.
This narrative underscores another instance where Heracles faced deceit and broken promises. Look at this graph on the parallels. Just a couple to point out between Jacob and Heracles. Number 1, slept with the wrong woman. Jacob was tricked by Laban into sleeping with Leah. Heracles was tricked by Thespis into thinking he was sleeping with the same girl for 50 nights, but it was 50 different women. Number 2, deceived and given broken promises. Jacob was deceived by Laban with broken promises. Heracles was promised horses by Laomedon, the first king of Troy, who didn't keep his promises.
Then Jacob took fresh rods of poplar and almond and plane and peeled white streaks in them, exposing the white of the rods. He set the rods that he had peeled in front of the flocks, in the troughs, that is, the watering places, where the flocks came to drink. And since they bred when they came to drink, the flocks bred in front of the rods, and so the flocks produced young that were striped, speckled, and spotted. Jacob separated the lambs and set the faces of the flocks toward the striped and completely black animals in the flock of Laban, and he put his own droves apart and did not put them with Laban's flock. Whenever the stronger of the flock were breeding, Jacob laid in the rods, in the troughs before the eyes of the flock, that they might breed among the rods, but for the feebler of the flock, he did not lay them there. So the feebler were Laban's and the stronger Jacob's. Thus, the man grew exceedingly rich and had large flocks, and male and female slaves, and camels and donkeys. Mercury gave to Autolycus, who he begat by Chion, the gift of being such a skillful thief that he could not be caught, making him able to change whatever he stole into some other form, from white to black, or from black to white, from a hornless animal to a horned one, from a horned one to a hornless. When he kept continually stealing from the herds of Sisyphus and couldn't be caught, Sisyphus was convinced he was stealing because Autolycus' number was increasing while his growing smaller. In order to catch him, he put a mark on the hooves of his cattle. When Autolycus had stolen in his usual way, Sisyphus came to him and identified the cattle he had stolen by their hooves and took them away. While he was delaying there, he seduced Anticla, the daughter of Autolycus. She was later given in marriage to Laertes and bore Ulysses. Some writers accordingly called him Sisyphean because of his parentage. He was shrewd.
Both Apollodorus' library and Aeginos's fables served as essential guides for young Romans, offering them a foundational understanding of Greek mythology. These texts preserved the essence of various myths and tragedies, including tales like Euripides' Phrixus. Jacob's method of increasing his livestock, which involved a seemingly magical process, mirrors the story of Autolycus and Sisyphus' cattle. This Greek tale was influenced by the Homeric hymn to Hermes, where the young god Hermes is depicted stealing Apollo's cattle. Hermes, interestingly, is Autolycus' father. The biblical writer used several Greek sources that involved a treacherous father-in-law, such as Thespis, who made Heracles sleep with 50 different sisters, Laomedon, who refused to pay horses to Heracles for his work, and Autolycus, who stole the cattle of Sisyphus. Though Laban is a deceiver, Jacob will retaliate and prove that he is an even greater trickster than his father-in-law. Let's look at this graph of parallels between Jacob and Autolycus. 1. Used magic with animals. Jacob used a magical practice to change the animals' colors and stripes, growing more livestock than Laban. Autolycus magically changed the animals stealing from the herds of Sisyphus. And his dad was Hermes, so he's the greatest trickster of all. And of course, too, is that they're both tricksters. Jacob is known for his cunning and trickery in various stories as he tricked, his father, and Esau is over and over being a trickster, similar to how Hermes was. And then Autolycus is renowned as a master thief and trickster as well. I do want to highlight, just to make a point about this, that is absolutely necessary. And if you look carefully at both of those stories that we told you from Hyginus' fable and the Genesis account, Jacob is talking about striped, speckled animals. These are animals of black and white, different types of colors that they're trying to show that he's increasing his fold while Laban's is decreasing. It's so similar to what we're seeing here with Autolycus and how he is taking Sisyphus's animals. Literally, both are so close, it's hard to think that this is really a coincidence. More likely that the biblical author is using the Greek tale to kind of craft their narrative, as these other scholars like Russell Gamirkin and others have been pointing out. This story was probably written or crafted later using ancient sources, but the idea of the narrative structure is got to be after Homer's Iliad and the Odyssey. After enduring 2 decades under Laban's manipulative tactics, Jacob decides to depart with his family and possessions. In a twist, Rachel discreetly takes Laban's teraphim, which are likely small household idols. When Laban pursues them, demanding his idols back, Jacob, unaware of Rachel's actions, challenges Laban to find them. Rachel clearly conceals the idols, ensuring their escape. This narrative finds a parallel in the story of David and Michal, where Michal uses similar tactics to deceive her father Saul and protect David. Such interconnected tales in the Bible highlight the importance of a reader's patience and memory to fully grasp the intricate web of stories. Jacob's subsequent encounter with Esau, after a long separation of 20 years, is filled with tension. One night, Jacob wrestles with an angel, managing to overcome the celestial being, but sustaining a permanent limp in the process. When he finally meets Esau, they reconcile and divide their inheritance. Notably, Jacob's limp and Esau's red hair are motifs that will be echoed in the narrative of David. Again, Wagenbaum's point. Your memory, if it serves you well and you could see the literary connectiveness of these stories, likely highlights a single mind. They crafted, compiling and connecting these narratives. Unless one wants to posit in some way a later author looks back or is looking forward when they compile this literature to connecting these stories. They're crafting narratives. I could understand why he thinks a single author. Violated Dinah and Helen. In Genesis 34, we encounter a troubling episode where Dinah, Jacob's daughter, is violated by Prince Shechem of the city bearing his name. In a bid for reconciliation, Jacob agrees to marry Dinah to Shechem and form an alliance with the Shechemites, but only if they undergo circumcision. However, in a twist of events, Dinah's brothers, Simeon and Levi, seeking vengeance for their sister, exploit the vulnerability of the Shechemites post-circumcision and execute a massacre. This biblical narrative finds a parallel in Greek mythology, particularly in the story of Helen's abduction.
And when Helen grew into a lovely woman, Theseus carried her off and brought her to Aphidnae. But when Theseus was in Hades, Pollux and Castor marched against Aphidnae, took the city, got possession of Helen, and led Aethra, the mother of Theseus, away captive.
Further elaborating on this tale, Theseus, in collaboration with Pirithous, had previously made a pact to wed daughters of Zeus. In line with this agreement, Theseus abducts a young Helen for himself. His ambitions don't stop there. he later descends into Hades, attempting to win Persephone for Pirithous. In his absence, the Dioscuri, with the aid of the Lacedaemonians and Arcadians, seize Athens. They not only rescue Helen, but also take Ethra as a captive. Meanwhile, Menestheus is reinstated as the ruler of Athens by the Dioscuri. I want you to check out this graph again, another comparative graph paralleling Dinah, daughter of Jacob, and Helen of Sparta. Number 1, both were defiled by a prince, specifically a prince. 2, both were taken back by brothers, and specifically 2 brothers in both accounts. 3, Israel versus the Canaanites, or the Shechemites. Sparta versus Athens. So you have Israel versus the Canaanites at Shechem, which are like the pre-Canaanites, and Sparta versus Athens. Number 4, Jacob and Ulysses' reluctance. You have Jacob did not want his sons to attack the Shechemites. Ulysses did not want his men to attack either. And in both cases, they did, against their parent, their leader, telling them what to do. They did the opposite. Number 5, attack and capture. Jacob's sons attacked, killing men and taking women and children captive. In the story, it specifically says they took men and women captive and attacked. Ulysses' men attacked, killing men and taking women and children captive. Kupitz noticed that Jacob bought a piece of land in Shechem for 100 kasita. He links this word with the Lydian currency Sistophorus, in short, kist. That would have given the Hebrew word kasita. This would be an obvious anachronism since that currency did not appear before the late 3rd century BCE. Kupitz also notices how Simon and Levi used a weapon in Hebrew called makera. That sounds exactly like the Homeric Greek machera, both meaning a sword, and so did the Rabbi Rashi notice this similarity. In Wagenbaum's analysis, a textual parallel appears with Homer's Odyssey.
And the other sons of Jacob came upon the slain and plundered city because their sister had been defiled. They took their flocks and their herds, their donkeys, and whatever was in the city and in the field, all their wealth, all their little ones, and their wives that was in the houses. They captured and made their prey. There I stationed my ships in the river, bidding by men, stay by them and keep guard over them, while I sent out scouts to reconnoiter from every point of the vantage. But the men disobeyed my orders, took their own devices, and ravaged the land of the Egyptians, killing the men and taking their wives and children captive.
Reuben, Hippolytus, and Absalom, a comparative analysis. In the biblical narrative, while living in the land of Israel, Reuben had an affair with Bilhah, his father's concubine. This act was not hidden. Israel became aware of it. However, it was only at the end of his life that Jacob addressed this transgression, reprimanding Reuben and stripping him of his birthright. Jacob's words to Reuben were both a recognition of his status and a rebuke for his actions. Reuben, as my eldest son, you were the symbol of my strength and the first sign of my vitality. You had the highest status, the most power, but you acted impulsively. And because you violated my bed, you've lost your prominence. Drawing a parallel from Greek mythology, in Euripides' Hippolytus, Phaedra wrongfully accuses Hippolytus, Theseus' son, of violating her. This accusation is believed by Theseus, especially after Phaedra's suicide and the note she left behind. The tragic twist is that Phaedra was actually in love with Hippolytus, and her despair over her unrequited feelings led to her drastic actions. In his anguish and anger, Theseus calls upon his father, the god Poseidon, to take revenge on Hippolytus. He says,
I can't stay silent about this heinous act, even though it shames me to speak of it. Hippolytus has disrespected the sanctity of my bed and even the watchful eyes of the gods. Poseidon, you once promised to grant me 3 wishes. I invoke one now, end my son's life.
While Hippolytus is portrayed as innocent in Euripides' narrative, Reuben's guilt is clear in the biblical account. Both stories sharing a striking similarity. A son is accused of violating his father's marital bed. In Hippolytus' case, he faces a tragic end in a chariot accident, reminiscent of Absalom's fate in the Bible. Absalom, after violating his father David's concubines, meets his end when his hair gets entangled in a tree branch during a chariot ride, leading to his death at the hands of Joab. This incident comes after Absalom avenges his sister Tamar, who was violated by their half-brother Amnon. You can see how Jacob's story and David are connected. Well, this Greek mythology plays the underlying influence to these biblical ones. Both the Jacob and David narratives in the Bible contain reoccurring themes: a daughter's violation, her subsequent avengement by her brothers, and a son's incestual relationship with his father's concubines. In Jacob's final blessings in Genesis, Reuben, the eldest son, is stripped of his birthright due to his transgression. Similarly, Simeon and Levi, Jacob's next sons, face disqualification for their violent retaliation against the men of Shechem. Ultimately, it's Judah who is prophesied by Jacob to inherit the leadership mantle of Israel. David, a direct fulfillment of this prophecy, ironically experiences events mirroring those of his forefather Jacob. This cyclical narrative pattern suggests a single authorial vision behind these biblical tales. They can be interpreted as theorized by Levi Strauss in both a linear, diachronic, and a layered, synchronic manner. Genesis, in its essence, seems to be forward-looking, anticipating the future monarchy of Israel. This forward-looking perspective is further emphasized when Genesis lists the lineage of Edom's descendants and its kings, noting that these kings ruled before any king reigned over the Israelites. I hope you enjoyed the comparisons of Wagenbaum's parallels in the Greek stories. Now we'll move to Bruce Loudon. Homer, Argonauts, and the Old Testament. Bruce Loudon. Dr. Bruce Loudon wrote a great book called Homer's Odyssey in the Near East, which echoes much of what Dr. Philip Wagenbaum says about Greek connections to the Bible. He highlights the significance of the three occurrences of women at the well being betrothed and how this has parallel significance to Homer's Odyssey, but how there is a clear influence of the Argonautic myth on Homer as well. This will bring Jason and Medea into the picture. Odysseus' interactions with Nausicaa, the Phaeacian athletes, and her father Alcinous intriguingly mirrors what Alter describes as the betrothal type scene from the Old Testament. Let's first unpack three prominent Old Testament examples of this narrative pattern, and then delve into its parallels with Odysseus and the Nausicaa story. In the Old Testament, Abraham sends a loyal servant on a mission to find a wife for his son Isaac. The servant stops at a well in Nahor, a common gathering spot for women. He prays to Yahweh for guidance, asking for a sign. The woman who offers him water and also waters his camels would be the chosen one. Enter Rebekah, who fits this description perfectly. After a series of exchanges, it's revealed that Rebekah is related to Abraham, and she eventually agrees to marry Isaac. Fast forward, and we find Jacob escaping his brother Esau's anger. On a similar quest in Nahor, at a well, he meets Rachel, and after a series of events, their relationship blossoms. Another parallel is seen in Moses' story. Fleeing Egypt, Moses stops by a well in Midian. He helps the 7 daughters of the priest Ruel, leading to his eventual marriage of one of them, Zipporah. Now let's look at Odysseus. His meeting with Nausicaa by the river echoes these Old Testament well encounters. Athena, in a dream, nudges Nausicaa to the river, where she's bound to meet Odysseus. While the Old Testament stories often center on the male perspective, the Odyssey offers a refreshing change by focusing on Nausicaa's viewpoint. The divine intervention, the emphasis on marriage, and the portrayal of Nausicaa's beauty are reminiscent of the Old Testament tales. In the Odyssey, water locations, be it rivers or wells, serve as meeting points. While altar suggests wells might symbolize femininity, both the Odyssey and Old Testament use these water sources as places where foreign men meet local women. The tasks these women perform, like fetching water or washing, highlight their domestic virtues. Nausicaa's actions the next day, asking her father for a wagon to wash clothes, hint at her marriage preparations. This mirrors Rebecca's story where her father allows her to decide her departure. As Nausicaa heads to the river, it's reminiscent of Rachel and Zipporah's tales where they tend to their father's animals by the water. The narrative then shifts to Odysseus, who wakes up startled and naked by the river. As he approaches Nausicaa, he's in a vulnerable state, unlike the men in the Old Testament stories. His eloquent plea to Nausicaa, praising her beauty and hinting at her future marriage, is unique to the Odyssey but touches on themes present in the Old Testament. Odysseus' interactions with Nausicaa and her people echo a recurring pattern, a narrative pattern seen in the Old Testament, often termed the quote-unquote betrothal type scene, end quote. Let's break down these parallels for clarity. In the Old Testament, when Abraham's servants seek a wife for Isaac, he stops at a well in Nahor. There, Rebekah offers him water, a gesture of hospitality and kindness. Similarly, Nausicaa offers Odysseus a bath, a subset of chores women typically perform by the water. This act of kindness is mirrored in the Old Testament stories, like when Moses helped Zipporah and her sisters at the well in Midian. Nausicaa's perception of Odysseus evolves after he bathed and dressed. She begins to see him as a potential husband, expressing a wish that he might stay and become her spouse. This sentiment of attraction or connection at first meeting is a hallmark of the betrothal type scene. As the story progresses, Nausicaa guides Odysseus towards the city. Along the way, he prays to Athena, much like Abraham's servant prayed to Yahweh in his quest. Athena then appears as a young girl with a water pitcher, reminiscent of the Old Testament scenes where young women are encountered at wells. Odysseus' interactions with the Phaeacians, especially the sudden marriage proposal from Alkinoos, mirrors Jacob's experiences with Laban in the Old Testament. Just as Alkinoos quickly proposes a union between Odysseus and Nausicaa, similar swift proposals are seen in the Old Testament. Interestingly, while Alkinoos' hasty offer draws criticism, Old Testament characters making similar offers are not judged as harshly. In essence, Odysseus' journey and encounters with Nausicaa and her people are steeped in narrative patterns reminiscent of the Old Testament's betrothal type scenes. Jacob and Jason's narratives are enriched by the presence of influential female mentors. For Jacob, this guiding figure is his mother, Rebekah. She played a pivotal role in shaping his destiny, especially in counteracting Isaac's preference for Esau. Rebekah masterminds Jacob's deception of Isaac and Esau and orchestrates his escape from Esau's wrath. Her reassuring words,
"Only obey my voice,"
echo the protective interventions of Hera for Jason. Just as Hera aids Jason, often in disguise, Rebekah's actions for Jacob are sometimes attributed to divine intervention, as when Jacob credits Yahweh for the quick procurement for venison. Rebekah's role has striking parallels with Hera, especially when considering another mythological narrative, that of Heracles in the Iliad, Book 19. In this tale, Zeus intends to bestow blessings upon his favored son, Heracles. However, Hera cunningly diverts these blessings to her preferred choice, Eurystheus. The parallels between the two stories are evident. Both fathers, Isaac and Zeus, inadvertently misdirect their blessings due to the machinations of their wives, Rebekah and Hera. The intended recipients, Esau and Heracles, share several characteristics. Both are portrayed as heroic figures, hunters, and are notably hirsute. Esau's description in particularly aligns with the characteristics often associated with Heracles. Despite their prowess and their father's favor, both end up subservient to the chosen ones of their mothers or stepmothers. My personal note is I think maybe both of these narratives were influenced by the earlier Gilgamesh hero, but that's a side note. Laban and Aetes are both tricky dads in old stories. They make the main characters Jacob and Jason jump through hoops before they can marry their daughters. Here's the scoop. Rebekah, Jacob's mom, wanted him to stay with Laban, her brother, for just a short while. But between trying to avoid his angry brother, Esau, and wanting to marry Laban's daughter, Rachel, Jacob ends up staying much longer. Why? Because Laban keeps changing the rules. First, he makes Jacob work for 7 years to marry Rachel. But after these years, Laban tricks Jacob and gives him his older daughter, Leah, instead. This sneaky move is a bit like what Laomedon, a king from another story, did when he didn't pay two gods after they did a job for him. Aetes, from the Jason story, is also a tricky dad. He sets terms for Jason, but then doesn't stick to them. When Jason first meets Aetes, he talks about another sneaky guy, Peleus. Jason basically went from dealing with one difficult person, Peleus, to another, Aetes. Both Jacob and Jason had problems at home and then faced more problems with the fathers of the women they wanted to marry. To sum it up, both these dads, Laban and Aetes, remind us of a description of Peleus from an old poem. They're both pretty sly and challenging.
For I give over to you the sheep, the tawny herds of cattle, and all the fields which you stole from my parents, and administered to fatten your wealth. I do not mind these overly enrich your house.
Kind of surmising a lot of chapter 6 from Dr. Bruce Loudon's work. Number 1, Laban and Aetes. Laban and Aetes are portrayed as devious fathers of the protagonist's love interest. Their characters are characterized by deceit and manipulation. Laban's pursuit of Jacob is aggressive and threatening. His sons who accompany him express a hostile attitude towards Jacob. This mirrors Absyrto's pursuit on behalf of Aetes in the Argonautica. Absyrto, Aetes' son, is depicted as holding the reins of Helios' chariot, emphasizing his ability to pursue. He leads a group of Colchians to chase after Jason, who has taken Aetes' fleece. Similarly, Laban pursues Jacob, who has taken his household gods. Laban's treatment of Jacob is reminiscent of Aetes' behavior towards Jason. Both protagonists face challenges imposed by these father figures. For instance, Jacob has to work for several years due to Laban's cunning, just as Jason has to undertake labors specified by Aetes. 2. Absyrto and Laban's pursuit. Absyrto, representing Aetes, pursues the protagonist as they flee with valuable items. His ability to chase is hinted at in scenes where he controls Helios' chariot. Laban, on the other hand, overtakes Jacob in a landlocked parallel. This pursuit is intensified by the aggressive stance of Laban's sons. Absyrto, leading a group of Colchians, outmaneuvers Jason, trapping him where the river Easter separates around a group of islands. In a similar vein, Laban overtakes Jacob, camping opposite him in Gilead. The chapter also touches upon the aggressive nature of Rachel, who steals Laban's household gods. This act is paralleled with Medea's role in the Argonautica, where she plays a significant part in the theft of the Golden Fleece. 3. Jason's confrontation with Esau. Jason's confrontation in the Argonautica are paralleled with Jacob's anticipated violent encounter with his brother Esau. However, while Jason faces multiple confrontations, Jacob's narrative culminates in reconciliation. Number 4, Medea's magic and Rachel's desire for offspring. Medea's use of Prometheon, or Prometheus, drug is a significant aspect of the Argonautica. The plant's root, which resembles, quote, newly cut flesh, end quote, plays a pivotal role in the narrative. In the Old Testament, Rachel's desire for offspring from Jacob mirrors Medea's magical endeavors, though the methods differ.
But she said to her, "Wasn't it enough that you took away my husband? Will you take my son's mandrakes too?" "Very well," Rachel said. "He can sleep with you tonight in return for your son's mandrakes."
Though Rachel is not a witch, as is Medea, magic is present, even prominent in her myth. Unable to bear children, when she learns that Leah's first son, Reuben, has found some mandrakes, Rachel asks if she may use them, presumably as an aphrodisiac. In Apollonius's account, a love charm in the form of Eros's agency is the central means of assuring Medea will unite with Jason. In Jacob's myth, Rachel, already married to Jacob, seizes upon a similar agent to obtain offspring from him. Apollonius's key depiction of Medea's magic describes her use of the Promethean drug. We are diving deep into Genesis 1 through 3, where you will find the captivating twin creation narratives of the Bible. My last video on Genesis 1 through 3, we showed potential mythical antecedents to the Enuma Elish, Epic of Gilgamesh, Atrahasis epic, Song of the Hoe, and I'm talking about an instrument that is used in agricultural farming, and several other Mesopotamian connections, but there may be better parallels to the Greek world. Now hold on tight, because biblical scholars have long attributed these accounts to two different authors, drawing from the well-known documentary hypothesis. In the first account, Genesis 1, we witness the awe-inspiring creation of the heavens and the earth emerging from a primordial chaos, all meticulously laid out within the span of 7 days. This narrative prominently features the name Elohim, representing God in the P or priestly source. But then the plot thickens as we shift gears to Genesis 2 through 3, transporting us to the enchanting Garden of Eden. Here, we encounter tales of animal and human creation, the fabled tree of knowledge of good and evil, and the origin of sin and death. Notice how everything is initially crafted as very good in Genesis 1, only to watch and witness the entry of sin and death into the world in Genesis 2 through 3, all attributed to a deity with a different name. Isn't that intriguing? It bears a striking resemblance to Plato's creation accounts, and we'll delve into that connection together, so brace yourself. For centuries, these twin creation stories with their distinct divine names, Yahweh Elohim in Genesis 2 through 3, have been regarded as separate accounts written by different authors, possibly centuries apart, eventually intertwined by a clumsy scribe endeavoring to preserve diverse traditions in the opening chapters of our Bibles. These stories, rooted in ancient Mesopotamian myths, form a picture of twin creation narratives combined by the biblical editors of Genesis. But wait, are things really as they seem? In the most recent book by Russell Gamirkan, a fascinating perspective emerges. Gamirkan proposes that Genesis 1 through 3 constitutes a singular, unified creation story divided into two parts, featuring not just one, but two distinct gods. The first is the supreme cosmic creator portrayed in Genesis 1, while the second is Yahweh, a lowly descendant and one of the biblical sons of God who ruled over the land of Eden. Intriguing, isn't it? This two-part creation story astonishingly finds its origins in a single Greek source, the renowned work of Plato called Timaeus, exploring the origins of the cosmos. So in this video, we will embark on a riveting exploration of Genesis 1 through 3, peeling back the layers of these ancient texts and uncovering the astonishing connections to Plato's ideas. Get ready to have your mind expanded as we challenge long-held assumptions and embark on a scholarly and intellectually stimulating journey through the Genesis creation accounts. Russell Gamirkan's revolutionary approach to the origins of the biblical text is anything but conventional. While most biblical scholars focus solely on ancient Mesopotamian sources, Gamirkan takes a bold leap and looks at the Greek sources as well. Yes, you heard that right. Greek sources. Why limit ourselves, right? Here's the thing. The earliest textual evidence for the Old Testament, or Hebrew Bible, emerges quite late, in the 3rd century BC, after Alexander the Great's conquest during the Hellenistic era. And during this time, the Jews had access to a treasure trove of Greek literature in the illustrious library of Alexandria. So why not entertain the notion that the Bible might have been written as late as the Hellenistic era, drawing from Greek sources? Why should we turn a blind eye to the vast realm of Greek literature? It's time to expand our horizons. Over the years, I've had the privilege of interviewing some of the world's foremost experts in biblical studies, and an intriguing trend has emerged on the horizon. Archaeologist Jonathan Adler, renowned for his work on the origins of Judaism, has unearthed concrete physical evidence suggesting that this religion didn't truly flourish until well after the Hellenistic period, specifically during the Hasmonean dynasty and beyond. Adler makes a compelling point. There is a lack of archaeological evidence supporting the practice of the religion described in the biblical corpus by Jews or Israelites during the periods written about in this literature. In fact, he has said something like, there is zero evidence to suggest Jews were practicing this religion before the 2nd century BCE. He's open to being challenged, but the strong evidence points in his favor, as we do find ample evidence emerging during the 2nd century BCE, after the Hasmonean dynasty. Mark my words, more scholars will increasingly embrace the idea of Hellenistic composition for the Bible in the coming years. This is my prediction. I can see the writing on the wall. So while Gamirkan examines both ancient Mesopotamian sources and relatively recent Greek sources, it's the Greek parallels that often prove to be more captivating and persuasive. And what better example to illustrate this than the biblical creation stories themselves? Consider the creation account of Genesis 1. Gamirkin notes that creation myths from ancient Mesopotamia, and even many from the Greeks, are of three major types. So let's go over them. One of those types are theogonies. In the world of theogonies, we encounter texts that explore the origin of gods, depicting their genealogy, birth, and divine lineage. These mythic accounts portray a multitude of divine beings interlinked by family ties, with younger gods emerging as offspring of their elder counterparts. The primary aim of a theogony is to organize and trace the intricate family relations among these gods, revealing the mosaic of divine generations. One of the earliest, most renowned and authoritative theogonies preserved in written form is Hesiod's Theogony, which dates back to around 700 BCE in ancient Greece. However, the concept of anthropomorphic family groups of gods extends far beyond Greece, spanning across various civilizations in the ancient Near East. In Egypt, we witness the portrayal of gods in anthropomorphic family structures, as exemplified in Plutarch's work on Isis and Osiris. Babylonia represents its own version of divine lineage in the Enuma Elish, while Assyria depicts these dynamics through the Assyrian redaction of the Enuma Elish, featuring Ashur as the replacement for Marduk. The Hurrians and Hittites contribute to this rich tradition with their epic of Kumarbi, and the Phoenicians, as evidenced by Philo of Byblos, add their unique perspective. The Canaanite Ugaritic texts of Ras Shamra, particularly in the Baal cycle, explicitly reveal similar themes of divine family connections. Notably, the Canaanite tradition of El and his 70 sons directly influences the biblical text. Here, the God of the children of Israel is often associated with either El, the ruler of the divine council, or one of El's sons. These echoes of divine familial relationships resonate throughout biblical narratives. For further exploration and detailed sources on the topics discussed in this video, I recommend referring to Gamirkin's book. It serves as a valuable resource shedding light on the origins and interconnectedness of these ancient texts. Now let us journey into Hesiod's Theogony itself. Within its pages, we encounter gods that are not mere rulers of the heavens and the earth, but rather embody the very essence of nature. Chaos, the first god, is followed by Gaia, the earth, and Uranos, the sky. These gods are not just associated with their domains, they are believed to be inseparable from the divine manifestations of sky and earth themselves. As Hesiod's Theogony unfolds, we discover a pantheon of gods descending from chaos and Gaia, including deities such as Hemera, day, Erebos, darkness or night, Helios, the sun, Selene, the moon, Oceanos, the world stream or ocean, Pontus, the sea, and many others. In this mythical account, theogony and cosmogony intertwine, as the generation of the world becomes intertwined with the activities of the gods, their companionship, and their role as parents. Natural phenomena, including the very essence of life, find explanations through the actions of these gods. While not explicitly detailed in the theogony, the life-giving rain is understood as the heavenly spermata that impregnates Gaia, the earth, bringing forth plant life after showers. Yes, you read that right. The imagery evokes the notion of the heavens and the earth engaging in a metaphorical union to bring forth life. Now you know a little bit about the enchanting world of ancient myths and theogonies, where divine generations and cosmic activities intertwine. From the genealogy of gods to the birth of the world itself, these narratives offer profound insights into the origins of existence, intertwining natural phenomena with the divine realms. Category number 2 are theomachies. Imagine a colossal celestial showdown where the gods themselves engage in an epic battle, a theomachy, if you will. These divine clashes often had cataclysmic consequences here on Earth. But here's the twist. When one supreme god is defeated, paving the way for another to take the throne, we enter the realm of succession myths. These are stories about gods that likely sprouted from the historical replacement of one ruling cult by another, much like what happens when conquest or migration reshapes the power dynamics. And let me tell you, succession myths sometimes manifested as a series of ages, each marked by its own cosmic catastrophe. Take the Greeks, for example. They had the age of Ouranos, where the cosmos itself burst into existence, followed by the age of Kronos, a golden era that birthed the race of humanity, the magnificent golden race. And then, brace yourselves, we have the age of Zeus, which witnessed the rise and fall of not just one, but 4 successive human races. We're talking about the Silver Race, the Bronze Race, the Race of Heroes, whose swan song coincided with the infamous Trojan War, and finally our current Iron Race. Talk about a tumultuous timeline. Now the shift from the age of Ouranos to the age of Kronos didn't involve a full-blown theomachy. No, it was a relatively straightforward case of good old parricide, killing off of the parent. Nothing too dramatic, right? But when it comes to transitioning from the age of Kronos to the age of Zeus, oh boy, buckle up for the Titanomachy. This was a full-blown war of the Titans, a theomachy in all its glory. And guess what? The destruction of the Bronze Age of man orchestrated by Zeus also seemed to come with its fair share of cataclysmic upheaval. However, let's be clear, none of these Greek cosmic shakeups directly involved cosmogony itself, the creation of the universe. They were more about the divine power struggles and the changing of the guard. But hey, who needs cosmogony when you have feuding gods and awe-inspiring catastrophes to keep things interesting, right? In the mystical tapestry of the ancient Near East, we find the captivating Enuma Elish, a tell where gods clash in an awe-inspiring theomachy. Here, Marduk, the valiant deity, squares off against Tiamat, the formidable primordial dragon representing watery chaos. But this battle is no ordinary divine scuffle. It carries within it explicit elements of mythical cosmogony. Picture this. Marduk and his forces vanquish Tiamat and her formidable army. As a triumphant display of cosmic craftsmanship, Marduk skillfully cleaves Tiamat's body into two halves, with the upper part becoming the vast expanse of the sky, and the lower part forming the solid earth beneath our feet. But Marduk's creative endeavors do not end there. From the blood of a slain, beheaded god, he breathes life into humanity and establishes Babylon as his glorious abode. Talk about divine multitasking. Moving forward, we encounter Berosus and his Babylonica, where he recounts Marduk's original mythological triumph, but he takes it a step further by presenting an allegorical interpretation that caters to a significantly literate Greek audience. In this version, Tiamat morphs into a symbol of the primordial darkness and water that existed before our present cosmos. This sounds like Genesis 1's demythologizing narrative. Marduk, in turn, is seen as the radiant sun or the embodiment of light. And those winds? Well, they likely represent the ethereal atmosphere bridging the heavens and the earth, a poetic nod to the forces that aid Marduk in his victorious campaign. Berosus adds a touch of symbolic depth by allegorizing the creation of humans from the blood of a fallen god. This act suggests that mankind possesses a spark of divine wisdom, an intimate connection to the gods themselves. A rather profound notion, wouldn't you agree? Now, it's worth mentioning that not all Akkadian theomachies ventured into the realm of cosmogony, but when they did, oh boy, the cosmos became a stage for celestial battles, divine craftsmanship, and allegorical musings on the nature of existence. The ancient Near East truly knew how to infuse their mythologies with intellectual flair. In that realm of ancient cosmogonies, the gods of Canaan have not left behind preserved narratives. However, within the Ugarit Baal cycle, a window opens to an intriguing tradition where theomachy, the divine battle between gods, illuminates the origins of the world. In this cycle, the valiant Baal emerges victorious over Yam, the embodiment of the unruly sea, while also triumphing over Mot and Lotan. These triumphs suggest a rich tradition that perceives the creation of the world through the lens of divine conflict. Moreover, echoes of older Canaanite traditions reverberate through the conquest of Rahab and Leviathan, enigmatic sea dragons within biblical texts. The battles between Yahweh and Rahab in Job 9 verse 13, as well as Yahweh and Leviathan, bear the markings of a bygone mythical cosmogony, a glimpse into a time when the origin of the world was envisioned as a theomachy, a clash between gods. What unites these battles of cosmic significance is a recurring motif. An embattled deity, a conqueror facing off against a sea creature that embodies the forces of watery chaos. The battle between God and Rahab alludes to us in various biblical texts, most notably in Psalms and Job, yet curiously, the cosmic battle motif remains absent from the renowned Genesis 1:1 to 2:3 account. It seems the author consciously chose to strip it of its mythical potential leaving us to ponder the significance of this omission. Thus, as we delve into these ancient mysteries, we encounter a big mosaic woven with divine conflicts and primordial chaos. The battles between Marduk and Tiamat, Baal and Yam, and the biblical god and Rahab or Leviathan offer us glimpses into the human fascination and imagination with cosmic struggles. In these monumental clashes, the conqueror faces off against the chaotic forces of the sea, shaping the very fabric of existence. While the battle between God and Rahab is alluded to in biblical texts, the cosmic battle motif remains concealed within the Genesis account, leaving us to contemplate its significance, a captivating enigma that invites further exploration. However, the lack of this mythical theomachy in Genesis 1:1 to 2:4 should have us ask whether Berosus and Plato's creation accounts have something to offer us. Palatial world myths. In this type of mythical cosmogony, the world as a whole was envisioned in architectural imagery as a palace or temple laid out and constructed by a god pictured as a king who ruled the cosmos. Such cosmogonies typically featured mythical geography on a world scale that mapped features of the visible and invisible world to architecture features of a royal construction. In the book of Job, the portrait of God as divine designer and architect of the world, plumb line literally in his hand, is explicit. The foundations of the world palace were laid deep in the invisible underworld. The earth itself was the interior of the palace, its roof of sealing the sky above. The heavens might be conceived as a solid surface constructed out of beaten brass or iron, or as a tent-like fabric spread out across the skies, depending on the form of the construction envisioned. The pillars that held up the sky were usually conceived as distant mountains located at the ends of the earth. As ruler of the universe, the king of the gods was usually pictured as dwelling in a throne room in the heavens. Consequently, the heavens were sometimes pictured as the floor of the celestial throne room constructed of jeweled crystals. As was typical of royal palaces, the divine palace or temple contained numerous storerooms for its treasures. In both the Hebrew Bible and in 1 Enoch, these divine treasures were pictured as storehouses, containing the elements such as rain, snow, and hell. In this mythical conception of the physical world, various windows were opened in the sky to allow servants of the divine ruler to allow in rain, snow, hell, or winds. Gates in the east were opened to allow the entry of the sun, moon, and stars, which were transported across the heavens by the angels to whom they were entrusted. And other gates in the west allowed their departure from the sky. Other gates or stairways allowed passage between the heavenly realm and earth. In the palatial world myth, the ruler of the universe was often pictured as presiding over a divine bureaucracy of lesser gods or angels who acted as royal servants, scribes, and bureaucrats. Divine royal servants were pictured as having been charged with supervising the natural elements and ensuring the orderly operation of the cosmos according to the king's directions. Such cosmological speculations assumed an earlier mythical cosmogony in which the world palace was constructed and its bureaucracy put in place, even when the antecedent story of the architectural design and building of the cosmos has not been preserved. Yet, Genesis is none of these types of Mesopotamian or Greek creation myths, as we covered all three. Instead, as many biblical scholars note, Genesis 1 is largely demythologized, brief, concise, with a minimum of story and many scientific explanations, like the cosmologies of the Greek natural philosophers from Thales to Plato. Indeed, as Gamirkin notes, Genesis 1 is strikingly reminiscent of Plato's Timaeus, a partly mythical, mostly scientific account of the fashioning of the cosmos by the supreme, eternal, monotheistic God of creation that Plato calls the demiurge or craftsman. This craftsman or creator God, who dwelled outside the material universe, took the original primordial chaos postulated by all Greek philosophers and transformed it into a beautiful, orderly universe, good and perfect in all respects. The craftsman started by separating out the elements of earth, water, air, and fire or light from the primordial chaos, rendering the universe visible. He assigned solid land, water, and air to their proper regions, with the fiery sky up above in the dome of the firmament, setting the sky spinning above the earth in a new sequence of day and night, thereby creating time. He then fashioned the sun and moon and set them in their proper places in the sky. He created the various orders of life, the creeping and four-footed animals of the earth, the birds of the sky, and the fish of the deep, the exact same categories found in Genesis 1. And he rejoiced over his creation, declaring, "It's supremely good, like himself." Finally, he rested from the work of creation, happy to oversee the beautiful world he created from his distant, eternal dwelling beyond the heavens. Gamirkin notes the systematic parallels between Timaeus by Plato and the creation account of Genesis 1. Let's take a look. I want you to pay attention to the similarities and comparisons between Plato's Timaeus and Genesis here. Both have beginnings in chaos and darkness, introduction of light, introduction of day and night, separation of earth and skies, dome of firmament, separation of earth and seas, creation of plants, days, months, and years, creation of celestial bodies, creation of sea creatures and birds, creation of land animals, creation of humankind, completion of the cosmos and the creator at rest, creation of mortal life by the gods, which leads into another chapter in Genesis. He makes the case that the God Elohim of Genesis 1 was modeled directly on Plato's supreme, eternal, monotheistic God of creation, the demiurge or craftsman. And indeed, that the later monotheism of the Jews and Christians originated with Plato's Timaeus. But what of the second creation account of Genesis 2 through 3? The story of Yahweh and Adam and Eve. Gamirkin's new book points out that Plato's Timaeus actually had two creation accounts. You see, Plato had a problem, a big problem. His monotheistic philosopher's God was perfect and eternal, and everything he created was also perfect and eternal. But humans are profoundly not perfect, flawed, and tragically mortal. How could a perfect eternal God create mortal man? And wouldn't this make God responsible for human wickedness? Plato's solution was brilliant. First, Plato made the supreme monotheistic god of creation the ancestor of all the traditional gods and goddesses of Greek myth. In doing so, he endorsed Hesiod's theogony that traced the genealogies of the Greek gods, starting with chaos, heaven and earth, except that now the original ancestor was the demiurge or craftsman of creation. Second, Plato had the eternal God of creation delegate the task of creating life, including humanity, to all his sons and daughters. In a scene that introduces a strong element of the story of myth, Plato had the craftsman gather his sons and daughters around him and instructed them on how to make humans out of the material elements and plant a soul in them, making them a mixture of the material and the divine. After creating humans and other living creatures, the gods were then put in charge of the earth and of humankind, while the monotheistic god of creation retired from the scene, leaving the world to be ruled by his sons and daughters. According to Russell Gamirkin, this is exactly what we see in Genesis 2-3, where Yahweh, a local terrestrial god, one of many of the sons of God mentioned in early Genesis, ruling his little corner of the world, the land of Eden. Already in Genesis 1:26, we see the gods, plural, making humans in their image, male and female. The gods of Genesis, it seems, also included goddesses among their distinguished ranks. Why would it say made in their image, male and female, if both were not creating on the scene? We later also see multiple gods mentioned in Genesis 2 and 3 in the sons of God who married the daughters of men in Genesis 6 and in the story of the Tower of Babel in Genesis 11. We thus see an endorsement of benevolent polytheism in Genesis 1-11, where multiple sons of God are living across the entire face of the earth, all of them good, but none of them the equal of the supreme eternal God of creation. Under this new model for understanding Genesis, Yahweh is not to be identified with the creator God Elohim of Genesis 1, but is one of the many minor terrestrial gods dwelling on earth, something also seen in the Exodus story, which acknowledges other gods ruling Egypt, Moab, and other nations, but claims Yahweh as the special God appointed over the Israelites. But there are no Israelites in the pre-flood world, and Yahweh is instead portrayed as the God of Eden, the ruler of the descendants of Adam and Eve. Yahweh was the Son of the Most High appointed over Jacob. Later, in my Genesis 10-11 video, we will mention the 70 nations of Genesis 10 and the 70 angels over the nations in the book of Enoch, one angel, or God, per nation.
When Elyon gave the nations their inheritance, when he separated humanity, he fixed the boundaries of the peoples, according to the number of the sons of God. For Yahweh's portion is his people, Jacob, his allotted heritage. Deuteronomy 32, 8-9.
Fun fact, the Greek god Prometheus reminds us in many ways of Yahweh in Genesis 2-3, and that both are pictured creating mankind out of clay. Prometheus was the Titan god of forethought and crafty counsel, who was given the task of molding mankind out of clay. Some accounts have Prometheus and Athena molding images out of clay, and ordered the winds to breathe into them and to quicken them. Sounds like the breathing into the clay in Genesis 2 through 3. The attempts by Prometheus to better the lives of his creation brought him into conflict with Zeus. Firstly, he tricked the gods out of the best portion of the sacrificial feast, acquiring the meat for the feasting of man. Then when Zeus withheld fire, he stole it from heaven and delivered it to mortal kind hidden inside a fennel stalk. As punishment for these rebellious acts, Zeus ordered the creation of Pandora, the first woman, as a means to deliver misfortune into the house of man, or as a way to cheat mankind of the company of the good spirits. Sounds kind of like Adam blaming Yahweh for making woman once they ate the fruit. Prometheus, meanwhile, was arrested and bound to a stake on Mount Caucasus, where an eagle was set to feed upon his ever-regenerating liver, or some say heart. Generations later, the hero, that great one, Heracles, came along and released the old Titan from his torture. Prometheus was loosely identified in cult and myth with the fire god Hephaestus and the giant Tityus. The Book of the Generations of Heaven and Earth. Yahweh, one of the many sons of the Creator Elohim, but not Elohim himself. This picture is totally in line with Greek mythology, with Hesiod tracing the theogony or genealogy of the gods, starting with the primordial god Chaos and his offspring, the heavens and earth, Uranos and Gaia, and their various descendants. Plato endorsed this same traditional Greek family tree, starting with Uranos and Gaia, except that he made them the offspring of the creator of craftsmen.
Therefore, let the generation of these gods be stated by us, following their account. In this wise, of Ge and Uranos were born the children Oceanos and Tityus, and of these Phorcus and Kronos, Rhea and all that go with them. And of Kronos and Rhea were born Zeus and Hera, and all those who are, as we know, called their brethren. And of these again other descendants, Timaeus 40e through 41a. In truth, at first chaos came to be, but next wide-bosomed earth, the ever-sure foundation of all the deathless ones who hold the peaks of snowy Olympus and dim Tartarus in the depth of the wide-pathed earth. And earth first bore starry heaven, equal to herself, to cover her on every side, and to be an ever-sure abiding place for the blessed gods. Hesiod, Theogony, 116 to 128.
And as Gamirkin points out, Genesis 2:4 also has its own theogony, or genealogy of the gods. Genesis 2:4, Masoretic text.
These are the generations of heaven and the earth when they were created in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens.
Genesis 2:4, Septuagint.
This is the book of the origin of heaven and earth, literally the book of the Genesis of Uranos and Gaia, when it originated in the day God made the heaven and the earth.
Here we have the title of a new section in Genesis, the generations of the heavens and the earth, Masoretic text, or the book of the Genesis of Uranos and Gaia, Septuagint. Similar to later sections in Genesis with titles such as the generations of Adam or Noah or Shem or Isaac, but in this case, we have the generations of the heavens and earth, just like in Hesiod and Plato's Timaeus, a family history of the gods. It may be significant that in various ancient extra-biblical traditions, El Elyon, the Canaanite Most High God, was also the ancestor of the heavens and earth.
The interpretation of heaven and earth as gods may be supported by the Sapphire Treaty, which lists as witnesses El and Elyon, heaven and earth, abyss and sources, day and night. A fragment of the Phoenician history of Philo of Byblos was quoted at Eusebius' preparation for the Gospels, 1:10-15. Elyon, that is Elyon, was said to have been the father of Oranos and Ge, who in turn had many other offspring. Gamirkan, Plato's Timaeus, in the biblical creation accounts, 164.
Yahweh then is not the creator, but one of the many lesser sons of God. Gamirkan points out that in the story of Genesis 2-3, Yahweh appears in a very limited role, not as cosmic creator, but as a terrestrial God who fashions animals, plants, and humans like the sons and daughters of God in Timaeus. And exactly like Plato's Timaeus, Genesis 2-3 is profoundly concerned with the questions of human wickedness and mortality. According to Gamirkan, it seems evident that the Yahweh in the story of the Garden of Eden is a lesser order of God. Yahweh lives not in the eternal realm beyond the heavens, but in the earthly land of Eden. He dwells in this earthly paradise among the humans he created, much like the Greek gods dwelled on earth in various Greek mythical accounts. He strolls in the garden planted for his enjoyment, smelling the fragrant breezes in the cool of the day, an almost human picture of pleasure and contentment. And far from omnipotent, he is surprised to find that Adam and Eve are hiding from him. He calls to them,
"Where are you?"
and finds they were suddenly embarrassed at their nakedness.
"Who told you that you were naked?"
he asks. And after a lengthy interrogation, Yahweh learns about the serpent and that Adam and Eve have eaten from the forbidden tree of knowledge of good and evil. One sees virtually the same scene repeated later on when Cain has murdered Abel. Yahweh grills Cain, peppering him with questions.
"Where is Abel? What have you done to him?"
Yahweh is neither an all-knowing nor all-powerful cosmic God. In fact, Yahweh is only one step above being a poor, fallible human himself, different in only one respect: his immortality. Thus, Yahweh tells his fellow gods they must evict Adam and Eve from the Garden of Eden.
"For behold, the man has become like one of us, knowing good and evil. And now lest he put forth his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever."
Yahweh decides the man must be driven from the garden and guards posted to keep him forever outside. This same theme, the jealousy of the gods, is found in Timaeus 41c, where the Creator says he cannot create humans himself.
"For if by my doing these creatures came into existence and partook of life, they would be made equal unto gods, in order therefore that they may be mortal."
His sons and daughters were charged with fashioning these living creatures. Gamirkan points out many other parallels between Genesis 2-3 and Plato's various writings. According to Plato's statesmen, the first humans had no need of clothes and were able to converse with animals. In this same Platonic text, the earth spontaneously produced food for the first humans, allowing them to lead idyllic lives free from toil, pain, or disease until God later became displeased with them. In Timaeus, Plato likened sex to the fruit of a tree, which humans have an insatiable appetite for. And in Protagoras, Plato said that humans, even though they possessed a full knowledge of good and evil, Plato's exact words, could still be tempted to bad deeds by their appetites, passions, and the enticement of the senses, just like in Genesis. These and other Platonic themes appear throughout Genesis 2 through 3. For Gamirkan, this points to the late date and long ignored Greek influence on the biblical text. Plato's Timaeus, his famous dialogue on the origins of the universe and human life, provides the key to finally unlocking the mysteries of the biblical stories of creation. The mysterious mighty hunter named Nimrod gets a brief mention after the flood in Genesis 6 through 9 as a great-grandson of Noah, grandson of Ham, and whose uncles' names look coincidentally like nations rather than literal individuals, seen in Genesis 10 verse 6.
The sons of Ham, Cush, Egypt, Put, and Canaan.
His mention as the first builder of the major centers in the known world from 2 millennia BC all the way down into the Hellenistic period. Genesis 10:10 through 12.
The first centers of his kingdom were Babylon, Uruk, Akkad, and Calneh. In Shinar, from that land he went to Assyria, where he built Nineveh, Rehoboth, Palah, and Rezin, which is between Nineveh and Calah, which is the great city.
This section in Israel's prehistory looks awfully similar to something reminiscent of the Sumerian kings list that was written around the Old Babylonian period, 2000 to 1600 BCE. As both are lists of post-flood rulers of cities, and as we've seen in this series, Mesopotamia played an enormous role in the development of the Genesis creation stories. Adam and Eve, the flood, and now the post-flood Table of Nations, which includes the Tower of Babel, resembling a Babylonian ziggurat. Our purpose, as usual, is to hunt down mythical, legendary, or historical antecedents to biblical characters. In this case, with Nimrod, we have leading experts in the world wrestling over what his sources really are. If leading experts can't pin this guy down with certainty, we should take a humble pill and be cautious to do the same. When one thinks of Nimrod, one might think of a foolish or inept person in today's world. This derogatory usage most likely stems from the negative reputation given to this post-flood hero. As Professor David M. Carr notes in his Genesis 1 through 11 exegetical commentary,
this famed hunter helps him function well as a primeval figure that might originate a Mesopotamian ideal of kingship that prominently featured boasts about kings hunting prowess. To be sure, many have interpreted Nimrod's name as meaning "we will rebel," and seen that as an indicator that Nimrod is viewed negatively here. Nevertheless, the text itself, especially the part building on an audience's prior knowledge of the figure's status as warrior of the hunt before Yahweh, does not seem to presuppose such a negative judgment. Instead, Nimrod stands as a warrior successor in Genesis 10:8 to the warriors of old mentioned in Genesis 6:4. While his famed statuses, a warrior of hunt before Yahweh, makes him contrast with Cain, who went from before Yahweh, Genesis 4:16. Here, meant to function as a positive superlative and contrast to Cain.
it appears Nimrod has gone down in the Hall of Shame, when in fact he may have been understood by the Genesis authors to be a hero figure, contrasting Cain. Cain was the first person to build a city, but was obviously understood to be a murderer. Was he denigrated because he was a giant or titan in this mythical prehistory? This Sumerian king list documents insane lifetimes by ancient kings similar to the genealogies in Genesis 4, 5, and later 10. Adapa gets a shout-out in that Sumerian king list, reminding anyone reading of Enoch ascending to heaven or has watched our previous episode on Enoch. Then Dumuzid, or Tammuz, later known as Ishtar, the consort of Inanna, gets a blurb for being a fisherman, which reminds me of the Oannes coming up from the sea, giving divination, etc. This Tammuz literally gets a month in the Hebrew calendar, which is derived from the Akkadian and Babylonian calendar. Continuing in this king's list, we get Gilgamesh soon after Dumuzid, and we shouldn't be shocked if these god kings play a role in influencing much later biblical traditions such as that of Nimrod. Professor Peter McInnes and the Anchor Bible Dictionary. Starting with the famous publication of the Anchor Bible Dictionary under Gilgamesh, we have a rather excellent summary of this biblical character by a Harvard expert, Peter McInnes, Hancock Professor of Hebrew and other Oriental Languages Emeritus. He states,
Nimrod, the enigmatic figure mentioned briefly in Genesis 10 as a descendant of Noah, holds a compelling place in ancient texts. Described as a mighty hunter before the Lord and considered the original king of Babylon, Nimrod's inclusion in the genealogical list bears a striking resemblance to the Sumerian kings list from the Old Babylonian period. Unraveling the identity of Nimrod has been a topic of much debate. Three main approaches have been explored. The first posits Nimrod as a god, such as the Mesopotamian Ninurta or Marduk. The second suggests Nimrod as a legendary Mesopotamian hero, potentially Gilgamesh or Lugalbanda, or even an eponym parallel to the Greek traditions of Ninos. The third approach seeks to identify Nimrod with the historical figures including Sargon of Agade, Tukulti-Ninurta I of Assyria, or even Nazim-Muratash, an Egyptian pharaoh or an Aramaean ruler named Ben-Hadad. Deciphering among these various possibilities proves challenging. However, considering the Mesopotamian context of the Genesis text, it's more likely that Nimrod represents a legendary hero, eponym, or historical figure from Mesopotamia rather than a god. The Hebrew rendering of Nimrod may stem from a Hebrew corruption and denigrative reinterpretation of divine names like Ninurta or Marduk. One possible suggestion is that Nimrod is an abbreviation of a name formed with Ninurta or Marduk, similar to Tukulti-Ninurta I. Upon closer examination, it becomes apparent that the biblical portrayal of Nimrod draws upon multiple Mesopotamian traditions, references to Babylon, Erech, Uruk, and Akkad, Agade, suggest ties to Babylonia. Nimrod's rule over Assyria reflects the long-standing cultural superiority of Babylonia over Assyria. This connection likely points to a period before 2000 BC, under the Agade or three dynasties, or around 610 to 539 BC during the Neo-Babylonian Chaldean rule. Moreover, the association of Cush, Nimrod's father, with the Kassites, and the mention of Shinar, possibly reflecting Shanhara, a designation of Kassite Babylonia, indicates the utilization of Babylonian traditions originating in the later 2nd millennium BC. Assyria also plays a role in the biblical depiction of Nimrod, particularly the Neo-Assyrian period from the 9th to 7th centuries BC, when Assyria dominated Babylonia. This connection is evident in Micah's identification of the land of Nimrod with Assyria. The hunting motif associated with Nimrod aligns with well-known royal themes in Mesopotamian literature and art, which gained prominence during the reigns of the Neo-Assyrian kings. The reference to Nineveh, Calah, Rehoboth, and Resen in Genesis 10 can also be explained within a Neo-Assyrian context. While the diverse traditions surrounding Nimrod make it difficult to pinpoint one specific individual that he represents, it is clear that he functions as a legendary and composite eponym of Mesopotamia. Precision in historical references should not be expected. Similar to the Greek tradition's Ninos, Nimrod becomes an eponymous hero founder of Assyria and its empire, drawing from composite backgrounds. Notably, in antiquity, Ninos was already equated with Nimrod. In post-biblical sources, Jewish, Christian, and Muslim, Nimrod remained a notable figure. His name became attached to various ancient Mesopotamian ruins, particularly Kala, as part of efforts to remember and elaborate on his hunting and military prowess. This depiction, however, often portrayed Nimrod negatively, depicting him as the greatest sinner since the flood, claiming divinity and sponsoring the Tower of Babel. Some sources, however, offer a more positive view, highlighting his opposition to the construction of the tower. The complexities surrounding Nimrod and his depiction in various ancient texts challenge us to explore the multifaceted nature of this legendary figure. Through the lens of history, mythology, and cultural interplay, we gain a deeper understanding of the profound influence and enduring legacy of Nimrod within Mesopotamian and biblical traditions.
Ninurta and Nimrod, a tale of ancient gods. Let's explore the fascinating connection between Ninurta and Nimrod. Ninurta was a revered deity in ancient Mesopotamia, was associated with diverse domains such as farming, healing, hunting, law, scribes, and war. Initially worshipped as an agricultural and healing god, he later took on a warrior persona as Mesopotamia became more militarized, while still retaining his agricultural attributes. As the son of Enlil, the chief god, Ninurta held great significance, and his main temple, Eshemiza in Nippur, was a revered center of worship. King Gudea of Lagash even rebuilt Ninurta's temple in Lagash, demonstrating his devotion. The Assyrians also held Ninurta in high regard, particularly as a formidable warrior. King Ashurnasirpal II built a grand temple for Ninurta in Kalhu, which became the deity's primary cult center. Many scholars believe that Ninurta served as the inspiration for the biblical figure Nimrod, mentioned in Genesis 10:8-12 as a mighty hunter. While the exact transformation of the name Ninurta into Nimrod in Hebrew remains somewhat elusive, the two figures share similar functions and attributes, making Ninurta the most plausible etymology for Nimrod. Interestingly, the ruins of Kalhu eventually came to be known in Arabic as Namrud, due to their association with Ninurta. In later Old Testament accounts, specifically in 2 Kings 19:37 and Isaiah 37:38, King Sennacherib of Assyria is said to have been assassinated by his sons Adremelech and Sharezer in the temple of Nisroch, which is likely a scribal error for Nimrod. This presumed error arose from a spelling mistake during transcription, as the visual similarities between the letters could have led to confusion. As no Assyrian deity by the name of Nisroch has been attested, scholars consider this explanation the most likely. If Nisroch indeed refers to Ninurta, then Sennacherib's murder likely occurred in Ninurta's temple in Kalhu. Although the book of Genesis portrays Nimrod favorably as the first post-flood king and builder of cities, the Greek Septuagint translation of the Hebrew Bible presents him as a giant and mistranslates the Hebrew phrase meaning before Yahweh as in opposition against God. Consequently, Nimrod became associated with idolatry, embodying the archetypal idolater. Could this be the origin of his demise as an infamous enemy of God in history? Early Jewish midrash works, as described by the philosopher Philo in his Questiones, depict Nimrod as the instigator of the Tower of Babel and persecutor of the Jewish patriarch Abraham for his refusal to participate in the project. Saint Augustine of Hippo refers to Nimrod as a deceiver, oppressor, and destroyer of earthborn creatures in his book, The City of God. Imagine having your record tainted by a spelling mistake and simply being associated with Babylon, so forever in the historical record you are cast in a negative light. The parallels between the Mesopotamian god Ninurta and Nimrod in Genesis are somewhat speculative, but several scholars think the connection is strong enough. Both are mighty warriors. Ninurta and Nimrod are associated with warrior-like qualities and prowess in battle. Ninurta is a powerful god of war and hunting in Mesopotamian mythology, while Nimrod is described as a mighty hunter in Genesis. Founder of cities, Ninurta is credited with the founding of several cities including Nippur, while Nimrod is associated with the founding of cities like Babylon and Erech, Uruk, in the biblical narrative. Divine lineage. Ninurta is often considered the son of Enlil, one of the chief gods in the Mesopotamian pantheon. Similarly, Nimrod is described as a descendant of Ham, one of Noah's sons in Genesis. Post-flood era. Both Ninurta and Nimrod are connected to the post-flood world. Ninurta's presence and worship continue in later periods, even after the destruction caused by the flood in Mesopotamian mythology. Nimrod, too, is depicted as a prominent figure in the post-flood generation in Genesis. Ninus in history. Ninus, the legendary founder of Nineveh, the ancient capital of Assyria, remains an enigmatic figure. Greek historians of the Hellenistic period and beyond associate him with the city, but his exact identity in Assyrian records remains uncertain. Some propose a link to the revered deity Ninurta. As we explore this historical puzzle, Ninus becomes a symbol of the enduring spirit that built civilizations and fueled our quest for knowledge. In the shadows of time, his story intertwines with myth and history, leaving us captivated by the mysteries of the past. Seems that Greek tradition as well as biblical tradition both have mythical figures who are kings that founded and built the great Mesopotamian cities, temples, towers, etc. Many early accomplishments are attributed to Ninus, such as training the first hunting dogs and taming horses for riding. Could this overlap with the mighty hunter Nimrod? The decipherment of a vast quantity of cuneiform texts has allowed modern Assyriologists to piece together a more accurate history of Sumer, Akkad, Babylonia, Assyria, and Chaldea. Ninus is not attested in any of the extensive king lists compiled by the Mesopotamians themselves, nor mentioned in any Mesopotamian literature, and it is possible that this Hellenic creation was inspired by the deeds of one or more real kings of Assyria or Assyro-Babylonian mythology, just like Nimrod. Similarly, the biblical character of Nimrod is not attested anywhere in Assyrian, Babylonian, Akkadian, or Sumerian literature or kings lists, but is believed by many scholars to have been inspired by one or more real kings. What is the truth? Russell Gamirkan is an independent researcher and scholar who has published books and articles and lectured at academic conferences for 20 years. Currently, he is mostly known for his innovative work on the late date and Greek sources of the Hebrew Bible and on the Dead Sea Scrolls. In what follows, you're going to find Nimrod parallels, but also a case made by Russell suggesting that Genesis authors made use of Berosus, putting its final composition in the Hellenistic period. Ninus and Nimrod, valid parallels. In his thought-provoking book on Berosus and Genesis, Russell Gamirkan delves into the fascinating character of Nimrod and sheds light on the topic of Genesis's composition. Gamirkan's insights are worth considering, and here's a summary of his points, which I find quite enlightening. According to E.A. Spizer's theory, there are indeed noteworthy similarities between Ninus and Nimrod. Despite the flaws in Spizer's argument, it becomes evident that the Nimrod story in Genesis incorporates elements from the Ninus legend, as documented by Ctesias in his Persica. Ctesias, a Greek physician to the Achaemenid king Artaxerxes II, lived in the 5th century BC and wrote extensively, with one of his notable works dating around 400 BCE. In these legends, Ninus and Nimrod were both ancient kings of Mesopotamia, ruling over Assyria and Babylonia, and linked to the establishment of Nineveh. Ctesias's account described them as hunters. While there are significant similarities, important distinctions exist between the two narratives. In Ctesias's version, Ninus is an Assyrian conqueror, and it is Semiramis, an Assyrian queen, who founds Babylon. In contrast, Genesis portrays Nimrod as a Babylonian king who holds authority over both Babylon and Assyria. The Genesis accounts reflect a Babylonian tradition that rejects the Ninus legend and emphasizes Babylon's preeminence. The source of the Nimrod story can be traced to Berosus, who challenged Ctesias's depiction of Mesopotamian history. Berosus criticized the notion that the Assyrians founded Babylon and aimed to rectify misconceptions surrounding Semiramis's reign. Interestingly, the Genesis narrative echoes Berosus's perspective by presenting Nimrod as the founder of Babylon before establishing Nineveh. Berosus's work, the Babylonica, aligns closely with the Nimrod story and its pro-Babylonian standpoint. The accurate depiction of Babylonian and Assyrian cities in the Nimrod accounts aligns with Berosus's expertise in Mesopotamian geography. Consequently, it is plausible that Berosus serves as the source for the Nimrod story in Genesis, which reflects his polemics against the Ninus legend and Ctesias's account. To sum it up, Ninus and Nimrod represent competing traditions, aiming to establish the pedigree of Assyria and Babylon, while Ninus is a legendary figure asserting the primacy of Assyria with Nineveh as its initial stronghold. The Genesis account aligns entirely with Berosus by attributing Babylon as the first established city. Berosus, at that time, stood as the lone author supporting this viewpoint. Gamirkan's argument raises the question of whether Genesis directly used Berosus, or if they drew from a shared tradition. Who was Gilgamesh? Gilgamesh was a legendary hero in ancient Mesopotamian mythology and the central character of the Epic of Gilgamesh, the epic poem written in Akkadian during the late 2nd millennium BCE, tells the story of his adventures. While Gilgamesh may have been a historical king of Uruk, his status as a deity emerged after his death. He likely ruled in the early dynastic period around 29 to 2350 BCE, but his fame as a legendary figure grew during the 3rd dynasty of Ur. Nimrod and Gilgamesh. Gamirkan continues to tackle Nimrod with another clear connection. Nimrod's reputation as a badass hunter in Genesis can't be explained away by dissing Ninus, whose hunting skills are overshadowed by Semiramis. The real inspiration for Nimrod's godlike hunting prowess seems to come from the one and only Gilgamesh, the rock star of Mesopotamian mythology. Like Nimrod, Gilgamesh was a superhero born out of a divine human hookup, just like those giant guys in Genesis 6:4. Gilgamesh's hunting adventures involved taking down wild beasts like the bull of heaven and lions, proving he was no pushover. What's intriguing is that Nimrod's kingdom kicked off in Babylon and Erech, the very city ruled by Gilgamesh. Another juicy tidbit in the Nimrod story is its close link to the post-flood world. Nimrod, the grandson of Ham in Genesis 10, shares a family tree with Gilgamesh, the king of Uruk, in the Gilgamesh epic. According to the Sumerian king list, Gilgamesh takes the throne as the third king of post-flood Uruk. But hold on a minute. There were actually 27 kings of Kish before the kings of Uruk, which makes Gilgamesh the 28th generation after the flood. However, the Uruk Apkallu list suggests a local tradition where Uruk was the first city to rule over Babylonia after the flood, placing Gilgamesh in the third generation. Now, in Berosus' version of the story, Gilgamesh struts his stuff as the third ruler of the post-flood world. But here's the twist. He reigns over Babylon, not Uruk. The flood's over, and the first two rulers according to Berosus were Euxius and Comosbolus, both sitting on the throne in Babylon. A little fragment from Berosus tucked away in Elian's On Animals spills the beans that Gilgamesh's granddaddy was Suchoros, the king of Babylon. So Gilgamesh, the son of Comosbolus, snags the title of the third post-flood king of Babylon. The Berosus tale dances pretty close to the Nimrod story, unlike that earlier Sumerian king list. If we embrace Gilgamesh as the blueprint for Nimrod, it seems that Berosus' take on the Gilgamesh saga in Babylon played a starring role in Genesis. While other versions of the story praise Gilgamesh as the ruler of Uruk, Genesis 10:10 puts Uruk on the back burner, giving Babylon the spotlight. It's only in Berosus' version of the Gilgamesh epic that Gilgamesh grabs the title of Babylon's ruler. This means that the Nimrod character in Genesis found his groove from Berosus' account of Gilgamesh's tale, set in the third generation of post-flood Babylon, giving those older cuneiform sources a run for their money. Several parallels between Gilgamesh and Nimrod. Mighty heroes. Both Gilgamesh and Nimrod are depicted as mighty heroes or warriors. Gilgamesh is described as a powerful and fearless warrior in the Epic of Gilgamesh, while Nimrod is portrayed as a mighty hunter in Genesis. Divine lineage. Gilgamesh and Nimrod share a similar divine lineage. Gilgamesh is said to be the product of a union between gods and mortal woman, just like the giants mentioned in Genesis. Nimrod, too, is associated with the giants and is described as a descendant of Ham, one of Noah's sons. Fun fact, Genesis 10:8, in the Septuagint, Nimrod was a titan. Gilgamesh, too, was of surpassing stature. Hunting abilities. Both figures are known for their hunting prowess. Gilgamesh is depicted as a skilled hunter who can track down and slay dangerous creatures, like the bull of heaven. Similarly, Nimrod is renowned for his hunting skills and is celebrated as a mighty hunter in Genesis. Founder of great cities. Gilgamesh is credited with the foundation of the city of Uruk, which becomes a prominent and influential city in Mesopotamia. Nimrod, on the other hand, is associated with the founding of important cities like Babylon and Uruk. Post-flood era. Both Gilgamesh and Nimrod are connected to the post-flood world. Gilgamesh is depicted as a king ruling in the aftermath of the flood, and Nimrod is portrayed as a prominent figure in the generation following the deluge. While the answer floats out there somewhere on Nimrod's origins, I personally gravitate towards Gilgamesh as the best antecedent argued by experts in the field. This is not to suggest that parallels between Nimrod and Ninurta or Ninus are not clearly there. It seems obvious that a similar competing narrative in the Greek world with Ninus was floating around, and whether Gamirkan is correct that Genesis is literarily dependent on Berosus is really interesting. One thing is for certain, scholars aren't 100% on the same page about which ancient character best explains Nimrod's origins. They are all unanimous that Nimrod is fictive in the biblical narrative. If Dr. David M. Carr is correct, does this mean that the Genesis authors were trying to use Nimrod as their distant ancestor, giving them pedigree while in exile or post-exile? I mean, if one can point to a narrative where you claim it was your ancestor who was the original creator of the world's famous cities, does this give them self-gratification as a reaction to the Babylonian myths of old they imitated? Why did Nimrod go down in the halls of shame? Was it a misreading from later authors? Keep in mind, not everyone in history read Nimrod as bad. Here are some other plausible antecedents to the Nimrod stories which have been proposed by scholars throughout history. Inmarkar, a legendary figure from Sumerian mythology, presents intriguing parallels that make him a plausible antecedent to Nimrod in the Nimrod story. Both Inmarkar and Nimrod are depicted as powerful rulers associated with the city of Uruk, known for their ambitious construction projects and their role as builders of cities and temples. Inmarkar, like Nimrod, exemplifies the archetype of a great leader and the founder of civilization, attributed with establishing the foundations of a prosperous society. The similarities in their roles as influential kings and builders, along with their association with the city of Uruk, suggest a potential connection between Inmarkar and Nimrod. Ashur, the eponymous founder of the Assyrian Empire, presents a compelling case as a potential antecedent to Nimrod in the Nimrod story. Both Ashur and Nimrod are associated with the region of Mesopotamia and hold prominent roles in the establishment of powerful kingdoms. Ashur is revered as the progenitor of the Assyrian people and is often depicted as a mighty warrior and conqueror. Similarly, Nimrod is portrayed as a powerful ruler who establishes dominion over Babylon and Assyria. The link between Ashur and Nimrod is further strengthened by their shared association with Nineveh, as both figures are connected to the founding or developing of this significant city. Hercules, the legendary hero of Greek mythology, presents an interesting possibility as an antecedent to the character of Nimrod, especially if you factor in Russell Gamirkan's later dating of the composition of the Pentateuch, the Hebrew Bible. Both Hercules and Nimrod are renowned for their exceptional strength and prowess as mighty warriors and hunters. They are celebrated for their feats of heroism, battling formidable creatures and undertaking perilous quests. Additionally, both figures enjoy a significant degree of divine ancestry, with Hercules being the son of Zeus, the king of the gods, and Nimrod being associated with the gods as a mighty hunter. The parallel between Hercules and Nimrod extends to their roles as founders of influential cities or civilizations. Hercules is attributed with the establishment of numerous cities, while Nimrod is connected with the founding of Babylon and Nineveh. The presence of these shared characteristics suggests the possibility of cross-cultural influences or archetypal elements being passed down through different mythological traditions. Sargon of Akkad. The legendary ruler of Akkadian Empire in ancient Mesopotamia presents a compelling case as a potential antecedent to the figure of Nimrod. Both Sargon and Nimrod are depicted as powerful and influential leaders who played significant roles in the foundation and expansion of their respective kingdoms. Sargon is renowned for his military conquest and the establishment of the first empire in history, while Nimrod is associated with the founding of Babylon and Nineveh, two prominent cities in ancient Mesopotamia. Both figures are depicted as powerful warriors and skilled hunters, highlighting their prowess in combat and their close connection to the natural world. Additionally, Sargon and Nimrod both possess narratives that blur the lines between historical and mythical elements, with legends and embellishments surrounding their lives and accomplishments. The parallels between Sargon and Nimrod suggest the possibility of shared cultural influences or archetypal motifs in the ancient Near East, where stories and legends could be adapted and reimagined over time. And let's not leave out the historical rulers of Mesopotamia, such as the Sumerian kings, Assyrian monarchs, and Babylonian leaders, present intriguing possibilities as antecedents to the legendary figure of Nimrod. These rulers, known for their political power and influence, left a significant mark on the region's history and collective memory. Their accomplishments and conquests, as well as their roles in the foundation and expansion of cities and empires, bear resemblances to the legendary attributes associated with Nimrod. The narratives surrounding these historical rulers often include elements of historic feats, divine connections, and the establishment of prominent cities. It is plausible that over time the historical accounts of these rulers became intertwined with mythical and legendary elements, leading to the creation of larger-than-life figures like Nimrod. Other potential connections may lurk in the shadows of the ancient world, and I'm just not aware of those direct antecedents. Please comment if you know any others which make a ton of sense that weren't mentioned in this video.